Inside a snow-dusted gorge in the frozen scar, the air was cold enough to fog players' breath. Ice-covered plants glittered like ice sculptures, littering the ground. A 1,000-man legion advanced through the gorge with level 42 and above guardian knights and shield warriors guarding the forefront, creating an iron wall that blocked the narrow path. Level 46 and 47 violent frost bears, strength-type high lords, crashed into this iron wall relentlessly. Violent frost bear, elemental creature, high lord, level 47, HP 31, 000, 000/31, 000, 000. Even with a successful block, ordinary MTs would lose over 10,000 HP with each of these frost bears' normal attacks. Not only did these attacks contain an immense amount of the violent frost bear's strength, but their attacks also had the freezing penetration effect. Freezing penetration have the target's reaction speed, attack speed, and healing received. Moreover, shields couldn't completely block the effect. Factoring in the violent frost bear's high attack speed and their tier 2 skill, Snow Trample, the frontline's MTs could die in an instant if the healers lost focus. This was why so many teams had been stuck in the snowy gorge, unable to proceed into the frozen scar. However, when this legion's guardian knights and shield warriors received the violent snow bear's attacks, they never received more than -7,000 damage. Even when the high lords used their skills, the MTs didn't sustain more than -20,000 damage. To these MTs, who had over 40,000 HP, these bears were little more than pests. Guild leader, the Frozen Heart is quite impressive. It seems that Beast Emperor hadn't lied. With the Frozen Heart, our chances of raiding the Frost King have increased by at least 20%. Daybreak Fog commented as she looked at the pulsing crystal heart in her hand. This is only the beginning, Singular Burial said, chuckling. Each of the top 3 adventurer teams working with us have their own specialties. Due to their participation, our team is considerably stronger. It is only a matter of time before we kill the Frost King. Zero Wing had just experienced a great war. Although the monster army hadn't damaged the guild's overall strength, it had made a mess of Stone Forest Town. Zero Wing had also lost nearly half of its main force and core members. It would take the guild a considerable amount of time to recover to its peak. Moreover, Zero Wing was currently expanding its influence on multiple fronts. Its enemies weren't limited to Heaven's Burial. The Black Dragon Empire's various guilds also eyed Zero Wing, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Based on the reports he had received, he knew that various minor conflicts had broken out between Zero Wing and the Empire's large guilds. Furthermore, the shadow of a certain superpower seemed to loom behind many of these guilds. If Zero Wing wanted to stabilize its position in the Black Dragon Empire, it would need a large number of experts to defend it. Now that Zero Wing needed to recuperate, Heaven's Burial had an opportunity to catch up. With the Frozen Heart, their leveling efficiency in the Frozen Scar was exceptional. As an Azura mode regional dungeon, these monsters provided far more EXP than monsters elsewhere. Once Heaven's Burial's core members reached level 49, they could challenge level 50 large-scale team dungeons before other guilds and secure the Frost King's first kill. At that time, Red Iron Town might even be on par with Stone Forest Town. Heaven's Burial also had Beast Emperor's secret support. As Singular Burial sketched out his plan in his mind, Daybreak Fog suddenly paled. Guild leader, this is bad. Apparently, Zero Wing had dispatched a legion of 1,000 experts. Every member of the legion has a mount, and Black Flame himself is in command. Although we still don't know their intentions, everyone suspects that the guild has targeted someone. Guilds throughout the kingdom have begun to recall their main forces and ordered their other teams to spread out. Should we do the same? Daybreak Fog asked worriedly after reading the message she had just received. A 1,000 expert legion was no trivial matter. Moreover, Black Flame himself led this group. Do our spies in Zero Wing know where the legion is going? Singular Burial asked. Our spies' ranks aren't high enough for the guild operation, Daybreak Fog replied, shaking her head. Although she had wanted to send experts into Zero Wing, the guild's management was incredibly strict. The guild actively used the main god system's contracts to restrict members in ways they didn't normally pay attention to. Daybreak Fog found it hard to imagine that Zero Wing had only established a few months ago. Not even first-rate guilds could compare to Zero Wing's setup. The guild investigated every expert they accepted, making it very difficult to spy on Zero Wing. They had been forced to send a few players with potential, having them gradually grow stronger. However, what Daybreak Fog did not know was that Shurfeng had been a guild leader in God's domain for nearly a decade. Meanwhile, the guild systems in 10 years would be far more complex. He had various ways to deal with spies. Although he couldn't eradicate all of the spies among the middle and lower echelon members, he could contain the guild's important secrets. As a precaution, scatter the Ghost Shadow Legion's assassins throughout the Frozen Scar. Have them report back as soon as they discover Zero Wing's Legion. Singular Burial commanded after giving the matter some thought. In reality, though, Singular Burial doubted that Zero Wing would pick a fight with Heaven's Burial. After all, both guilds had a neutral stance with each other on the surface, focusing on their own development. Zero Wing had no reason to deal with Heaven's Burial. Abandoned Wave had led the monster army against Stone Forest Town. Flame Blood had also reported that his identity hadn't been exposed. Moreover, if their guilds fought, other guilds would take advantage of the situation. After all, God's domain had already entered the era of mounts. The various large guilds were developing rapidly. However, Singular Burial decided to be careful due to Shurfeng's penchant for the unexpected. Meanwhile, in Dark Lake Town, which most players avoided, Shurfeng configured his team and issued their tasks. All right, let's set out. Once the team was ready, they left the town. Big Sis Aqua, there aren't any high-resource maps nearby. Since he's gathered so many of us, does Guild Leader plan to raid one of the Dark Forces towns? Blackie asked curiously as he gazed at the wilderness around him. Dark Lake Town was located near Star Moon Kingdom's border. The town's surroundings were bleak, without any resources to speak of. Even though the local maps were suitable for level 40-plus players, no one was willing to go this far to level. Only the nearby dark towns were worth any attention. The dark forces tended to operate in this area, since it was so close to the kingdom's border. Not only could a crusade against these dark towns increase the guild's popularity, but they could also gain access to the treasure these dark towns hid. Only, the dark towns in this area were extraordinary and would be very difficult to raid. I'm not sure. The guild leader has said that we'll understand once we arrive, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. She didn't know Shurfeng's intentions either. Based on what she knew, level 65 to 40 NPCs guarded these dark towns. Raiding such a town was still beyond their abilities. However, as everyone considered the possibilities, Shurfeng led the Legion across Star Moon Kingdom's border and into the neutral map, Morning Battlefield. For the most part, everyone was familiar with Star Moon Kingdom's maps, but they knew very little about the maps outside of the kingdom. However, that did not prevent them from sensing the danger in their surroundings. What is this place? When the Legion entered the Morning Battlefield, many shuddered involuntarily as they felt a dense killing intent wash over them, their minds alerting them to the danger. Suddenly, they noticed 3 to 4 meter tall green orcs. These orcs wielded spears, bows and arrows, and wore simple armor. Around 500 orcs patrolled a short rampart. Although far fewer, some orcs wielded massive war axes, wearing slightly better equipment. Even so, everyone on the team felt a massive pressure radiating from the war axe-wielding orcs. Orc Sentinel, humanoid creature, Chieftain, level 75, HP 8, 400, 000/8, 400, 000, Orc Captain, humanoid creature, Great Lord, level 77, HP 78, 000, 000/78, 000, humanoid creatures possessed considerably high intellect. Escaping these monsters' pursuit along would be challenging, not to mention killing them. Guild Leader, are we here to grind these monsters? Sweat dripped down Shadow Sword's forehead as he stared at the orc captains on the ramparts. From where he stood, He counted at least 20 orc captains, and this wasn't Stone Forest Town. They didn't have the assistance of the magic towers and NPC guards. Charging at these monsters would be suicidal. Relax. Feng smiled nonchalantly. He then removed miniature ballistas and exploding arrows from his bag, one after another. The morning battlefield was an excellent grinding map. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for ordinary player teams. These orcs moved in large groups and were incredibly strong individually. In general, only Tier 2 100-man teams had any hope of safely grinding here. Although his players hadn't reached Tier 2 yet, they could compensate with the miniature ballistas. Miniature ballistas? Are we? As Zero Wings players watched Feng reveal one miniature ballista after another, their jaws hit the floor as they considered a possibility. Miniature ballistas were war weapons that most guilds treated like their own children. No guild would use them outside of a guild war or siege. Yet, Feng intended to use such precious weapons to grind monsters. If other guilds learned about Zero Wings' extravagant grinding method, they would most likely try to strangle Feng. Guild leader, isn't this a little too wasteful? Even Aqua Rose was astonished as she stared at the miniature ballistas. The other guild members might not realize where these miniature ballistas had come from, but she did. Although players could craft these miniature ballistas, each one was considerably expensive to make. The materials alone cost more than 100 gold. Even with a master engineer like Burning Abyss and the basic meditation room, the production success rate wasn't particularly high. As a result, each ballista cost around 500 to 600 gold to produce. As for the exploding arrows, each cost roughly 3 silver to craft. Aside from risking the miniature ballista's destruction in battle, their durability would decrease from repeated use. The repair fees would also be a painful expenditure. Using these weapons to level guild members was too extravagant. Don't mind that. Resources are meant to be used. Rather than collecting dust in the guild warehouse, they can help strengthen our guild members. As our members grow stronger, the guild can earn even more resources. Using these weapons isn't a waste at all, Feng said, smiling. All right, have our people set these ballistas up quickly. When he had been Shadow's guild leader in the past, he, too, had treated war weapons like precious treasure, not daring to use them casually. After all, those weapons had been irreplaceable. However, that wasn't the case now. Since they could produce these war weapons, there was no reason to stockpile them in the guild warehouse. Using them to strengthen the guild was a wiser decision. Particularly now that Zero Wings core members were over level 40, with some of the guild's upper echelons so close to level 50, they could challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests sooner if the guild helped them level quickly. As Tier 2 players, they'd be more help to the guild than these miniature ballistas. For a moment, everyone felt touched by Feng's words. While other guilds' upper echelons wrung their members dry, Feng used the guild's most precious resources to help them grow stronger. A short moment later, a row of 50 miniature ballistas were lined up a short distance away from the tattered ramparts. Even capturing a city would be easy with so many war weapons. Then, Feng summoned a demon with the Bible of Darkness. Now that Feng had been promoted to a Tier 2 swordmaster, he could summon a Tier 3 demon without the assistance of items or skills. He no longer needed to force the demon into becoming a mindless puppet either. After the massive demon gate appeared, an 8-meter-tall demon emerged. 2 crimson horns grew from its forehead, and it carried a spear covered in emerald fire. Purgatory Demon, Dark Creature, Demon, Level 64, HP 24, 000, 000/24, 000, as expected of our guild leader. He can even summon a Tier 3 demon. Summoners would die from envy if they knew about that item. Zero Wings members were further awed by Feng after watching him summon the Tier 3 Purgatory Demon. Generally, large guilds reserved Tier 3 summoning scrolls as trump cards. They wouldn't even sell these scrolls for thousands of gold. Feng hadn't actually used a scroll, of course. Rather, he had used an ancient book. Tools were different from magic scrolls. While magic scrolls were one-time use items, tools could be used repeatedly. Hence, tools of the same rank and category were worth dozens of times more than their magic scroll counterparts. The Purgatory Demon will attract the orc's attention. Healers, keep the Purgatory Demon alive. As for those responsible for controlling the miniature ballistas, prioritize the orc captains. MTs, protect the ballistas. Sherfong commanded once his team was almost ready. If he sent level 40+ players to face these orcs, their attacks would only annoy the creatures without the magic tower's buff. The only way they could deal enough damage was to employ the miniature ballistas. If not for the miniature ballistas, he wouldn't have dared to lead this team here. Suddenly, the Purgatory Demon flapped its massive wings and in the blink of an eye, hovered above the ramparts. It then used the Tier 3 skill Flame Shower. Among the demon's Tier 3 skills, Flame Shower had largest AoE range. Although it wasn't particularly effective against monsters, it was enough to pull the orc's aggro. Fire rained down in a 100-yard radius. The orc sentinels only received around -20,000 damage, while the orc captains sustained half that. The damage was negligible to these orcs. The orcs on the ramparts raised their bows and fired at the Purgatory Demon. Fire! Sherfong commanded. Immediately, the 50 miniature ballistas fired a volley of exploding arrows from 500 yards away from the ramparts. At this distance, Zero Wings members would still receive EXP as the monsters died, and the Great Lord-ranked orc captains would have difficulty dodging the attacks. Shio! 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 A series of fiery lights bombarded the ramparts. Damages of up to -160,000 appeared above an orc captain that attacked the Purgatory Demon. In the blink of an eye, this orc captain lost nearly 8 million HP. Moreover, due to the arrow's armor penetration, the orc captain sustained severe injuries, decreasing its combat power. Although the damage was impressive, each volley cost 1 gold, 50 silver. Even for experts, it was as much as 2 or 3 days net income. Meanwhile, Sherfong controlled the Purgatory Demon to use the Tier 3 single-target skill Onslaught against the orc captain, dealing over -400,000 and reclaiming its aggro. As the orcs retaliated, the Purgatory Demon flew about, dodging over 90% of the attacks. Even when struck, the dozens of healers, who had moved close to the bottom of the ramparts, responded immediately, maintaining the demon's HP above a safe threshold, following which Zero Wings members launched volley after volley of exploding arrows. The first orc captain soon fell from the wall. A level 77 Great Lord was already worth a frightening amount of EXP. Including the bonus EXP from defeating a higher-level opponent, everyone's experience bars increased by a noticeable amount despite sharing it among 1,000 players. It gave so much EXP. This is amazing. I'd have to grind for dozens of minutes to get this much EXP. Everyone was elated. Normally, it took a long time to kill a Great Lord of the same level, but they had taken 30 seconds or so to defeat the level 77 Great Lord. Moreover, once the orc captain died, it dropped several items. However, as they were still engaged in battle, no one moved towards the loot. After killing the first orc captain, the team focused their fire on the other orc captains. In such a way, one orc captain after another fell from the ramparts. By the time they had annihilated the 20+ captains, many level 42 players had leveled to 43. As for Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and the other upper echelons, they had reached level 49. They were only 1 level away from level 50 now. Now that they had eliminated the orc captains on the ramparts, dealing with the orc sentinels had become much easier. They didn't even need a full volley of exploding arrows to kill a sentinel. The team on had to watch from afar. Only the healers were a little worn out as they had focused on healing the Purgatory Demon from time to time. With the miniature ballistas firing one volley after another, it took less than half an hour to clear out the orcs on the wall. Although the orc sentinels hadn't given as much EXP as the captains, everyone's experience bars rose by a sizable chunk. Their leveling speed was dozens of times faster than normal. This leveling speed is amazing. At this rate, we'll level up again in a few more hours. Zero Wings members were ecstatic. They hadn't experienced such astounding leveling speed since obtaining their Tier 1 classes. Only sustaining this leveling speed required a large number of exploding arrows. Of course, EXP wasn't the only thing the Zero-Wing Legion had obtained. There was also the items scattered above the ramparts. Following which, Shifeng jumped onto the wall to collect the loot while the rest of his guild members pushed the miniature ballistas forward. The benefits of pioneering a new map are wonderful. The drop rate is much higher than usual. Shifeng was inwardly astonished as he picked up the loot. After reaching level 50, monsters' drop rate in God's domain would decrease drastically. A level 50+ chieftain might not drop as much as elite monsters right now. However, contrary to expectations, the loot dropped by the orcs was considerably good. Over 8 gold had dropped in coins alone. There were also 20+ level 70 common weapons and pieces of equipment, which could be dismantled for raw materials. 3 level 70 bronze weapons and pieces of equipment and various ordinary materials had dropped as well. All of those items were only the level 75 orc sentinel's loot. The orc captain's loot was far more impressive. In total, the orc captains had dropped over 10 level 70 mysterious iron weapons and pieces of equipment. If sold, each piece of equipment could easily fetch 5 gold or more, while the weapons could go for at least 10 gold. They were far more valuable than mysterious iron weapons and equipment below level 50. The orc captains also dropped 2 pieces of level 70 secret silver equipment, a pair of mage boots and a pair of plate gloves. Each of these items could easily fetch over 100 gold. The orc captains had also dropped high-ranking potions and Tier 2 magic scrolls. Overall, the loot's value, more or less, made up for the exploding arrows cost. An advanced recipe fragment. As Shifeng organized the orc captain's loot, he noticed half of a tattered piece of paper. When he clicked to check its description, he could not help his elation. Magic Soul Potion Recipe Fragment. In God's domain, advanced rank recipes and designs weren't easy to purchase. Moreover, most advanced recipes and designs dropped as fragments. Players rarely found complete recipes and designs. On the market, advanced recipes and designs generally sold for a minimum of 500 gold, though this was only in the case of ordinary recipes and designs. Players couldn't even buy valuable ones with coins, and people generally wanted items of equal value. Shifeng had never expected to obtain the Magic Soul Potion recipe, which was an extremely rare drop in the morning battlefield. The Magic Soul Potion was a rare potion. It was an advanced potion that increased the user's basic attributes by 10% and magic resistance by 100% for 1 hour. Unlike the potions that gave a fixed amount of magic resistance, the Magic Soul Potion would never become outdated. Even after players had reached level 200, the potion had been incredibly popular in the past. Hence, many large guilds had often grinded in the morning battlefield. Unfortunately, the recipe's drop rate was abysmal. In the end, very few guilds had obtained the complete recipe. Could this be a benefit of pioneering the map? Shifeng wondered. If he could obtain a complete Magic Soul Potion recipe, it would be a great help to guild members when raiding large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, they wouldn't need to prepare as much to raid the Frost King with the Magic Soul Potion. They could start raiding the boss once the team's basic attributes met the requirements. Guild leader, has something good dropped? Aqua Rose asked when she saw Shifeng's smile. It's certainly not bad. Shifeng then shared the loot information in the team chat. When the Legion members saw the list, they couldn't help but gasp. We killed all those great lords and chieftains, yet we got so few items in return? Guild leader, why don't we go somewhere else? We'll only lose money if we stay here, Blackie and the others suggested. If they continued at this rate, although their levels might increase very quickly, the guild would suffer for it. While it is true that we're not compensating for our losses, if we can gather 4 more Magic Soul Potion recipe fragments, we'll earn back everything we've lost and more, Shifeng said, chuckling nonchalantly. He proceeded to lead everyone deeper into the morning battlefield. In reality, their losses hadn't been that great. After all, he also had the Soul Orb, which allowed him to absorb souls from Great Lord rank monsters and above. He could turn every 30 souls he absorbed into a soul crystal. He had obtained one from their first slaughter, lessening their losses considerably. Hearing Shifeng's words, the Legion regained its motivation as they silently swore to complete the Magic Soul Potion recipe. As the team ventured farther into the morning battlefield, they encountered far more orcs. Their strength continued to increase as well. Unlike the first orc army, which had only consisted of great lords and chieftains, the following armies included lords and high lords as well. Fortunately, Shurfeng could summon an additional Tier 3 demon after 3 hours. This time, he had called forth a magical class demon. With 1 melee and 1 magical class demon, the demons could barely weather the orc army's attacks, buying Zero Wings members enough time to kill the high-tiered bosses. After grinding for nearly 9 hours, Shurfeng and the others finally left the morning battlefield's outer region, reaching the inner area. Throughout their expedition, the previously level 42 and 43 players had gained 1 or more levels. Now, most of the Legion's members were level 45. If they chose, they could monopolize all top 100 spots on Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list. Aqua Rose and the others who were level 49 hadn't gained any additional levels due to the massive amount of EXP they needed to cross the hurdle. Even so, they were not too far from level 50 either. As for the Magic Soul Potions recipe fragments, due to Shurfeng's continuous use of Divine Providence, the team had gathered 4 fragments by the time they reached the inner region. While the Legion explored the morning battlefield, Stone Forest Town's repairs had almost completed. The battle arena had resumed its normal operation, and more players than ever before had gathered in the town. The town's player population had already passed the 1 million threshold. Among these players, many were merchant players and adventurer teams originating from other kingdoms and empires. All of these players had come to attend the candlelight auction tomorrow, which would include Zero Wings private houses and shops as the main attractions. Overall, Stone Forest Town's prospects were impressive. In fact, Phoenix Rain, Zero Wings' collaborator, had reaped a massive profit from the situation. Currently, all the virtual products in her virtual store sold like hotcakes. Among the products, the most popular were the furniture and fashion coats made from wood and cloth in God's domain. Meanwhile, Red Iron Town had also attracted a lot of attention in Starmoon Kingdom. Red Iron Town was home to the first player-operated auction house in Starmoon Kingdom. The town's popularity among NPCs had risen considerably due to its auction house, so much so that Red Iron Town had been promoted to intermediate rank. Now, Heaven's Burial even surpassed the Star Alliance. Moreover, Heaven's Burial had recently announced that it would hold an auction for Red Iron Town's private houses and shops at the same time as the candlelight auction. Almost everyone on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums discussed the situation. Which town would they decide to develop in? After all, both towns had advantages. With Red Iron Town's rise to glory, many players who had been interested in Stone Forest Town's houses and shops began to hesitate. At this time, Melancholic Smile contacted Shurfeng and asked, "Guild leader, should we hold the auction earlier than planned? If we hold it at the same time as Heaven's Burial, it'll be difficult to encourage high bids." Interesting. So, they've already started working with Beast Emperor? When Shurfeng saw Red Iron Town's auction house, he instantly understood what was happening. After all, the auction house design wasn't easy to obtain. Shurfeng could not help but laugh at the situation as he said, "Fine. Since they want a competition, let's give it to them." "Guild leader, you intend to compete against them?" Melancholic Smile was startled when she heard Shurfeng's words. Before this, Red Iron Town had become quite popular among the kingdom's players due to its strategic location and its connection to Evernight City. Once Heaven's Burial opened the Red Iron Mine to the public, it had attracted even more players and adventurer teams. Now the town also had an auction house, allowing players to sell their items there while paying a cheaper processing fee than in the auction houses in NPC cities. Furthermore, the town had received its promotion to intermediate rank, able to accommodate even more players. If they truly wanted to compete with Red Iron Town, they'd have to lower their asking prices for Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. The other Zero Wing upper echelons might not know the guild's top secrets and current financial state, but Melancholic Smile, who managed a large portion of Zero Wing's affairs and transactions, did. Right now, Zero Wing urgently needed 35,000 gold to cover the additional expenses incurred while constructing the guild's new city. Without the reimbursement fee, the city's construction would halt. Moreover, the longer they delayed paying off this debt, the higher the fee would become. This was the true reason for auctioning off Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. Now that Stone Forest Town had lost its advantages over Red Iron Town, competing with Heaven's Burial wasn't wise. Since Heaven's Burial wants to play, as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing cannot back down, Shifeng declared, laughing. However, since they want to play, let's raise the stakes. Announce to the public that any player or adventurer team that purchases a private house or shop from Heaven's Burial will be banned from all of Zero Wing's towns and cities. Guild leader. Isn't that going a little too far? Shifeng's words shocked Melancholic Smile. Such a declaration was tantamount to declaring war against Heaven's Burial. Now that Stone Forest Town didn't have a clear advantage, such a move was far too risky. Relax. Just announce it. I'll have someone bring you the recipe for the magic soul potion soon. Have the guild's alchemists produce them as quickly as possible. Craft as many as you can. Shifeng instructed calmly. Magic soul potion, Alright. Melancholic Smile nodded helplessly. Since Shifeng had given the command, she could only manage Stone Forest Town to the best of her ability. Although she was somewhat opposed to Shifeng's decision, she, too, was a little miffed at Heaven's Burial. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use this opportunity to put the guild in its place. This way, Zero Wing would secure its position as Starmoon Kingdom's overlord. Following which, Melancholic Smile disconnected the call and organized her subordinates to see to the necessary preparations. She also posted Shifeng's declaration on the kingdom's official forums. The announcement flabbergasted the players that heatedly debated the two towns. This is crazy. Zero Wing has lost its mind. Heaven's Burial is merely provoking the guild. Does Zero Wing need to take things this far? All hail Zero Wing. This is what you get for provoking Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild for no reason. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons will cry with regret. I agree. When Heaven's Burial's upper echelons see this message, they'll regret their provocation. Of all the things they could do, they had to steal traffic from Stone Forest Town. Not only will they fail, but they might have spelled doom for their town. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which of them will survive in the end. Shortly after Melancholic Smile created her post, it had been upvoted to the top of the forums. Ordinary players were more than happy to watch such an interesting development. After all, neither the guild town's private houses nor the shops had anything to do with them. The various adventurer teams and merchant players, however, had a different reaction to the news. This was especially true for the various adventurer teams that had already garrisoned in Red Iron Town. When they saw the post, they turned deathly pale. Zero Wing is insane. Why are they being so desperate? Although they had already set up in Red Iron Town, they still visited Stone Forest Town's battle arena to train and improve their combat techniques. Moreover, if they obtained the championship in the battle arena's tournament, they'd have the opportunity to learn a secret technique. But Zero Wing's announcement had destroyed their chances. After all, even large guilds' core members had a very low chance of learning a secret technique, much less adventurer teams' independent players. They would also lose the opportunity to purchase the items from the town's wandering merchant NPCs. The various adventurer teams that had garrisoned in Red Iron Town began to resent Heaven's Burial. Of all the things the guild could do, it had to play with fire and provoke Zero Wing. Now, their adventurer teams had been caught in the crossfire. 5 short minutes after Melancholic Smile announced Zero Wing's intentions, over a dozen well-known adventurer teams in Red Iron Town declared their intent to withdraw. The merchant players who had considered purchasing shops in the town had begun to hesitate as well. Although Red Iron Town was prosperous, it was no match for Stone Forest Town. Most importantly, Stone Forest Town had the money-making machine, the battle arena. With the battle arena, the town attracted countless experts. The top adventurer teams in Red Iron Town also began to panic. Zero Wing, do you really think we need your battle arena to improve? Zero Wing thinks too highly of itself. Such tactics are only useful against well-known adventurer teams. Although the post had somewhat shaken the 3 top adventurer teams, they were still confident of their own strength. Even without the battle arena, they could find areas to train their combat standards. Moreover, they were confident that with their assistance, Heaven's Burial could nurture Red Iron Town to surpass Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, in the morning battlefield, Aqua Rose, Alluring Smile, Blackie, and the other upper echelons had reached level 50 while Sherfong had conversed with Melancholic Smile. Wonderful! I finally reached level 50. Blackie laughed when he saw the golden glow envelop his body. I can finally challenge my Tier 2 promotion quest. The rest of these core members were also excited. Currently, every expert's goal was to obtain their Tier 2 class. This was especially true for Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other upper echelons, as they knew Sherfong had already completed his. They had also witnessed Sherfeng's battle against Evil Fire, so they were fully aware of how powerful a Tier 2 class was. It was on a completely different level from a Tier 1 class. Since you've reached level 50, you can go and challenge your Tier 2 promotion quests now. When Sherfong saw that Aqua Rose and some others had reached level 50, he took a fist-sized stone tablet from his bag. It was none other than the Sea God's Legacy, which Sherfong had obtained in the Sea Dragon's secret land. Smiling, he said, I have a special legacy. I'm sure you're all aware of hidden classes' flaws, so I won't go into detail. Whoever wants to class change into a hidden class can apply with me. There are a total of 10 slots available. 10 slots. Sherfeng's words rendered Aqua Rose and the others speechless. Every player in God's domain sought to obtain a hidden class. God's domain's various superpowers constantly tried to obtain high-rank legacies. Unfortunately, even they had only gotten their hands on a few. Yet, Sherfong had 10 legacy slots. Moreover, the instant Sherfong had revealed the Sea God's Legacy, it seemed as if the space around them had frozen. They felt the tablet radiate an intense pressure, so much so that they felt a bit sluggish. One could easily imagine how extraordinary the stone tablet was. The legacy was definitely a high rank. Who's up to the challenge? Sherfong asked as he looked at Aqua Rose and the others. Although he had held onto the Sea God's Legacy for a while, he had kept it hidden in his bag due to its level 50 requirement. Now that Aqua Rose and the others had reached level 50, this was a good opportunity for them to take the challenge and obtain the legacy. Other players would likely need to improve their equipment after reaching level 50, but Aqua Rose and the other upper echelons already wore complete Tier 1 set equipment. Moreover, Aqua Rose and the others had consumed the Moonlight Fruit, their physiques improving considerably. At their current standards, improving their combat power would take a lot of time and effort. Hence, this was the best time for them to attempt the class change. If one of them obtained the Sea God's Legacy, Zero Wing would have another peak expert. During naval combat, the Sea God's Legacy player's performance would be even more impressive. Guild leader, what rank is the legacy? Aqua Rose asked curiously. Among the 10 legacy slots, 9 are for the Sea God's Guard Legacy. At its weakest, it's an advanced legacy. The last slot is the Sea God's Legacy. It's the strongest, even superior to peak legacies. Whether or not you obtain these legacies depends on your strength, Sherfong explained. Even superior to peak legacies? Everyone gasped, their eyes shining as they gazed at the legacy tablet. Even advanced legacies were beyond most players' reach, yet among Sherfeng's 10 legacy slots, the weakest was advanced rank, and the strongest was superior to a peak legacy. If news of this went public, it would cause a huge commotion throughout God's domain. It might even tempt superpowers to move against Zero Wing. Thoughts of obtaining these legacies flooded these players' minds. As for Alluring Summer and Cola, they glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. If not for the Dragon Soul Potion, they, too, could have tried for the Sea God's Legacy. Since Violet Cloud already had the Astromancer hidden class, she didn't mind missing the opportunity to obtain the Sea God's Legacy. Following which, Sherfong sent Aqua Rose and the others, who were up to the challenge, into the legacy space. As for Violet Cloud, Alluring Summer, and Cola, Sherfong gave them the Magic Soul Potion recipe and sent them back to White River City for their promotion and class change quests, respectively. Once Aqua Rose and the others completed their class change, Sherfong intended to claim the Manatite mine in the Sea of Death, solving Zero Wing's magic crystal problem. The crystals from the Stoneclaw Mountains, the battle arena, and team dungeons simply weren't enough for the guild's expenditures. He also had the Ring of Gospel, which he needed to give a frightening number of magic crystals each week. Shi Feng had considered securing the manatite mine earlier, but the island it was on was too dangerous. Current players simply couldn't contend with the monsters there. Hence, he had put the matter on hold. However, if Aqua Rose and the others obtained the Sea God's legacies, they could claim the mine. Only the various superpowers had qualified to hold the manatite mine in the past. If Zero Wing had their own, it would boost the guild's development by leaps and bounds. Quickly, Shi Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Completing the ancient Orc Empire quest was his current priority. It was the reason he had led this legion to the morning battlefield. Following which, Shi Feng led Zero Wing's members and cleared out the Orc armies in their path, slowly advancing towards the ancient Orc Empire's capital. Once in the morning battlefield's inner region, the legion encountered far more, stronger orcs. On average, these orcs were above level 80. If not for the miniature ballistas, they wouldn't have been able to continue. After another 3 hours or so grinding, Shi Feng and the others finally reached the ancient city's ruins. As the capital of an empire that had once shaken the gods' domain continent, one could still feel the city's might even after the corrosion of time. The city walls alone were 50 meters tall, and the main gates depicted over a dozen massive, divine figures. Numerous high-rank buildings filled the city. Among them, the most awe-inspiring was the ancient Orc Empire's palace. It loomed like a massive mountain, and one could easily overlook the entire capital from the top of the palace. Despite having fallen to ruin, the capital's mana was far denser than elsewhere. Even from outside, Zero Wings players could feel it. However, compared to those factors, the number of orcs inside the city was shocking. The Legion was stupefied. The ancient city should have been lost to history, yet Zero Wings members felt as if they had just walked into a current orc city. Orcs constantly passed through the city's main gates, and those that entered the city seemed like well-trained soldiers. Their auras and levels were far superior to the orcs the Legion had encountered on the way here. Even the lowest-leveled orc was level 80. Chieftain-ranked orcs were everywhere as well. From time to time, these players also spotted level 85 Grand Lords leading squads as they patrolled the walls. Their eyes shone with wisdom. Guild leader, you don't intend to attack this city, right? Zero Wings members gulped as they stared at the ancient city before them. They were the elite among Zero Wings elites, and even the weakest among them could reach the trial tower's 5th floor. They were quite confident in capturing a dark town with 50 miniature ballistas, but as they stared at the scene before them, they couldn't help but panic. They could already see tens of thousands of orcs, including at least 20 level 85 Grand Lords and more than 200 Great Lords. There was doubt that more orcs lay beyond the city walls. This wasn't a place for current players. Moreover, orcs weren't like wild beasts. These monsters possessed a certain degree of intellect. If they attacked even one of these orcs, they might aggro every orc in sight. Even with 2 level 64, Tier 3 demons on their side, they had little hope against these powerful orcs. Why are so many monsters here? Shi Feng, who stood at the foot of a mountain, was similarly stunned as he stared at the imperial capital before him. Is this because of the quest? When he had come here in the past, only a few orc tribes had lived in the area. Now, however, the ancient city had a large orc population. But after giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng found the situation reasonable. After all, this was an SSS rank commission. The system wouldn't make it easy to obtain the disintegration axe. Otherwise, Starmoon Kingdom wouldn't have failed all 3 of the freebie SSS rank commissions. We won't be able to force our way through the front gates. We'll have to lure the orcs out. Glancing around the ancient city, Shi Feng discarded his plan of a direct assault. Unless he had a team of 3,000 level 80 elite players and a large stock war weapons, clearing out the orcs on the city walls would be impossible. With their current combatants, they had no chance of defeating these orcs. However, after going through great lengths to reach the city, Shi Feng refused to give up without a fight. Lure the orcs. When everyone heard of Shi Feng's crazy plan, they wondered if they had misheard him. Whether or not they could lure these orcs without dying, how were they supposed to enter the city if they succeeded? However, Shifeng didn't offer an explanation as he began to distribute tasks. The imperial capital had 4 entrances, all of which were heavily guarded. Forcing their way in would be suicidal. Even the Tier 3 demons would die instantly in a head-on charge. After all, the level gap was too massive. There were also so many high-tiered monsters defending the entrances. If they wanted to lure these orcs out of the city, they had to use the miniature ballistas. The miniature ballistas had a maximum range of 3,000 yards. Even level 85 Grand Lords would need some time to cross such a distance. Shifeng would have Zero Wings members use the miniature ballistas to lure the orcs from all 4 entrances. However, they wouldn't target the orcs on the walls but the orcs inside the city. Fortunately, he had the 7 Luminaries ring. As long as he input the correct coordinates, he could use space movement to infiltrate the imperial capital. He would never use such a strategy to enter a normal capital, but the ancient Orc Empire's main city had long since fallen into ruin. It was no longer protected by magic arrays. Aside from the Orc Palace, which was strengthened by divine runes that would prevent him from teleporting into the building, he could teleport anywhere within the city. The orcs inside the city were the only problem. Even if he were familiar with the terrain, he would undoubtedly die if he teleported into a group of orcs. He needed them to leave the city first. Only then would he have an opportunity to infiltrate the Orc Palace. Following which, Shifeng selected 16 miniature ballistas with the least amount of durability remaining, stationing them near the 4 entrances. He then gave the players manning the miniature ballistas Tier 1 instantaneous movement scrolls. This way, these players could leave the battlefield as soon as the orcs left the city. They could then find a safe location and use a return scroll to leave the morning battlefield. He had the rest of his legion take the remaining miniature ballistas back to Stone Forest Town and rest. Although this plan would sacrifice 16 miniature ballistas, it would be a worthwhile trade if he successfully entered the Orc Palace. When Zero Wings members heard Shifeng's crazy plan, they thought it was extravagant. Shifeng wanted to trade 16 miniature ballistas for a single opportunity. Throughout God's domain, Shifeng was likely the only player mad enough to do something like this. The other superpowers guild leaders would never make such a gamble. Time passed quickly. Under Shifeng's command, the 16 miniature ballistas moved into position. Guild leader, our side is ready. All right, begin. Once everyone was prepared, Shifeng adjusted his position and gave the command. Immediately, the 16 miniature ballistas launched exploding arrows at the ancient capital's walls. The exploding arrows passed through the walls easily. Before the orcs on the walls could even react, the exploding arrows exploded inside the city. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the air. Deafening roars then echoed from beyond the city walls. What? Mythic monsters are inside the city. Shifeng inwardly rejoiced when he saw 3 figures appear above the city and charge towards the miniature ballistas. Had he snuck into the city recklessly, he would have lost his life. Shortly after these mythic-ranked orcs left the city, the orcs inside the capital went into a frenzy too, surged out of the city. There's my chance. Seeing the orcs pour out of the city, and the 3 mythic orcs more than 200 yards away from its walls, Shifeng activated space movement and leaped into the spatial tear that formed before him. After vanishing from the foot of the mountain, he appeared before the Orcs' Palace's main entrance. The instant Shifeng appeared before the towering palace, he immediately sensed 2 sources of killing intent locking onto him. If an ordinary player were standing in his place, the pressure definitely would have suffocated them. Sure enough, the game won't let players enter the palace so easily. Shifeng glanced at the 2 stone statues situated on each side of the palace's main entrance. The killing intent he felt came from none other than these 2 statues. Originally, he thought that once he had lured away the orcs surrounding the palace, he could enter the palace undetected. However, his distraction attempt had failed to draw these 2 gargoyles from their stations, as they simply stood guard before the palace's entrance. Gargoyle, demonic beast, great lord, level 85, HP 90, 000, 000/90, 000. The instant these two gargoyles awakened, they let loose an angry roar that echoed throughout the entire ancient city. Their cries immediately notified the orcs, which had left the city to deal with the invaders, that there was an intruder at the palace. The orcs promptly turned around and raced back. Damn it! Feng promptly activated Wind Rider and dashed into the palace. The terrain inside the orc palace was complex. Moreover, the interior was slightly cramped. There, he would not have to take the full brunt of the orc army. In the next moment, Feng transformed into a streak of light as he disappeared into the inner section of the palace. As for the awakened gargoyles, they flapped the wings on their backs and chased after him. Guild leader, not good. The three mythic-ranked orcs returned to the city right away after destroying the miniature ballistas. A Zero-Wing member, who was hiding at the foot of a mountain, reported hurriedly in the team chat when he saw the mythic orcs flying back to the city. Already? Feng frowned slightly. He then replied, I got it. You guys should leave this place now. Although the gargoyles were currently chasing after him, after he activated Wind Rider, he was much faster than they were. Moreover, now that he had entered the palace, with the interior of the palace akin to a maze, even if he couldn't throw the gargoyles off his trail, the gargoyles wouldn't be able to do anything to him within a short period. The only problem was the three mythic orcs. If they spotted him, he definitely wouldn't even have a chance to escape. He needed to locate the disintegration axe before those mythic orcs discovered him. If he failed in his attempt this time, the difficulty of his next attempt at entering the palace would no doubt be much higher. Fortunately, Feng was still relatively familiar with the palace's terrain. Without faltering, he rapidly wound closer and closer to the palace's underground treasury. Roar! As Feng neared the underground treasury, the two gargoyles grew enraged, continuously letting out one roar after another, while also spitting out gray breaths. Everything that came in contact with this breath was immediately petrified. Players could not block this move, only dodge. When Wind Rider's duration was close to running out, Feng was still more than halfway to the underground treasury. Meanwhile, like navigators, the two gargoyles constantly reported their exact locations to the orcs inside the city. If I don't get rid of these two gargoyles, those three mythic orcs will most likely find me in short order. A deep frown formed on Feng's face as he looked at the two gargoyles dogging his heels. He finally understood why nobody managed to complete this commission in the past. Anyone who wished to complete it needed sufficient combat power to capture the ancient city. However, doing so was easier said than done. Although he had managed to get into the palace using a trick, if he did not kill the two gargoyles chasing after him, it would be only a matter of time before he had to face off against the three mythic orcs. However, even if the two gargoyles simply stood still and did nothing, he wouldn't be able to kill either one of them due to their ridiculously high HPs. Just as Feng was trying to think of a way to deal with the gargoyles, he suddenly discovered a forked path ahead of him. Meanwhile, the two branches headed in opposite directions. A forked path? Feng's lips curled up slightly when he saw the fork ahead. Although killing the gargoyles was beyond him, throwing them off his trail would be sufficient to achieve his goal. As long as he could escape the gargoyles' perception range, the two great lords would no longer be able to locate him. Following which, Feng activated Phantom Kill. He and his doppelganger then split up, each of them taking one of the paths ahead. However, the path Feng himself chose did not lead to the palace's treasury but to the underground library. The gargoyles had long since locked on to Feng's presence, so they completely ignored the doppelganger as they continued in pursuit of the real body. Soon, the distance separating Feng and his doppelganger widened. 100 yards. 300 yards. 500 yards. When Wind Rider's duration ended and Feng landed back on the ground, the two gargoyles immediately moved to surround him. They then revealed sinister expressions as they stalked up to Feng step by step. 700 yards. This should be enough. Looking at the gargoyles that were already preparing to assault him, Feng silently guessed the distance between him and his doppelganger. In God's domain, different monsters had different perception ranges. According to statistics, setting aside those with very high intellect, monsters at the Great Lord rank generally had a maximum perception range of 500 to 600 yards, while mythic monsters was between 1,000 and 1,500 yards. Thus, when players were targeted by mythic monsters, escape was generally impossible. As for the gargoyles, due to them being demonic beasts, they could be considered relatively sensitive monsters. Hence, their maximum perception range should exceed 500 yards. As a precaution, Shi Feng chose to put at least 700 yards between himself and his doppelganger before swapping positions. In the next moment, the two gargoyles let loose angry roars as they spat out gray whirlwinds from their mouths. In this cramped space, it was practically impossible for Shi Feng to avoid the whirlwinds. Shi Feng directly used his doppelganger replace skill, switching positions with his distant doppelganger. At the same time, he also had his doppelganger activate defensive blade to buy him as much time as possible. "You guys have fun with my doppelganger." Shi Feng smiled faintly when he appeared in the other pathway. He could tell that the killing intent locked on him had already disappeared. He then activated Windwalk and dashed towards the underground treasury. Although there were no longer any monsters on his tail, Shi Feng did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated omniscient eyes to constantly scan his surroundings. The reason he had done so was the increase in density of traps as one got closer to the palace's treasury, and accidentally triggering even one of them might result in death. When Shi Feng had come here in the past, the Orc Palace had long since been explored by other players. Back then, the traps inside the palace were mostly disabled already. He had only visited it to try his luck and see if he could come across any treasure chests. After all, treasure chests spawned randomly. Meanwhile, the chances of stumbling across a treasure chest in a location like a palace was much higher than elsewhere. What? There really is a treasure chest. Shortly after Shi Feng headed off to the treasury, he discovered a small, secret room in a corridor leading to a small courtyard, and placed inside the secret room was a treasure chest. I don't think I saw this secret room in the past. However, the magic barrier set up to protect this room really is complex. I wonder what rank the treasure chest stored inside is? Omniscient eyes only allowed him to perceive the shape of the treasure chest. He could not determine the quality and color of the materials used to create the treasure chest itself. Following which, Shi Feng walked over to the secret room. Fortunately, no traps were set up inside the secret room. There was only a magic barrier that concealed the room from the eyes of players, so there was no danger whatsoever. If he did not take away such a treasure chest, then he really would be doing a disservice to himself. The concealment technique used is really brilliant. Not only is there a magic barrier to hide the room's presence, but there is also a physical mechanism hiding it. Even an expert in cracking traps would not be able to notice this room. No wonder nobody managed to discover this place in the past. Shi Feng muttered in astonishment. Unfortunately, even if the room was skillfully hidden, such trickery was no use against omniscient eyes. Breaking through the magic barrier was a piece of cake. Shi Feng just activated Flame Burst and sent 10 or so attacks at the wall concealing the room. Once the barrier was shattered, the real wall appeared before him. He then pulled the chain hidden by the foot of the wall. In the next moment, the wall slowly rose, revealing the secret room. The instant the secret room was opened, Shi Feng felt a dense wave of mana washing over him, giving him a pleasant feeling. His mind also felt refreshed. In the next moment, however, a terrifying aura enveloped his body, making even movement difficult. After Shi Feng saw the true nature of this treasure chest, he could not help his surprise. An ancient treasure chest. Shi Feng's breathing grew short as he looked at the pitch-black treasure chest, which was covered in a thick layer of dust, sitting inside the room. An ancient treasure chest. This was something he had only heard about in rumors, but an ancient treasure chest was a treasure chest handed down from the ancient gods. Although the treasure chest seemed to be made of black iron, in reality, it was made of obsidian crystal, one of the materials that were second to only the 7 luminaries crystal. Every ancient treasure chest was worth an unimaginable amount of money in God's domain because they contained the possession of gods. Rumors had it that even the most inferior item one could obtain from an ancient treasure chest could rival those from an epic treasure chest. while better ones could rival even the items from legendary treasure chests. Meanwhile, the rarity of ancient treasure chests was on par with epic treasure chests. Shi Feng had only ever heard about them and never personally seen one before. According to rumors, one could come across an ancient treasure chest only in extremely dangerous ancient ruins. He never imagined that he would actually find one in the ancient Orc Empire. So this is an ancient treasure chest? It really is amazing. When Shi Feng arrived before the ancient treasure chest, he felt as if his entire body was about to be crushed. As the ancient treasure chest was an item personally created by a god, in addition to the divine runes carved by a god on the treasure chest, the closer Shi Feng approached the ancient treasure chest, the stronger the divine might he experienced. Now that he was standing right in front of the ancient treasure chest, it felt as if the blood inside his body had turned to lead. Right now, his body was so sluggish that even a Lord-ranked monster of the same level could kill him easily. If a Tier 1 player were standing in his place right now, they would have already collapsed to the ground and become paralyzed. However, this was also the reason why the ancient treasure chest was not locked. The divine might the treasure chest exuded was the best protection. The instant Shi Feng activated the ancient treasure chest, the divine runes carved on it started glowing. Immediately, the mana inside the secret room rampaged as the treasure chest sucked it in. This phenomenon continued for several seconds before ceasing. By the time the treasure chest stopped absorbing the ambient mana, the pressure it exuded had also grown significantly. Only one item? Shi Feng could not help falling speechless as he looked at the pitch-black ring floating inside the treasure chest. The ancient treasure chest size was equivalent to a large wardrobe, yet the space inside the treasure chest was only the size of a basketball. However, Shi Feng did not pay heed to this contradiction for too long as he picked up the pitch-black ring and inspected it. Cannot be appraised? So this is an item left behind by a god? No matter how he tried to examine the ring, as if the ring was just a stone on the side of the road, it revealed no information whatsoever. This was the first time Shi Feng had come across an item that could not be appraised in God's domain. Even when he obtained the Destroyer of Immortality before, when he first tried appraising the item, he had at least managed to get a name from it, albeit an extremely vague one. If not for the shabby ring in his hands being stored inside the ancient treasure chest just a moment ago, he might have treated it as garbage and tossed it aside. After all, the pitch-black ring was simply too ordinary. There was nothing special about it whatsoever. However, although he was unable to appraise it, he had no intention of giving up. After waiting for 10 minutes, he activated Omniscient Eyes and started appraising the ring once more. What? It still can't be appraised. Just what is this ring? Shi Feng could not help being surprised when he saw the system's response. Until now, Omniscient Eyes had never failed to appraise an item. Even someone as powerful as Charlene had praised the Omniscient Eyes before. Yet now, Omniscient Eyes was actually ineffective on the pitch-black ring. Meanwhile, there was only one possibility for Omniscient Eyes to give a response of cannot be appraised. And that was because Omniscient Eyes' appraisal rank was still insufficient. He required a stronger appraisal skill. Shi Feng could only think of one appraisal skill that surpassed Omniscient Eyes. Eyes of Truth. This was something he had learned from Charlene. However, as to how he could obtain the Eyes of Truth, that he did not know. He could only try asking Charlene about it later on. But before then, he couldn't do anything about the pitch-black ring. Following which, Shi Feng stored the ring and left the secret room. Compared to identifying the pitch-black ring, completing his quest was more important right now. There were many traps on the way to the underground treasury, and any trap could easily end a player's life. Even a peak assassin would lose their life here if they were not careful. Hence, for Shi Feng, who was a swordsman, reaching the treasury was even more difficult. The only choice he had was to rely on Omniscient Eyes to avoid the traps. If he came across an unavoidable trap, then he would use absolute defense to tank it. In the end, Shi Feng took several times longer to complete the journey, which originally should have taken only 10 minutes or so. As he neared the treasury, he suddenly received a message from Melancholic Smile. The message was very simple. Some time ago, many evil demons started appearing around White River City and Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the evil demons that appeared were all Lord rank and above. Moreover, these evil demons moved with great caution. As soon as they executed an attack in one location, they would immediately move elsewhere, giving the Zero Wing members dispatched no opportunity to surround them. This situation suddenly depressed the number of players wishing to travel to Stone Forest Town significantly. Although Stone Forest Town itself was safe from the invasion of monsters, ordinary players and adventurer teams that did not possess a private house in Stone Forest Town could only get to Stone Forest Town from the nearest NPC town via horse carriage. Meanwhile, although horse carriages were fast, they did not possess any offensive capabilities. Hence, the only fate awaiting ordinary players assaulted by evil demons was death. With the journey to Stone Forest Town so dangerous, many players would naturally give up on going to Stone Forest Town. So Heaven's Burial is no longer even trying to hide that it's colluding with the evil god's temple? Shi Feng's complexion darkened. This situation left him with no choice but to complete his quest quickly and return. Even ordinary experts would be no match for Lord-ranked evil demons. Only experts on Aqua Rose's level had a chance against such monsters. However, Aqua Rose and the others were currently challenging their class change quests and promotion quests, so there were no powerful experts stationed in Stone Forest Town right now. Hence, the only way to deal with the evil demons was to surround and kill them in groups. However, the evil demons would flee as soon as they launched an assault, giving no opportunities for Zero Wings members to do anything. Now, only he could do something about this situation. As soon as an evil demon appeared, if he was notified of the coordinates of the assaulted players, he could go to the scene immediately using the Seven Luminaries Ring's space movement. However, he had just managed to enter the Orc Palace after going through so much trouble. If he returned before completing his quest, it would be much more difficult to get into the palace again on his next attempt. Following which, Shi Feng sent Melancholic Smile a message, telling her to have Zero Wings members form patrol squads and patrol the routes leading to Stone Forest Town for the time being. Although doing so required a lot of manpower, they would be able to suppress the evil demons to a certain extent and prevent them from casually attacking the merchant routes. Time passed quickly. After spending another 2 hours or so traveling inside the palace, Shi Feng finally arrived at the hall before the palace's treasury. Inside the spacious hall, which was strengthened by divine runes and magic arrays, an armored orc with its eyes shut sat quietly before the treasury's doors. From afar, the orc looked just like a statue. I was wondering why no orcs came searching for me at the underground treasury after such a long time had passed. So there was still such a guard here. Shi Feng could not help but frown as he looked at the armored orc while hiding in a dark corner of the corridor. Although the orc guarding the treasury was not very large, it could even be described as thin and old. Any player that crossed it at this stage of the game would definitely die. The reason for this was this orc being none other than the chieftain of a tribe. Orc chieftain, humanoid creature, mythic, level 85, HP 320 000 000/320 000 000. Against this monster, even a 100-man elite team of level 85, Tier 2 players would be annihilated. Shi Feng knew this because he had led a team to raid an orc chieftain before, except that he had already been promoted into a Tier 3 Sword King back then. In terms of strength, the orc chieftain was much more powerful than the 3 mythic-ranked orcs that had charged out of the city. Moreover, its intellect could rival even that of an NPC. It was like a sage among orcs. Even a 1,000-man elite team of the same level would wipe unless they had a tool that could target the orc chieftain's weakness. Just as Shi Feng was thinking about how to get past the orc chieftain, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. Moreover, the sound was also growing louder. Upon hearing the footsteps, Shi Feng instinctively activated Omniscient Eyes. Immediately, he could see everything happening within 100 yards. A patrol squad? With Omniscient Eyes perception, he sensed a group of 6 level 85 orc warriors moving towards his position. Every one of them a great lord. If not for the orc warriors having to disable the various traps, they would have long since reached his position. After watching the orc warriors disable the traps one after another, Shi Feng made a rough estimate. His guess was that these orc warriors needed roughly 20 seconds to disable each trap, which meant they would take a maximum of only 3 minutes to reach him. Moreover, the corridor leading to the treasury did not have any forks. Once the patrol squad disabled the traps and entered the corridor, he would have nowhere to hide. The security here is really tight. It seems I can only give that thing a shot. Shifeng shifted his gaze to the orc chieftain resting before the treasury. Now that his goal was already before him, there was no way he would simply retreat without doing anything. Besides, these orcs were highly intelligent. Who knew what sort of changes would occur on his next attempt at entering this place? Also, judging by the earlier sight of orcs continuously entering the city gates, he could tell that the number of orcs in the ancient city would most likely become even more frightening in the future. Following which, Shifeng took out a summon guard scroll from his bag and summoned Anna. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. Although a level 64, Tier 3 demon was no different from a fly to a level 85 mythic ranked orc. Right now every second counted. When he had visited the orc palace in his previous life, there had been no orc chieftain defending the treasury. However, there had been a magic barrier, and the toughness of this magic barrier could even rival the magic array protecting White River City. Even Tier 4 mythic monsters would be helpless against it. In order to enter it, players needed to use one mana stone to disable the barrier temporarily. While he had already prepared the mana stone required, disabling the magic barrier was time-consuming. To be precise, it took 30 seconds to disable the barrier. 30 seconds might not be a long time, but surviving against a level 85 mythic orc for 30 seconds would be an extremely challenging feat for Shifeng's current self to accomplish. After Anna appeared, she summoned 10 level 75 rock guardians and 1 level 75 Great Lord ranked golden giant. Although these summoned creatures were nothing in the face of the orc chieftain, they could buy him some time. Good. Let's begin, Shifeng commanded. Anna promptly controlled the golden giant to dash forward, the Great Lord making the ground shudder as it ran. Almost immediately, the orc chieftain, who was still over 200 yards away from the golden giant, discovered the Great Lord's presence. Upon opening its eyes, the orc chieftain gave the golden giant a look of contempt. In the next moment, a wave of crimson energy flooded out into the surroundings from the orc chieftain's body. The instant this energy wave enveloped the golden giant's movements turned sluggish as if the Great Lord had just run into a muddy swamp. Even its basic attributes fell by 20%. Impossible. An orc has actually grasped a Tier 4 domain. Shifeng was shocked when he saw the crimson domain that had formed around the orc chieftain. Even Tier 4 NPCs would not necessarily possess a Tier 4 domain skill. Any monster or NPC that managed to grasp a Tier 4 domain would have their strength categorized as Tier 4 peak. Unless one had a sufficiently powerful magic array, defeating such monsters and NPCs was practically impossible for player teams below Tier 4. After all, not only could a domain suppress its user's enemies, but it could also strengthen its user. Unless one possessed a domain of their own to serve as a counter or had overwhelming power, they would definitely be killed. Although the orc chieftain's domain was not very powerful and had a range of only 200 yards, even a 1,000-man elite team would not be able to defeat it without the aid of an advanced magic array suppression. The golden giant had only crossed a distance of 10 yards or so when the orc chieftain already appeared before it. In terms of size, the orc chieftain looked no different from an infant as it stood before the golden giant. However, when the golden giant, a strength-based Great Lord, sent a punch at the orc chieftain, the latter easily stopped the blow with just one hand. In the next moment, too lazy to even use its weapon, the orc chieftain countered with a punch of its own at the golden giant's body. Along with a loud boom, a strong gust of wind enveloped the entire hall as the golden giant went flying over 30 yards. Its body got embedded deep inside a wall while its HP instantly plummeted over 1 million as well. The orc chieftain's strength surprised even Shifeng. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, the orc chieftain was simply not an opponent that players at this stage of the game could go up against. Just one attack would be more than enough to kill a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level with their life-saving skill activated. The orc chieftain was an existence that was far superior even to the evil earth dragons that appeared during the siege war. When the orc chieftain appeared before the golden giant once more and was about to swing its fist at the Great Lord again, Anna quickly had the 10 rock guardians rush forward and form a magic barrier, trapping the orc chieftain in it. Unless the orc chieftain killed the rock guardians, it would not be able to escape the barrier. Meanwhile, with the barrier activated, not only did the rock guardians' basic attributes increase, but the damage they received would also be shared equally among themselves. Hence, it would take the orc chieftain some time to whittle down the rock guardians' combined HP of over 200 million. Good. Seeing the orc chieftain trapped, Shurfeng activated Wind Rider and dashed towards the doors of the treasury without hesitation. Despicable thief! The orc chieftain immediately noticed Shurfeng approaching the treasury's doors, the originally playful look on its face turning serious. It then retrieved the greatsword slung on its back and sent a fierce slash at the magic barrier. The orc chieftain's slash opened a crack in the magic barrier, nearly slicing the barrier in two. For a moment, Shurfeng even thought that the magic barrier would fail to contain the orc chieftain. Fortunately, the orc chieftain's attack did not reach the magic barrier's shattering limit, and the barrier mended itself rapidly by absorbing a portion of the rock guardian's HPs. However, in the blink of an eye, each rock guardian lost over 100,000 HP. After seeing its first attack fail, the orc chieftain shifted its target from the magic barrier itself to one of the rock guardians. Scorching flames enveloping its greatsword, the orc chieftain swung the weapon down on its new target. Immediately, every one of the Lord-ranked rock guardians lost over 300,000 HP. Their destruction was only a matter of time. As for the golden giant, that was similarly trapped inside the magic barrier. Although it tried to interfere with the orc chieftain's attacks, the latter paid no attention to the golden giant whatsoever. The orc chieftain simply focused on attacking the rock guardians, chipping away at their HP. Moreover, the rate at which the rock guardians were losing HP kept rising. Quick! Move quickly! After arriving before the treasury's doors and starting the disabling process for the magic barrier, Shurfeng could not help but grow anxious as he looked at the loading bar that appeared before him. At the rate at which the orc chieftain was dealing damage, the rock guardians would die in less than 30 seconds. Meanwhile, while Shurfeng was disabling the magic barrier, he could not suffer any interruption at all. As long as he came under attack or tried using a skill or tool, he would have to start the disabling process all over again. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. When 2/3 of the loading bar was filled up, the sound of an explosion entered Shurfeng's ears. All 10 rock guardians were annihilated. Moreover, right now, the orc chieftain's body was covered in flames. It was obvious that the orc chieftain was no longer pulling its punches. Letting out an angry roar, the orc chieftain dashed straight at Shurfeng. Gnashing his teeth, Shurfeng shouted, "Anna!" Just in time, Anna finished chanting the last verse of her incantation. In the next moment, a golden magic array formed at the ceiling of the hall. A silver-armored Valkyrie then appeared covering Shurfeng's back. Angel summoning. This was the strongest trump card Shurfeng could use right now. Although he knew that the 10 rock guardians couldn't hold off a mythic-ranked orc for long, he hadn't expected them to die so quickly. Only 22 seconds had passed since he had started the disabling process. To make matters worse, he wasn't allowed to receive damage or use skills to defend himself. Doing so would reset the disabling process. Human, you have angered me. You dare come and steal the king's treasure. You will pay for this transgression with your life. The orc chieftain's wrathful bellow echoed throughout the hall, shaking the very stone. The orc chieftain's eyes were bloodshot, and its muscles had expanded significantly. Flames danced across its body. As a result, when it dashed towards Shurfeng, it looked like a flying meteor. Even with over 100 yards between them, Shurfeng couldn't help but shudder when he felt the orc chieftain's violent killing intent wrap around him. Since he was so close to disabling the magic barrier, the orc chieftain had entered its berserk state, both its strength and speed receiving significant buffs. Although Anna could summon a Tier 4 Valkyrie, she was only level 75. The Valkyrie she summoned would be the same level. A level 75 Valkyrie was already at a disadvantage against a level 85 mythic orc, not to mention while that mythic orc was in a berserk state. As the loading bar was nearly full, the orc chieftain stood less than 30 yards away from Shurfeng. Turn to dust! The orc chieftain shouted as it swung its great sword, the flames around the weapon descending on Shurfong. The Valkyrie finally moved as the flaming pillar was about to smash into Shurfong. Before anyone noticed, a golden lightning spear had appeared in the Valkyrie's hand, and she threw the lightning spear at the flaming pillar. Boom! As the lightning spear left the Valkyrie's hand, a thundering boom echoed throughout the hall. The instant the spear encountered the pillar of fire, the flames scattered as the lightning spear continued towards the orc chieftain. However, despite the lightning spear's astonishing speed, moving so fast that even Shurfong didn't have time to react, the orc chieftain struck the incoming spear down with its greatsword, diverting the attack trajectory. Boom! When spear and greatsword collided, brilliant sparks scattered around the impact. The resulting shockwave of the collision was so powerful that even Shurfong, who was quite far away from the orc chieftain, felt it. Following which, the orc chieftain, who was in a berserk state, flew over 20 yards backward, fear surfacing on its face as it stared at the Valkyrie. So strong! Shurfeng's gaped at the scene. Although he knew that the Valkyrie was quite strong due to being a member of the angel race, he had never expected her to overwhelm a mythic monster with a Tier 4 domain. Furthermore, the Valkyrie was 10 levels below the orc chieftain. If not for angel summoning's 10-second duration, the Valkyrie might even kill the chieftain. Shurfeng's excitement grew as he thought about killing a level 85, Tier 4 peak monster. If he killed the orc chieftain, he could obtain loot that was even more extraordinary than what ordinary mythic monsters dropped. After all, every Tier 4 peak monster was an overlord in God's domain. Every one of these creatures' deaths would send tremors throughout God's domain. After landing her first attack, the Valkyrie's wings trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, she arrived before the orc chieftain wielding another golden lightning spear. This time, she thrust the spear forward, moving so fast that even Shurfeng's eyes couldn't keep up. However, the orc chieftain wasn't fazed as he took a step forward and met the spear with his greatsword. In an instant, the Valkyrie and orc chieftain exchanged several blows, the two Tier 4 existences filling the hall with lightning and fire. The battle's residual power alone prevented anyone from approaching. However, the numerous exchanges pushed the orc chieftain back, one step after another, increasing the distance between him and Shurfong. Shurfong released a sigh of relief as the Valkyrie suppressed the orc chieftain. In the meantime, the loading bar gradually continued to fill. When the loading bar was full, the magic barrier protecting the treasury disappeared. Damnable human! Seeing the magic barrier vanish, the orc chieftain's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared hatefully at Shurfong. Die! Suddenly, the hall's mana grew violent as a gray, threefold magic array formed at the tip of the orc chieftain's greatsword. The crimson flames dancing over the weapon also faded to a dark gray, radiating a deathly aura that even Shurfong was wary of. Suddenly, the orc chieftain swung its greatsword in Shurfeng's direction 9 times, sending 9 gray fire pythons towards the swordsman. Although the Valkyrie tried to block the attacks with her lightning spears, she could only toss 7 spears in a single breath, striking down 7 fire pythons. The remaining 2 continued towards Shurfong unhindered. Watching the 2 fire pythons approach, Shurfong did not dare to be careless, as he activated absolute defense while trying to open the doors before him. Although the treasury doors were massive, Shurfong pulled one open without much force. Although the gray fire had wrapped around him, they couldn't do any harm. Success! Shurfong was ecstatic. The orc chieftain watched helplessly as Shurfong disappeared into the treasury with Anna at his heels. The treasury contained a teleportation array connected to a special space. The special space was similar to a dungeon. Once players entered, monsters and players outside wouldn't be able to reach them. Upon entering the treasury, Shurfong stood before a large, golden shrine. Various treasures had been put on display inside the shrine, and every one of these items was extremely valuable to current players. It's here! Shurfong was elated to see the pitch-black war axe inside one of the shrine's magic crystal pillars. The war axe inside the magic crystal pillar was none other than the disintegration axe, the weapon which had once belonged to the Orc Empire's founding emperor. Legend had it that this axe possessed boundless power, and a single hit could destroy a city. The disintegration axe had been the reason the Orc Empire had prospered and been feared by God's domain's various empires. However, for some unknown reason, the disintegration axe had been shattered, resulting in the Orc Empire's eventual downfall. The disintegration axe before him was merely one of the larger fragments. Although the disintegration axe's fragment was right before him, Shifeng didn't hurry to grab it. Instead, he slowly checked the shrine's other treasures. If the Orc Palace's treasury were a unique dungeon, then these treasures were its loot. Only, while some of the items on display were available in unlimited quantities, some items would disappear forever once they were claimed. However, whether or not players could claim these items would depend on their abilities. Every team that entered the palace treasury only had 2 chances to pick an item. The higher quality the items they chose were, the stronger their opponent would be. Only after killing these monsters would players be granted their chosen item. After the 2 attempts, players would have to wait 5 days before re-entering the treasury. Shifeng had long since familiarized himself with the monsters that could appear in the treasury, including their level of difficulty. Only, he wasn't sure if his quest would trigger any changes. After confirming the disintegration axe's location, the sound of a system notification reached his ears as he scanned through the nearby items. System announcement. A player has triggered the new expansion pack, Empire's Rise. The system will undergo an update. The estimated duration is 10 hours. Please prepare to log out. The system announcement immediately caused a commotion among God's Domain's players. What? Why is the system starting an update now? I just joined a party for a dungeon. Who's the bastard that triggered a new expansion pack this time? 10 hours? This update is so long. I wonder what will have changed the next time I log in. For a time, the players heatedly discussed the announcement. Everyone was interested to see what the new expansion pack would bring. This was especially true for the game's various major powers. After all, every new expansion pack represented a new opportunity. If they could take advantage of the new opportunity, they might secure certain benefits. The expansion pack, Demon God's Disturbance, was one such example. This expansion pack had spawned dark cities in the various kingdoms and empires, giving many guilds an opportunity to rise to prominence. The ancient Orc Empire's rise has such a massive effect? Shifeng was slightly astonished as he read the system announcement. As far as he could remember, normal expansion packs hadn't triggered updates in the past. Only large-scale expansion packs would do so. Moreover, the Empire's Rise expansion pack had triggered a 10-hour-long system update. Such a lengthy system update could rival a system upgrade. But Shifeng didn't give it too much thought as he decided to log out and rest. No one would know the new expansion pack's contents until after the system update finished. It was currently 5 a.m. in the real world. As soon as Shifeng logged out of God's domain and opened his eyes in the virtual gaming cabin, a series of messages and voicemails bombarded his screen. It seems that I have a lot to do since winning the friendly competition. Shifeng briefly glanced through the messages and voicemails. Liang Jing had sent the majority of these messages, while a small portion were invitations, inviting him, the Big Dipper Dojo's head instructor, to participate in various companies' and corporations' events. He hadn't been this popular before the White Tiger Dojo's competition. Due to the fact that the White Tiger Dojo had gone to great lengths to promote the friendly competition, the Big Dipper Dojo had become incredibly popular after defeating the White Tiger Dojo. People came every day to join the dojo, including a few local, professional fighters. In addition, based on a report from Blackie, Zero Wing had recently recruited nearly 100 newcomers for internal nurturing. Blackie had also stated that if they continued recruiting internal members at this rate, the Greenwater Villa would soon reach maximum occupancy. Shifeng had also considered this issue. However, Gentle Snow's negotiations had not been favorable as though several companies still refused to let go of Ouroboros's training grounds. All she could do now was wait. They would sell the training ground sooner or later since its upkeep was quite expensive, and they wouldn't be able to afford it for long. However, Shifeng had also considered constructing his own training ground since he had received a massive amount of funding from Phoenix Rain some time ago. He had only avoided this option thus far simply because it was so time-consuming. After going offline, Shifeng began his busy day. Not only did he need to train, but he also needed to instruct Blackie and the others. When Shifeng saw how cramped the Greenwater Villa was becoming, the need for his own training ground grew even stronger. That the afternoon, Liang Jing contacted him and reported, "Head instructor, a representative from the White Tiger Dojo has arrived with a message. It seems that Hall Master Jiang has invited you to the White Tiger Dojo for a drink. Would you like me to prepare for your departure?" "The White Tiger Dojo wants to meet with me?" Shifeng could not help but laugh. Jiang Tianyuan had already rejected his proposal, only offering a vague reply. Now the man wanted to speak with him again. "This is interesting, but I don't have time for that right now. God's Domain system update will finish soon. Tell them that I'm very busy, and we'll talk next time." Next time, Liang Jing was dumbfounded. They were talking about an invitation from Jiang Tianyuan. Even Chairman Xiao would obediently meet the man. Yet Shifeng rejected the invitation. However, since Shifeng had given his reply, Liang Jing could only follow his instructions accordingly and reject the White Tiger Dojo's invitation. Meanwhile, Xie Chiwen, who waited in the Big Dipper Dojo, was momentarily stunned when he received Liang Jing's reply. Shortly after, however, a sneer twisted his expression. "This punk is quite bold. He even dares to reject the Hall Master Jiang's invitation." Xie Chiwen had worried that Shifeng might become a threat to his position, seeing as Jiang Tianyuan had actually sent the man a personal invitation, but he was more than happy to help Shifeng dig his own grave. "All right, I'll report to the Hall Master word for word." After Xie Chiwen left, Shifeng returned to his room and drank a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluids before logging back into God's Domain. When Shifeng logged back in, nothing had changed. He couldn't find anything different about the shrine. He was a little confused. Such lengthy updates normally generated some change, yet nothing was different. "Forget it. I'll worry about it after I get my hands on the item." Shifeng promptly gave up on searching for the system updates changes and began to search through the shrine's items. He was very familiar with the monsters inside the Orc Palace's treasury. He knew this area's rules like the back of his hand. After players selected an item, a monster between level 50 and 100 would appear. Normally, the monster would only be 5 levels higher than the player. The monster's rank depended on the selected item, ranging between Grand Lord and High Lord. A different number of monsters would also appear. This number depended on how many players had entered the treasury. The treasury allowed up to a maximum of 20 people to enter at a time, and NPC guards would be included. If a 20-man team entered the treasury, 3 challenge monsters would appear per item. If it were a 6-man party, though, only 1 challenge monster would appear. For Shifeng, who had Dark Gold and Epic guards, this area was no more of a challenge than his own backyard. He just needed to select his prize. He could leave the rest to Anna and Kite. Shifeng already knew what he was looking for: the advanced auction house design. In this treasury, the advanced auction house design was only second to the disintegration axe. It was a reward for the first player to infiltrate the treasury. It was only available once. It wasn't long before Shifeng found the advanced auction house design and accepted its challenge. After all, he did not know what kind of enemy to expect when he selected the disintegration axe. On the off chance that he was no match for the challenge monster, he would also lose his chance to obtain the advanced auction house design as well. Suddenly, a 9-meter-tall level 59 mechanical giant appeared in the middle of the shrine. Similar to Anna's rock guardians, which were made entirely of stone, the mechanical giant was a mechanical lifeform. Guardian Warrior, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord, level 59, HP 80, 000, 000/80, 000, 000. Shifeng instantly had Anna summon a level 75 golden giant to tank the Guardian Warrior, while Kite and Anna attacked from the sides. While Shifeng attacked the Guardian Warrior, he also paid attention to the golden giant's HP, healing it with Life Bloom whenever its HP fell to a critical low. Although the level 75 Great Lord-ranked Golden Giant didn't have an overwhelming advantage against the level 59. Grand Lord-ranked Guardian Warrior, it had no problems facing the Guardian Warrior on equal footing. In less than 15 minutes, the Guardian Warrior collapsed at Shifeng's feet, allowing Shifeng to obtain the advanced auction house design. With this trip hasn't been in vain. Shifeng smiled at the advanced auction house design. Due to the advanced auction house, Ouroboros had been the envy of many superpowers in the past. The income of the advanced auction house alone had been a considerable portion of Ouroboros' total income. Moreover, this was only the result of constructing the advanced auction house in one of the guild's towns. If the advanced auction house occupied a superpower's main city, it could generate several times more wealth. After obtaining the advanced auction house design, Shifeng had Kite and Anna retreat. He would decide whether or not to involve his personal guards in the fight after he saw the challenge monster. He then waited another 3 hours for the Bible of Darkness's demon summoning skill to finish its cooldown, only accepting the Disintegration Axe's challenge after summoning a level 64, Tier 3 demon. As soon as Shifeng chose to take the challenge, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have discovered the Disintegration Axe. Do you wish to collect the weapon? Confused, Shifeng chose to collect the weapon. Suddenly, an extra item appeared in his bag. It was none other than the Disintegration Axe, which had previously been inside the magic crystal pillar. I got it, just like that? After seeing the Disintegration Axe in his bag, he glanced around him, searching for monsters. He then heard another system notification. System, you have selected 2 items from the treasury. You will be teleported to the nearest NPC city in 3 seconds. Before Shifeng could even inspect the Disintegration Axe's attributes, his body transformed into a streak of light as he vanished from the treasury. Purplethorn's Kingdom, Rock Sand City. Before Shifeng could react, the system had teleported him here. Why did it teleport me to this city? Shifeng was little confused as he looked at his current location the system displayed. In the past, he had always been transported to Starmoon Kingdom's Dark Lake town after leaving the Orc Palace's treasury, yet he had been sent to the Purplethorn's Kingdom this time. The teleportation hall bustled with activity. Shifeng could even hear many independent teams recruiting members in the hall. Recruiting a team to grind orc bosses in Lakefront Town for honor points. Level 40+ experts only. We already have a healer. Recruiting for an escort quest. Delivering resources to the front line. Need 2 more players. Level 38 and above. Must have in level 35 secret silver equipment or above. We already have MTs and healers. Practically every independent team wanted elite players or better. Shifeng found such a scene hard to imagine in a border city like Rock Sand City. However, how fast these independent teams filled their slots was even more shocking. What is up with this city? After glancing at the players in the teleportation hall, he discovered that practically every player was at the elite standard or above. There were even quite a few level 40+ independent experts. The activity in this city's teleportation hall could even rival White River cities. Although Rock Sand City was a major NPC city in the Purplethorn's Kingdom, it was close to the kingdom's border. The region didn't have particularly abundant resources, either. Hence, finding so many players developing in Rock Sand City was unusual. Expert players should be an even rarer sight. Yet, not only was Rock Sand City's player population surprisingly high, but the quality of its players was also stunning. Before Shifeng could get a grasp of the situation, one of the larger-sized teleportation magic arrays lit up. A team of level 40+ players then emerged. Every one of these players wore a guild emblem belonging to none other than the first-rate guild, Star Alliance. Upon arriving, the Star Alliance members quickly left the teleportation hall. They summoned their mounts and made their way towards Rock Sand City's main entrance. By the looks of it, they seemed to be in a rush. Shortly after the Star Alliance's team arrived, teams from other large guilds began to teleport in. Like the Star Alliance's teams, these teams also hurried towards the city's entrance. After watching this, Shifeng connected to the official forums to get a better idea of what was happening. The fact that so many large guilds had dispatched their expert and elite teams suggested that something big was going down. So this is the case. Realization quickly dawned on Shi Feng after he read through the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums. Due to the Empire's Rise expansion pack, orcs had begun to occupy areas near the morning battlefield. Although they had yet to occupy a large area, they were expanding. Meanwhile, the morning battlefield was now beyond recognition. The orcs had already claimed several neutral maps nearby. Thus far, 4 kingdoms had been affected by the morning battlefield's expansion. Orcs all over God's domain were becoming more active. Some had even captured NPC towns. To deal with these orcs, the continent's various countries had issued high-ranking quests. Although these quests were quite difficult, the remuneration was considerably abundant. Because of this, the areas these orcs had claimed became excellent locations to grind money and items. This was also a good opportunity for the game's various guilds to increase their popularity. These guilds had begun to receive team quests in their respective residences, each quest requiring them to hunt orcs. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The best part about this expansion pack was that players who reclaimed captured towns would obtain a town building order and town reputation order. These 2 rewards were precisely the reason that the large guilds were going crazy. The town building order allowed a guild to construct a town wherever they desired. Of course, the town could only be built in the country they had obtained the building order from. However, this wasn't a problem for the various large guilds, particularly for the first-rate guilds and above. Large guilds generally developed in multiple kingdoms and empires simultaneously, and they generally had a considerable amount of power in each location. So, supporting the development of one guild town wouldn't be a problem. The town reputation order had an even greater purpose. It could increase a town's popularity, which would hasten a town's promotion speed. The further a guild town developed, the more popularity it required to reach its next promotion. This was the main limit to guild town promotions. Meanwhile, the town reputation order could help solve this problem. Why wouldn't the various guilds go mad over this? Hence, many guilds had organized crusades against the orcs. Some had even organized armies of hundreds of thousands to raid captured towns. Unfortunately, the orcs defending these captured towns were extraordinarily powerful. These orcs were generally level 60 and above, making the towns very difficult to reclaim. Moreover, the more players that were dispatched to reclaim a town, the more monsters a town would contain. After watching others' failed attempts, the various large guilds had grown docile. Now, they only dispatched 100-man expert teams to complete the issued guild team quests instead of trying to reclaim towns. After reading through the discussions of players on the forums, Shi Feng was greatly shocked. He had to admit that this expansion had a massive impact on God's domain's various major powers. If dealt with properly, it would not even be surprising to see a guild instantly rise to become a country's overlord. It was no wonder why the system update had taken so long to complete. As Shi Feng considered investigating these Orc Town incidents, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. Guild leader, how is your quest coming along? Melancholic Smile asked, slightly anxious. I've just finished it. I just have to turn it in, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Why? Has something happened? Nothing has changed. Only the evil demons around Stone Forest Town and White River City are becoming increasingly active. Moreover, Great Lord-ranked evil demons have begun to appear. The evil demons are growing so bold that they have even begun to ambush the teams we've dispatched to patrol the trade routes. We've already incurred significant losses. Meanwhile, the player traffic visiting Stone Forest Town has decreased by more than half. At this rate, Red Iron Town's player population will surpass Stone Forest Town's very quickly, Melancholic Smile reported helplessly. Beast Emperor really is bold. Hearing that Great Lord-ranked evil demons had begun to show up, Shi Feng could not help but chuckle as he said, "Isn't he afraid that his Great Lords won't make it back home?" Even Abandoned Wave had only employed a few Great Lord-ranked evil demons due to the difficulty of nurturing them. Yet, Beast Emperor had dispatched a large number of Great Lords to attack players. Although we thought about killing those Great Lords as well, sending the guild's main force to lead a 1,000-man team to hunt them down, They've evaded us constantly as if the evil demon knew about our team's locations. As a result, our members have just wasted a lot of their time, Melancholic Smile said, shaking her head. In that case, have everyone return to Stone Forest Town. Split up the guild's assassins to monitor the trade routes. Notify me the moment they spot a Great Lord-ranked evil demon, Shifeng said, smiling. Order a retreat? Melancholic Smile was stunned. Guild leader, if we do that, those evil demons will become even more daring. If they allowed those evil demons to slaughter the players visiting Stone Forest Town, even fewer players would make the trip. It'll be fine, Shifeng said, chuckling. However, tell our assassins to be careful. They mustn't be discovered. Understood. Melancholic Smile could only nod helplessly. She didn't understand the benefit of such a thing. She then started to recall the teams patrolling the various trade routes. As for Shifeng, he retrieved a return scroll from his bag and teleported to White River City. First, he needed to turn in his commission quest. Starmoon Kingdom, Frozen Scar. Below a snow-laden mountain, the legion of experts under Singular Burial's command cleared out frost giants that surged down the mountain, although these frost giants were not particularly strong. Only level 47 special elites, their environment worked in their favor. Not only did the snowy environment drastically reduce players' movement speed and reaction speed, but it also increased their stamina consumption by at least 6 times. However, frost giants weren't Heaven's Burial's only opponents. The team also had to face High Lord-ranked Violent Frost Bears and Great Lord-ranked Frost Pythons. The Frost Pythons, in particular, posed a threat to large player groups. Unlike the Violent Frost Bears, which had powerful single-target attacks, the Frost Pythons had powerful AoE attacks. If players were not careful, a single breath attack could annihilate an entire team. However, while the Frost Pythons might be difficult foes for other teams, they weren't much of an issue for Singular Burial's Legion. As long as monsters were within a certain range, even the Frost Python's breath attacks could only do so much damage with the Frozen Heart. It protected players from the frozen state. In turn, it protected them from falling to the Frost Giant's mercy. The Frozen Heart would also slow players' stamina consumption to only 2 or 3 times the normal rate as the freezing temperatures gnawed at players' bodies. Although players would still be affected, at least they could last through a single battle. Good. Lure the pythons to the side and prioritize killing the frost giants and violent frost bears. Singular Burial commanded as he fired arrows at the frost pythons, luring them away from the other monsters. Commanded by several experts, Heaven's Burial's team quickly lured the frost pythons away, allowing the other team members to kill the incoming frost giants. Guild leader, news just came in from Zero Wing. The guild has withdrawn its various elite teams from patrolling the trade routes. They've only kept their assassins on the roads to monitor the situation, Ghost Shadow reported. They've retreated? Singular Burial was stunned. He then smiled as he said, "It seems that I have overestimated Zero Wing. The war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was limited to a battle of attrition. However, Heaven's Burial had the evil demons to exhaust their opponent's manpower and resources. Moreover, the evil demons could affect Stone Forest Town's operation. Singular Burial had assumed that Zero Wing would hold on for quite some time or dispatch an army of tens of thousands to lock down the Stoneclaw Mountains. He had even prepared for an all-out field battle with the other guild. After all, a field battle was different from a siege battle. In a siege battle, Zero Wing had an advantage with the surrounding terrain and the assistance of NPC guards. But the guild wouldn't have these advantages in the field. With a large number of evil demons on their side, Heaven's Burial could deal a heavy blow, even if Zero Wing had a large fleet of miniature ballistas. Furthermore, Zero Wing had yet to recover from the previous war. He had never expected Zero Wing to give up so quickly. That's right. Zero Wing likely regrets starting a war with us without understanding the evil demon's capabilities. Not only are the chieftain-rank evil demons quite powerful, but they also possessed superior intellect and stealth capabilities. Even sending an assassin to track them would be useless. Furthermore, these evil demons are much faster than players. Even if Zero Wing's assassins discover them, the guild's members won't be able to catch up, Ghost Shadow said, nodding. This is a good opportunity. Take some people with you and notify Flame Blood in person. Tell him that Out Plan's initial phase has come to fruition. You and Flame Blood will then execute the next phase, crippling Stone Forest Town's trade routes. Singular Burial instructed, smiling. Once Beast Emperor is ready, we'll be ready to raid the Frost King. I can't wait to see how Zero Wing intends to compete with us. I'll notify Flame Blood right away, Ghost Shadow said, excited. Beast Emperor's strength was more frightening than they had imagined. Even someone like Abandoned Wave couldn't compare to such an existence. Moreover, his strength wasn't reliant on evil beasts and evil demons. He had many more tricks up his sleeves. Meanwhile, in a second-floor VIP room in White River City's Adventurers Association, a tall, beautiful woman in white mage robes entered the room before Shifeng had even taken his seat. This female NPC was Renee, one of the Vice Association leaders of White River City's Adventurers Association. She was a level 180 Tier 3 illusionist. Lord Protector, I have heard that you've completed the Ancient Orc Empire Commission? May I confirm the validity of this statement? Renee asked. Certainly. Shifeng then retrieved the disintegration axe from his bag and placed it on the table before him. If not for the wooden table's magic array enhancement, the disintegration axe would have shattered it. This wasn't to say that the weapon was particularly heavy. Rather, the disintegration axe contained frightening, destructive power. Despite remaining idle, one would notice the space around the disintegration axe show signs of collapsing. Moreover, this was only a result of the damaged disintegration axe. If the weapon were whole, there was no telling what it could achieve. If the disintegration axe were used in battle, one could just imagine how horrific of a scene it would create. This really is the disintegration axe the commission described. Renee could not help her surprise when she saw the weapon. Lord Protector, you really are impressive. It's been dozens of years since the commission was first issued in Starmoon Kingdom, but until now, no one has ever completed it. The association leader will be pleased to hear of your success. Now that I've confirmed the validity of the disintegration axe, Lord Protector, please follow me to turn in the commission. Renee led Shifeng out of the VIP room and up to the Adventurers Association's third floor. She then led him to the association's treasure room. There were 4 level 180 Tier 3 puppet guards stationed before the treasury. The room was also protected by a 5-fold magic array. The security was extremely tight, and even Tier 5 players shouldn't consider attempting to break in. However, as Renee was a Vice Association leader, she had no issues leading Shifeng into the treasury. Lord Protector, please wait here for a moment. Renee left Shifeng at a counter inside the treasury. She then approached the rows of display cabinets to retrieve an item. Shifeng was a little confused. Normally, players turned their commission quests in at one of the first-floor counters or VIP rooms on the second floor. This was the first time Shifeng had entered the Adventurers Association's treasury. From what Shifeng could see, he had to admit that the treasure room was a magnificent sight to behold. From the outside, the treasury appeared to be quite small, but it was bigger on the inside. The interior was roughly the size of 2 basketball courts with all sorts of items on display, some of which players could purchase from the association. Shifeng had even spotted the association's prized 7 luminaries crystal. The crystal was as large as the VIP room's wooden table. God's Domain's various superpowers would be shocked to see such a large chunk of crystal. Even after 10 years, Shadow had never collected so many 7 luminaries crystal. If he could get his hands on that crystal, he could instantly upgrade his mind space by several ranks. Lord Protector, I apologize for the wait. Renee walked towards Shifeng while carrying a wooden box carved with divine runes. Smiling, she said, in light of you being the first adventurer in Starmoon Kingdom to complete an SSS rank commission, the Adventurers Association has decided to offer you a choice. You may turn the quest in and obtain the reward item that has been entrusted to us, or you may accept the reward the Adventurers Association has to offer. The original reward or the association's reward? Shifeng was slightly confused. This was the first time he had heard about the Adventurers Association offering a different reward. That's right. The disintegration axe itself is the original reward. The current disintegration axe is completely unusable as it would harm both the user and others. However, the person that issued the commission has a way to recast the axe. As for the Adventurers Association's reward, we'd like to offer this wooden box. The disintegration axe or the wooden box? Shifeng's gaze traveled between the disintegration axe in his hand and the wooden box Renee held. Currently, he was both confused and elated. He was also slightly hesitant. He hadn't expected the commission's reward to be the disintegration axe itself. He had to admit that the reward for an SSS rank commission was truly frightening. There was no doubting the disintegration axe's power. Although he couldn't see the weapon's information, based on the power he felt from holding it, he could tell that if the weapon were repaired and given to a berserker, said berserker would become a god of destruction. Meanwhile, the wooden box in Renee's hands had been decorated with ancient, divine runes. It even radiated a faint trace of divine might. It was obvious that the wooden box's origin was not ordinary. Otherwise, the Adventurers Association wouldn't offer it as a replacement reward. Lady Renee, may I know the contents of this wooden box? Shifeng asked. Of course, Renee answered, giggling. Although I cannot let you open the box, I can tell you that the item inside is called the Sacred Stone. It's not that I don't wish to show you the item, but the Sacred Stone is somewhat special. Once the wooden box has been opened, the Sacred Stone will vanish if it's not used within 3 hours. The Sacred Stone has a variety of uses. I would say that its greatest purpose is reinforcing a weapon or piece of equipment. However, as we only have one stone, the highest rank it can upgrade an item to is Fragmented Legendary rank. Moreover, the item's base materials must be of sufficiently high quality. Otherwise, the upgrade will fail. If you wish to reinforce the item further, you'll need to collect more sacred stones. Unfortunately, sacred stones were even difficult to come by in ancient times, much less now. You don't have to choose immediately. When you've made your decision, you may come to me to retrieve your reward. Hearing Renee's explanation, Shifeng stared at the wooden box in shock. He had never imagined that the Adventurers Association would be so generous as to offer such a treasure. Shifeng had heard about the Sacred Stone in the past. Indeed, as Renee had explained, it was an extremely valuable item. It was even rarer than your average fragmented legendary item. God's domain had extremely few fragmented legendary items. As a result, obtaining just one was excruciatingly difficult, not to mention finding an item that was suitable for oneself. Meanwhile, the Sacred Stone could upgrade a suitable item to Fragmented Legendary rank. It was common knowledge in God's domain that the more compatible one was with a weapon or piece of equipment, the more benefits one would gain from said item. Hence, rather than using a weapon or piece of equipment with powerful attributes, expert players preferred to use items that they were compatible with. This was also why, after reaching the later stages of the game, many experts would turn down weapons and equipment from dungeons, searching for customized items instead. In the past, one sacred stone had been worth 2 fragmented legendary items. As Renee had said, he only had this opportunity because he was the first player in Starmoon Kingdom to complete an SSS rank commission quest. Lady Renee, I've made my decision. I will choose the Sacred Stone, Shifeng said without hesitation. Although the disintegration axe was quite powerful, the weapon would be limited to fragmented legendary rank after its recasting. Repairing it fully would likely be even more challenging than repairing the Heavenly Dragon's breath. Who knew how long it would take to repair the weapon? Moreover, Rampant Blade, Shadow Sword, and Gentle Snow, Zero Wings' top 3 berserkers, didn't use war axes. They wouldn't be able to utilize the weapon to its fullest potential. Since that was the case, he might as well select the more valuable Sacred Stone. System. Congratulations! You have completed the SSS rank commission quest Ancient Orc Empire. Rewarding 1 Sacred Stone, Adventurers Association reputation plus 1,000, Starmoon Kingdom reputation plus 1,000, Humanity reputation plus 100, Legacy skill points plus 15, and free attribute points plus 60. When the sound of the system notification reached his ears, a golden glow wrapped around Shifeng's body as he leveled from level 54 to 79% of level 55. The quest awarded an abundant amount of EXP. If not for the nature of Shifeng's hidden class, he would have reached level 56 with the awarded EXP. The rewards are astounding. I actually got 15 legacy skill points. The quest's rewards astonished Shifeng. At his level, 60 free attribute points was nothing. At Tier 1, players would gain 8 free attribute points with each level up. At Tier 2, that number increased to 20. In other words, the 60 points were on par with 3 levels for a normal player. However, the legacy skill points were a different story. Players only gained 1 point for every 3 levels, yet he had just earned 15 points. Following which, Shifeng allocated his free attribute points to strength and agility, increasing each by a considerable amount. For Tier 1 players, this many attribute points was the equivalent to an additional piece of level 35 mysterious iron equipment. Shifeng had to admit that this was the frightening part about Tier 2 classes. Tier 1 classes simply couldn't compare. The sooner players completed their Tier 2 promotion, the more benefits they could gain. If they only completed their promotion quest after level 60, they would have 120 free attribute points less than players who completed their promotion at level 50. Unless they intentionally died and returned to level 50, recovering those points was impossible. Shifeng didn't take the time to learn a new Tier 2 legacy skill after he finished allocating his free attribute points. 15 points simply weren't enough to purchase a useful skill. He intended to save them instead. He then fetched the sacred stone from his bag. Shifeng already knew how he would use the sacred stone. He would upgrade the 7 Luminaries ring. The 7 Luminaries ring was, by far, the best epic item he had ever seen. Not even the sacred sword-killing ray could compare. Unfortunately, the 7 Luminaries ring was a replica. It couldn't be repaired as he had with the heavenly dragon's breath. The sacred stone was his only hope of upgrading the item. The 7 Luminaries ring was a perfect choice. The 7 Luminaries ring replica's creator had attempted to craft a fragmented legendary ring, so one could imagine the quality of the materials used in its production. Unfortunately, the ring had been epic rank. In fact, he should be able to upgrade the ring to legendary rank with enough sacred stones. However, Shifeng only played with the thought of upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring to legendary rank. Quite a few God rank players had attempted to upgrade their weapons and equipment to legendary rank with sacred stones, but even after 10 years, not one of these players had succeeded. The reason for their failure was simple. Upgrading an item to legendary rank required far too many sacred stones. Even God-ranked experts with Super Guild support hadn't been able to gather enough. As for exactly how many sacred stones were required, no one knew. However, there was a rumor that one God-ranked expert had failed to upgrade their item to legendary rank even after investing over a dozen sacred stones. Let's see how much potential you have. Shifeng then opened the wooden box and picked up the white, palm-sized sacred stone. He then chose to use it on the 7 Luminaries ring. Suddenly, the sacred stone radiated an incomparably intense power. Golden energy streamed from the stone, flowing into the 7 Luminaries ring in Shifeng's other palm. A moment later, the sacred stone turned to dust while the 7 Luminaries ring underwent an earth-shattering transformation. 7 different streams of light flowed out of the ring, giving it a mesmerizing look. Moreover, the ring now emitted a faint trace of pressure. It was hard to imagine that this item was only a ring, not a weapon. So strong. When Shifeng called up and read the 7 Luminaries ring's attribute panel, he could not help but gasp. Staring at the 7 Luminaries ring's attributes, even Shifeng could not believe that it was merely a fragmented legendary item. The ring had already been the most powerful epic ranked ring he had ever seen. Now that he had upgraded to fragmented legendary rank, not only had its physical appearance undergone a massive transformation, but its attributes had as well. 7 Luminaries ring, replica, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 1200, agility 1000. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Strength plus 130, agility plus 115, intelligence plus 102, endurance plus 105, vitality plus 106, current level, 55, comma. When equipped, comma, increase strength by 40%, agility by 40%, intelligence by 40%, endurance by 30%, and vitality by 30%, comma, all negative environmental effects weakened by 50%, comma, ignore levels plus 15, all item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill dash, 7 luminaries aura. There are 7 different auras: earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 20 seconds when changing between auras. Aura of Earth requires 2 billion EXP to level up, defense increased by 100%, comma, damage taken reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash, Absolute Domain. Become immune to all damage for 10 seconds. All allies within a 50-yard radius become immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Comma, cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of Water. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Healing effects increased by 100%. Comma, cast consumption reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash, Life Domain. Heals all allies within a 50-yard radius for 10% of their HP every second for 30 seconds. Comma, cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Wind. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Movement speed increased by 80%. Comma, attack speed increased by 60%. Comma, reaction speed increased by 20%. Activatable skill dash, Gale Domain. Enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 300% and reduces the movement speed of all enemies within a 100-yard radius by 50% for 30 seconds. Comma, cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Fire. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Damage increased by 50%. Comma, target's defense reduced by 80%. Activatable skill dash, Flame Domain. Inflicts 1,500% damage within a 60-yard radius for 7 seconds. Damage upscales by 20% every second, comma, cooldown 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 50%. Comma, enemies within a 200-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 40%, and cooldown of skills increased by 50%. Activatable skill dash, Forbidden Domain. Prevents enemies within a 500-yard radius from using any skills or tools for 30 seconds. Comma, cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Illusion. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. All attributes increased by 40%. Comma, enemies within a 200-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 40%. Activatable skill dash, Fantasy Domain. Immunity to all magic damage and 20% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 20 seconds. For 180 seconds, all negative effects within a 100-yard radius will be removed. Comma, cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill 1 dash, Space Movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 600,000 yards. Comma, cooldown 3 minutes. Activatable skill 2 dash, Spatial Gate. Opens a spatial gate that allows players to go through it. Spatial gate can be connected to any location within a 300,000-yard radius. Spatial gate will stay open for 1 minute. Comma, cooldown 20 minutes. Although the 7 Luminaries Ring's basic attributes were subpar for a fragmented legendary item, even inferior to the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, all players dreamed of using its activatable skills. The skills were useful in nearly all aspects of battle. Most importantly, these skills wouldn't only benefit the user as they also benefited one's allies. The Aura of Space's new skill, Spatial Gate, was particularly useful as it could allow the Ring's user to take a player team with them wherever they wished. With this skill, traveling to dangerous maps to farm bosses would become much easier. After all, 300,000 yards was the equivalent of an average leveling map. Spatial Gate? Shurfeng's lips curled into a smile as he read this new skill. I had thought that claiming the manatite vein was going to be troublesome. It seems I've just saved myself a lot of time. The Sea of Death's manatite vein was not that easy to obtain. He had planned to secure a group instantaneous teleportation scroll, but it seemed that he no longer needed to. When Shurfeng re-equipped the 7 Luminaries Ring, it felt as if the power of an ancient beast welled within him. Moreover, his mind became much clearer and more active than before. Is this the ring's hidden effect? Shifeng was surprised to notice the surrounding mana converge towards him. Although the affected area wasn't large, only 2 yards around his body, the mana density was roughly 30% higher than normal. Despite such a low percentage, it shouldn't be taken for granted. In a high mana density environment, the results would be staggering. Following which, Shifeng's fist shot out in a mock punch. Pong! He heard an explosion as his fist created a gust of wind that extended up to 10 yards away. My strength and speed can match a great lord of the same level now. Shifeng balled his fist as he estimated his current strength. Previously, he had nearly had as much strength as a great lord of the same level. Now, he was certain that his strength was on par with a great lord's. Although there did not seem to be a huge difference between the two, the gap was massive. If his strength were only close to rivaling a great lord of the same level, he'd receive a lot of damage in a head-on confrontation. Without a healer's support, it was only a matter of time before the monster whittled him down, as monsters had far more HP than players. However, if he had truly reached the Great Lord standard, his battle recovery could make up for the damage he took in a one-on-one fight. He could fight until he ran out of stamina. Meanwhile, as long as he dealt enough damage, he could solo a Great Lord without any special tricks. He could now fight foes of a higher tier. In the past, he had envied Apex experts and their frighteningly high attributes, yet now he stood among them upon reaching Tier 2. If the Apex experts in his past knew about this, their jaws would hit the ground. Now that I've completed my quest, it's about time to visit Charlene. Shifeng smiled, satisfied. Before he left the Adventurers Association, though, he hid the 7 Luminaries' ring's hidden effect. Otherwise, he would attract a lot of attention even with a black cloak. As soon as Shifeng left the Adventurers Association, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. Guild leader, the assassins I've dispatched have discovered a large group of evil demons. There are 3 times as many as those that assaulted our patrol teams. By the looks of it, their target seems to be an NPC merchant fleet. Melancholic Smile anxiously reported. When she had taken over Stone Forest Town's management, she had learned just how important the NPC merchant fleets were to the town. Without these NPC merchant fleets, Stone Forest Town would lose all sorts of special merchandise. If NPC merchants stopped visiting the town's popularity growth would slow to a crawl. To put it simply, the NPC merchant fleets were crucial to Stone Forest Town's promotion. However, these NPC merchant fleets normally hired both NPC and player guards, making them difficult to mug. They simply weren't opponents current players could go up against. However, with so many evil demons participating in the assault, these NPC merchant fleets could suffer defeat. They're targeting the NPCs already? Shifeng smiled faintly. Good. I can use this opportunity as a test. Guild leader, do you really intend to solo all of those evil demons? Melancholic Smile was stunned. The idea was simply too reckless. The opponent consisted of over 100 evil demons, including great lords. Even a 100-man expert team would risk extermination, much less a single player. Relax. Send me the coordinates. Also, tell the assassins to be a little more careful and avoid discovery at all costs. Those evil demons have very sharp senses, Shifeng said as he tried to soothe Melancholic Smile's panic. He then disconnected the call and retrieved a guild transfer scroll from his bag. He then transformed into a streak of light before vanishing. Star Moon City region, in one of the forested valleys in the Stoneclaw Mountains, a fleet of carriages rolled along the gravel road as it passed through the valley. From the top of a mountain, one could easily spot over 50 carriages. Among them, the most inferior carriage was an advanced transport carriage pulled by 2 horses. Meanwhile, the carriages carried all sorts of large crates containing rare merchandise to be sold in Stone Forest Town. Due to Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association, the town had attracted far more wandering merchants. Moreover, Saimu Town was no longer the only town connected to Stone Forest Town. A total of 3 towns now had roads leading to the guild town. However, the 2 new trade routes weren't as lively as the road linked to Saimu Town since the other 2 towns were further away. Regardless, due to the increase of wandering merchants traveling to Stone Forest Town, the 3 NPC towns began to receive more high-rank escort quests. Although escort quests did not award a lot of EXP, they did offer plenty of coins. To independent players, these quests offered a considerable income. Moreover, players who just so happened to plan on heading to Stone Forest Town could rake in some additional income while they were at it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, such a profitable opportunity was not available to everyone as escort quests had a minimum strength requirement. Moreover, the larger a merchant fleet was, the higher the requirements were. As for how these NPC merchants determined if a player were strong enough, said player would be required to spar with the fleet's NPC guards. The main god system would automatically lower the guard strength to the standard of elite players at this stage of the game. If the player defeated the NPC guards, they could accept the escort quest. If a player wanted to become the merchant fleet's vice leader, receiving greater pay, they needed to defeat an NPC guard adjusted to the standard of current expert players. In the Stoneclaw Mountains Valley, over 100 players accompanied this merchant fleet. Even without the NPC guard's aid, the escort players easily defeated any monsters the fleet came across. Even monster groups led by a level 45 Great Lord were no match for these players. "Commander, are we really going to buy a private house in Stone Forest Town this time?" A gray-robed woman with long, crimson hair asked the man with disheveled hair seated next to her in one of the transport carriages. This charming woman's question quickly attracted the attention of the other players in the carriage. These players weren't only focused on the woman because of her beauty. Rather, it was because this woman was a level 43 summoner. She was also the vice commander of Firecloud Fox, a well-known adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire, and one of the Empire's top 100 summoners, Graceful Moon. Many of the Black Dragon Empire's large guilds wanted to recruit Graceful Moon. Unfortunately, none of them had ever succeeded. As for the disheveled, cool-looking man, his identity was even more astounding. His name was Remnant Cloud, the Firecloud Fox's commander. Similarly, he was one of the top 100 shield warriors within the Empire. It was due to such a powerful MT that Firecloud Fox had grown into a large-scale adventurer team with over 500 members and a reputation known throughout the Black Dragon Empire. "I plan to look around first. If Stone Forest Town is as impressive as the rumors make it out to be, buying a house wouldn't be a bad idea," Remnant Cloud said, chuckling. Stone Forest Town was considerably famous in the Black Dragon Empire. One of the main reasons for its popularity was the battle arena. Recently, quite a few experts had earned themselves a spot among the top 100 on the Black Dragon Empire's various class ranking lists. After some research, many other players discovered that these newcomers shared one similarity. They all trained in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Moreover, these players' ranks in the Empire continued to rise. Because of this, Stone Forest Town's battle arena had become quite popular in the Black Dragon Empire. To improve his team members' strength, Remnant Cloud had decided to make the trip and investigate the town himself. "Commander, it's fine if you just want to look around, but if you decide to purchase a private house, I suggest otherwise. I've heard that a war has recently broken out between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial, and the latter seems to have the advantage. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial's Red Iron Town has more potential. Not only are there plenty of high-level and high-resource maps nearby, but players will also be able to use Evernight City as a transfer point between the guild's other towns in the future. Investing in Red Iron Town will be more convenient than investing in Stone Forest Town. As for the battle arena, currently other guilds have already begun to construct battle arenas in their own towns. It is only a matter of time before they catch up with Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Graceful Moon did not view Stone Forest Town's future in a particularly positive light. In her opinion, the town only had a few minor advantages at the moment. However, as time passed, the various large guilds' towns in the Black Dragon Empire would undoubtedly catch up. After all, the Black Dragon Empire was far more prosperous than Starmoon Kingdom. Even if their adventurer team wanted to purchase a private house in Starmoon Kingdom, considering their long-term development, purchasing a house in Red Iron Town was the wiser choice. "I guess you're right, but since we're already here, let's go take a look." After giving the matter some thought, Remnant Cloud saw the reasoning in Graceful Moon's words. Various guild towns were already prioritizing their battle arenas. As for the mana density, these guilds were doing their best to find solutions. They would deal with the problem sooner or later. While Graceful Moon and Remnant Cloud conversed, they heard a commotion in the forest on both sides of the gravel road. Suddenly, easily over 1,000 pitch-black figures darted out of the dense woods. Not only did these figures block the merchant fleet's path, but they had also surrounded the carriages. Upon seeing these monsters, the escorting players prepared for battle. These monsters were nothing like the wild monsters they had faced on the road thus far. Every one of these monsters radiated a frightening aura, their eyes containing human-like wisdom. Moreover, their levels were shockingly high. These monsters were all level 70, roughly 25 levels higher than the monsters the merchant fleet had previously encountered. How is this possible? Didn't they say that these evil demons only assaulted passing players? Why are they targeting the merchant fleets? Some escort players from Starmoon Kingdom recognized the evil demons immediately. After all, they had seen these evil demons siege Stone Forest Town. These monsters' attacks on Stone Forest Town's players was nothing new, either. What surprised these players was that these evil demons actually dared to assault an NPC fleet. Aside from the escort players, a large number of NPC guards protected the merchant fleet. Each one of these guards was level 80, and among them were 3 Tier 3 guards, over 60 Tier 2 guards, and over 100 Tier 1 guards. They were not existences current players could easily defeat. Before these players could recover from their shock, the evil demons surged forward. Ha ha ha! Go! Destroy the merchandise! Ghost Shadow, hiding amongst the trees, laughed as he watched his legion surround the merchant fleet. To ensure the fleet's destruction, Heaven's Burial had dispatched the Ghost Shadow Legion's elites, and Beast Emperor had sent them an evil demon army to assist. 2 level 70, Grand Lord ranked evil demons led the army. Given enough time, they could certainly eliminate the NPC merchant fleet. Although the evil demons' levels were lower than the NPCs, they had the numerical advantage. Moreover, they didn't need to kill the NPCs. Their goal was simply to kill the players and destroy the cargo. Damn it! Why are there so many powerful monsters? Graceful Moon's eyebrows rose in surprise. Not only did the level 70 chieftain-ranked evil demons easily defeat her summoned creatures, but they also dodged her spirit bullets. If not for Remnant Cloud activating a berserk skill and life-saving skill to hold the evil demons back, the monsters would have long since closed in on her. The other players weren't as lucky. Despite the battle beginning only a brief moment ago, over a dozen players had already died. On this kind of battlefield, these players were utterly useless. They were slaughtered like ants. Moon! Get out of here! I'll hold them back! Remnant Cloud barked. He could tell that only death awaited them should they stay. They couldn't win a battle of this level. But, although Graceful Moon wanted to argue, when she saw a High Lord overwhelm her commander, she took out an instantaneous movement scroll and activated it. A futile struggle. Ghost Shadow growled disdainfully when he noticed several players removing instantaneous movement scrolls from their bags. Before they had taken action, he had used a tool Beast Emperor had given him to seal the area, making it impossible for players to escape via return scrolls or instantaneous movement scrolls. Why did it fail? Graceful Moon's expression darkened when she realized that she was still on the battlefield even after the instantaneous movement scroll had disintegrated. As for Remnant Cloud, despite barely holding on thanks to a healer's help, it would only be a matter of minutes before he died as more evil demons descended on their prey. When Remnant Cloud had less than 20% HP remaining, a Great Lord-ranked evil demon circled the man, swinging its claws at the shield warrior. Remnant Cloud was already doing everything he could to block the evil demon's attacks from the front. He did not have any spare power to protect his back. "Commander!" Graceful Moon gasped. "Am I going to die? Just like this?" Remnant Cloud understood that there was no escaping death when he noticed the Great Lord behind him. Suddenly, a spatial tier appeared between Remnant Cloud and the evil demon, and a figure leaped onto the battlefield. However, despite the spatial tier's abrupt appearance, the evil demon's attack did not falter in the least. "Be careful!" Remnant Cloud shouted. He could faintly tell that the figure behind him was a player. Unfortunately, only 3 yards separated this figure and the evil demon. Not even an expert could react in time to block such an unexpected attack from a great lord with so little distance between them. However, when the evil demon's claws were less than 1 yard away from the newcomer, a blue glow blossomed on the evil demon's body. Like a cannonball, the great lord-ranked evil demon shot backward, crossing a dozen yards before crashing into a large tree. A second after the impact, the towering tree fell to the ground. As for the figure that emerged from the spatial tear, he remained where he had stood, his calm composure making it seem as if nothing had happened. When the great lord-ranked evil demon's body hit the ground, the battlefield fell silent. How is that possible? Graceful Moon wore an incredulous look as she stared at the evil demon sprawled in the dirt. Turning her gaze towards Shurfeng, she muttered, "Just what did he do?" Without using any special tricks or magic arrays, contending with a level 70 Great Lord was impossible for current players. Even if Remnant Cloud, Firecloud Fox's commander, activated his Berserk skill and life-saving skill, he'd be lucky to survive even a moment against such an advisory, much less throw such a monster over a dozen yards. Graceful Moon wasn't the only one shocked. Every player that had witnessed the scene was stupefied. That can't be a player, right? What is going on? No, that's not right. There's a green marker above his head. He must be a player. Who is that? Everyone's gaze fixed on Shurfeng. For a moment, they tried to guess the man's identity, both curious and surprised. Fellow friend, hurry and leave this place. There are too many monsters here, Remnant Cloud advised as he turned to Shurfeng, who stood behind him. Although he hadn't seen how the even demon had been thrown, not one of the experts he was familiar with were capable of sending a level 70 Great Lord flying. With such strength, Shurfeng could definitely shatter the evil demon's encirclement. You want to leave? Ghost Shadow, still hiding in the forest, sneered as he asked, "Do you think you can?" Although Shurfeng's counterattack had surprised him, that was all. Since Shurfeng had already joined the battle, he shouldn't cling to any hope of leaving alive. After all, Shurfeng had only used some special method to knock back the Great Lord. The swordsman was not truly capable of defeating one. Moreover, more than 10 Great Lords participated in this operation. If one was not enough, he simply needed to send 2 more at the newcomer. As Remnant Cloud was about to warn Shurfeng of this, one of the nearby Great Lords and 5 Lord-ranked evil demons dashed towards the swordsman, dark fog wrapping around their claws as they swiped at Shurfeng. To make matters worse, the evil demon's coordination was only slightly inferior to expert players. Seeing this, Remnant Cloud frowned. Even as a shield warrior, he could only stand against 3 evil demons at once. No swordsman could block 6 evil demons simultaneously without activating a life-saving skill. However, just as the 6 evil demons were about to land their attacks, a galaxy of stars appeared around Shurfeng, radiating a brilliant blue glow. Compared to Shurfeng's previous executions, his current sword's orbit was more complete and beautiful. Bang, bang, bang. When the blue glow illuminated the area, the 6 evil demons were instantly sent flying by over 20 yards. They hadn't even managed to reach the edge of Shurfeng's cloak, much less deal any damage. Meanwhile, each of the 6 evil demons had instantly lost over 20,000 HP, with some losing nearly 50,000 HP due to a critical hit. As evil demons had much less HP than ordinary monsters, their HP bars had decreased significantly. This Remnant Cloud was dumbfounded. Shurfeng's previous feat of throwing a Great Lord could have been brushed off as a powerful skill. Now, however, Shurfeng had launched 6 evil demons with a single move. Even an experienced expert like Remnant Cloud could not help his surprise. Meanwhile, Shurfeng, who remained in his original position, glanced down at the Abyssal Blade, astonished. After upgrading the Abyssal Blade, the magic weapon had gained the passive skill Abyssal Will, which improved his physique depending on the surrounding mana density. Due to the 7 Luminaries ring, the mana density around him had increased considerably, which, in turn, improved his physique further. If not for the combination of these factors, he would not have executed such a perfect sword's orbit. I wonder how this move will fare. Feng suddenly vanished. Void steps. He disappeared? Where did he go? Did he leave? That's not right. He was using two one-handed swords. He should either be a berserker or a swordsman. How could he possibly be an assassin? Was he a ghost? Before everyone could recover from their shock, Feng's sudden disappearance surprised them once more. Impossible! I've already sealed the area. Players can only enter, not leave. Ghost Shadow's eyes widened in surprise. Quickly, he turned to look around the battlefield, trying to locate the swordsman. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find the player. As players began to wonder if they had hallucinated, a figure appeared behind the three evil demons that Remnant Cloud faced. Fresh blood fountained from the three evil demons' bodies as they curled like shrimp and flew over 20 yards away. So fast! By the time Remnant Cloud realized what had happened, the three evil demons before him had disappeared. When he tried to get a good look at his savior, he realized that the figure before him was only an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Feng reappeared over a dozen yards away. Once again, four evil demons were struck and sent flying. In such a way, Feng's figure vanished and reappeared all over the battlefield. Each time he appeared, his attacks sent several evil demons through the air. He seemed like a deadly ghost on the battlefield. Commander, just who is that? Graceful Moon could not help but ask as she watched Feng's afterimages flood the road. She had encountered and fought many experts in the Black Dragon Empire. She had even sparred with the Empire's top 10 experts. Although she hadn't been a match for those players, she could estimate how much of a difference separated them. However, as she watched Feng, she couldn't fathom how vast the gap was between this man and herself. She felt as if she were staring into a bottomless abyss. I don't know either. Remnant Cloud smiled bitterly. Once Feng had thrown over 300 evil demons, he stopped 50 yards away from the battlefield. He seemed like he had just casually strolled through the area, coming and going with ease. My physique should have improved by nearly 10%. Feng rejoiced as he glanced at his abyssal blade. Although the burden of using void steps so many times consecutively was great, it wasn't intolerable due to his high attributes and physique. Moreover, executing void steps was now easier than ever before thanks to the high mana density encasing his body. His current location's average density was the only limiting factor. If he fought in a high mana density environment, the effects would be unimaginable. After a short pause, the 300+ evil demons that he sent flying charged at him like maniacs. The weakest among these evil demons was a chieftain, and the charge included 8 great lords. He's insane. He aggroed so many evil demons. Remnant Cloud's eyes twitched as he watched the evil demons stampede towards Feng. He could not fathom what Feng intended to accomplish by luring so many monsters. When the evil demons were within 30 yards, Feng smiled faintly as he thrust the abyssal blade into the ground. Abyssal Curse. A pitch-black light pillar emerged from within the evil demon group, extending into the sky. The pillar then expanded to a radius of 30 yards, preventing all evil demons within range from moving. Even the Great Lord-ranked evil demons felt as if they had just stepped in mud. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Moreover, their attributes were rapidly reducing. Following which, a frightening amount of mana gathered around one of Feng's hands, a crimson magic array forming above his palm. He then directed the magic array at the army before him. Flame Domain. A twofold crimson magic array formed in the center of the evil demon army, crimson shockwaves radiating from the center. Before everyone could figure out what was happening, a towering pillar of fire rose up from the ground, forming a mountain of flame as it enveloped every evil demon that had charged at the swordsman. The scorching fire ripped pained screams from the evil demons' throats as their HP plummeted. Initially, the evil demons had lost around 350,000 HP. In the next second, they lost over 400,000 HP. Then, they lost another 500,000 HP. By the time the flames scattered, the Lord-ranked evil demons had less than half their HPs remaining. The chieftains had been utterly annihilated. The fire's horrific damage had stupefied the witnesses. However, before these players could recover their senses, Feng followed up Flame Domain with Lightning Blade, dealing another a heavy blow. Following which, he took out 2 Tier 3, large-scale destruction magic scrolls and used them consecutively against the remaining evil demons. In the end, all 300+ evil demons turned to dust. Suddenly, a golden glow flashed on Feng's body as he rose from level 55 to level 56. Amazing! Just who is this guy? The players still fighting the evil demon army gaped when they saw Feng turn over 300 evil demons to dust in just a few moments. A single chieftain-ranked evil demon could easily kill any one of them. If not for the level 80 NPC guards, they would have long since been annihilated. Yet, the mysterious, cloaked swordsman before them had slaughtered these evil demons as if he were grinding common monsters. It was an extravagant grinding method. Evil demons weren't like ordinary monsters. They did not drop any loot, only offering slightly higher EXP. Setting aside the fire spell Feng had used, the 2 Tier 3, large-scale destruction magic scrolls could easily sell for over 1,000 gold. With that kind of money, a player could purchase a valuable plot of land in an NPC city. Moreover, even with enough money, Tier 3 magic scrolls weren't easy to purchase, much less large-scale destruction magic scrolls. In reality, however, Feng hadn't wasted the 2 scrolls. Chieftain rank evil demons had a considerably high chance of dropping evil energy crystals. In Feng's previous life, a single crystal had sold for 10 gold on the market. Among the evil demons that he had killed, over 100 had dropped evil energy crystals. Not only had he earned back the money for the scrolls, but he had also made a profit. Damn it! Where did this person come from? Ghost Shadow frowned, his expression grim as he stared at the distant Feng. Evil demons feared large-scale destruction spells almost more than anything. Unlike ordinary monsters, although evil demons had very high combat power, they didn't have a lot of HP. Even a level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demon only had 35 million HP, not to mention the Great Lords and below. Commander, what should we do? We've lost nearly 1/3 of our evil demons. At this rate, it will be difficult to destroy the merchant fleet. A level 42 assassin, clad in blue, asked worriedly. Powerful magic barriers protected the NPC's carriages. Breaking a single barrier would take some time. In addition, the magic barriers buffed the nearby NPC guards. With these buffs, the 3 level 80 Tier 3 NPC guards were ridiculously powerful. They needed only a short time to kill Great Lord ranked evil demons. Only the Grand Lord ranked evil demons were a threat. Yet, Feng had eliminated nearly 1/3 of their forces. This wasn't in the plans. He must be sick of living. He dares to treat Heaven's Burial's evil demons as EXP. Use our trump cards. Have the 2 Grand Lords prioritize that player. Lead 3 parties and assist the monsters from the side. Do not let him get away. Ghost Shadow growled, sneering. Understood. The blue-clad assassin immediately went into action. The Ghost Shadow Legion members, who had been hiding in the forest, snuck towards the Tier 3 NPC guards with bluish-purple scrolls. When they were less than 30 yards away from the Tier 3 NPCs, they revealed themselves and unfurled the scrolls. Suddenly, 3 purplish-gold magic barriers, each manned by 36 players, appeared and trapped the 3 Tier 3 NPCs and a large number of Tier 2 NPCs, freeing the evil demons from their opponents. No matter how these NPC guards struggled against the barriers, the purplish gold walls didn't waver in the slightest. As for the 2 Grand Lord ranked evil demons, which suddenly found themselves without an opponent, they promptly left behind afterimages as they darted for Feng. The sudden development inspired despair in the defending players. The evil demons alone were more than they could handle. Now, hundreds of assassin players had joined the battle. Even Remnant Cloud, someone who had experienced many fierce battles, could not help his bitter smile. The fact that several hundred players had emerged to attack them proved that someone was in command of these evil demons. There was a huge difference between monsters under a player's command and those that were not. After factoring in the several hundred assassin players, his people had no chance of surviving this fight. As for their savior, Feng, he needed to face off against 2 level 70 Grand Lords. Unfortunately, the swordsman would be lucky to keep his own life, let alone help them. The Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were incredibly fast. Upon reaching Shifeng, they swiped their fog-clad claws at the player. These Grand Lords were far superior to their Great Lord cousins in terms of both strength and speed. In addition, they executed rapid switch while coordinating with each other. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength by 150%, agility by 60%, defense by 300%, and HP by 500%. Instantly, his maximum HP shot past the 400,000 threshold. He then executed Sword's Orbit, creating a perfect defense around himself. Boom! 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 As blades and claws clashed, explosions rang out across the battlefield. With each collision, the ground beneath Shifeng and the Grand Lord's feet trembled. Even players 30 yards away from the fight could feel intense shockwaves. Both sides exchanged attacks so rapidly that it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up with them. All anyone could see was the ground sink as the impacts formed a crater. The residual power of Shifeng and the Grand Lord's attacks also left numerous furrows in the dirt around them. Seeing this, the nearby assassins, who had intended to ambush Shifeng, hesitated, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. For a moment, the scene stupefied every player on the battlefield. How was this even a battle between a player and monsters? This was practically a monster-on-monster fight. How is that possible? Ghost Shadow, who had lain in wait to ambush the Swordsman, could not believe his eyes when he saw Shifeng holding his ground against the two Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Despite being just a player, Shifeng could fight two level 70 Grand Lords to a standstill. No one would ever believe this. In reality, Shifeng was rather proud. After upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring, he only needed to activate one Berserk skill to raise his strength to a level 70, Grand Lord-ranked evil demons level. Factoring in his reaction speed and physique, he could contend with two Grand Lords with only Sword's Orbit. However, continuing the fight at this rate was not an option. Shifeng could feel his stamina and concentration depleting. Even though his battle recovery could mitigate the Grand Lord's damage, it did nothing to recover the lost stamina and concentration. Before Heavenly Dragon's power's duration ended, he'd run out of stamina and concentration, following which, Shifeng activated Divine Steps and switched positions with one of his doppelgangers, temporarily distancing himself from the two evil demons. He then retrieved 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag and began to summon Anna and Kite. Although the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were relatively fragile compared to ordinary monsters of the same rank, each still had 35 million HP. With their incredible reaction speed, they could also dodge or block a large portion of his attacks. If this were a one-on-one fight, he might have a chance to kill the evil demon using only Heavenly Dragon's power. In a 2-on-1 situation, however, he had no hope of defeating the evil demons with a single Berserk skill. Shortly after, Anna, level 75, and Kite, level 74, appeared beside Shifeng. Anna and Kite's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Crap! Am I seeing things? That guy actually has a level 75 personal guard. When they saw Anna's level, the players gasped. The highest leveled personal guard they knew of was only level 69. They had never even heard of a personal guard reaching level 70, much less level 75. Moreover, both NPCs wore brilliant equipment. When Ghost Shadow saw Anna and Kite, a familiar sensation struck him. After going through his memories, these two NPCs seemed very similar to the 2 powerful personal guards that had appeared during Heaven's Burial's first assault against Stone Forest Town. Only the NPCs' weapons and equipment were different. Ghost Shadow's calm expression changed abruptly. "Commander, what happened?" The blue-clad assassin asked curiously. "Crap! He is Black Flame," Ghost Shadow exclaimed. "Black Flame?" When the other Ghost Shadow Legion members heard their leader's realization, they could not help but shift their gazes onto the distant Shifeng, their mouths falling wide open as a chill crawled down their backs. Black Flame's fame had long since spread throughout the kingdom. Many players even treated his battle records like classics. He was Star Moon Kingdom's undisputed #1 expert. However, Black Flame's tracks were always a mystery. Even Zero Wing's inner members did not know Black Flame's whereabouts. They had only heard of Black Flame's strength, that he was akin to a monster. They had thought the rumors were just exaggerations. However, it would seem that the real deal was even greater than the rumors had made him out to be. After all, Black Flame could actually hold his ground against 2 level 70, Great Lord ranked evil demons by himself. This was simply too terrifying. "Commander, isn't this a good chance to kill Black Flame?" the blue-clad assassin asked with a smile. "We haven't received any reports of Stone Forest Town mobilizing forces. Black Flame must be acting on his own this time. Although Black Flame is monstrously strong, at the end of the day, he is only one person, and we still have many evil demons. We can use them to wear him down. His death will be far more meaningful than destroying an NPC merchant fleet." Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly glowed with excitement. They all agreed with the blue-clad assassin. If they were here without their demonic support, it would be impossible to deal with Black Flame, but the Ghost Shadow Legion was backed by the evil demon army. They even had 2 Grand Lords. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to kill Black Flame. If they defeated Black Flame, the blow to Zero Wing's reputation would be far more severe than simply destroying an NPC merchant fleet. Indeed, this is a golden opportunity. Ghost Shadow nodded his agreement. "Notify everyone to gather at our location immediately. Order the Lord-ranked evil demons and above to keep an eye on Black Flame as well. Do not let him get away." Black Flame had already used his berserk skill. Once the duration ended, with the evil demon army attacking head-on and the Ghost Shadow Legion assisting from the sides, they would take the swordsman's life. Upon receiving Ghost Shadow's command, the Ghost Shadow Legion members assisting the evil demons in destroying the fleet left their positions and stealthily surrounded Shurfeng. The 100-plus Lord-ranked evil demons remaining also shifted their focus towards the player. Remnant Cloud and the other defending players sighed with relief. "What's going on? Are they giving up?" As she watched the Ghost Shadow Legion's assassins withdraw, Graceful Moon was confused. Had those assassins continued their assault, they would have been defeated. She watched as hundreds of Lord-ranked evil demons and above charged for Shurfeng, shock and lamentation filling her heart. Given enough time, she was confident in becoming one of the top 10 summoners in the Black Dragon Empire. Yet it was obvious that their attackers didn't view her or the other guard players as important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have switched targets so suddenly at such a crucial moment. She was a little frustrated at being looked down on. Moreover, was it really necessary to send so many players and lords against a single player? Good. All Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Distract Black Flame's personal guards while the other evil demons focus on Black Flame. Everyone else, find an opportunity to land a killing blow. Ghost Shadow gave out the command to attack once his people were in place. Unlike the prior attack, the evil demons put more space between themselves. Even if Shurfeng had more large-scale destruction spells, he couldn't put them to good use. Furthermore, he wouldn't have another opportunity to use a magic scroll with the 2 Grand Lords distracting him. Roar! With Ghost Shadow's command, over a dozen Great Lord-ranked evil demons charged at Anna and Kite, while the other evil demons dashed for Shurfeng. The level 40-plus assassin experts nearby stealthily approached their target as well. "Black Flame, today will be your funeral," Ghost Shadow exclaimed as he watched the Grand Lords force Shurfeng into a defensive position. Quite a few superpowers had attempted to kill Shurfeng, but none had succeeded. Today, however, he would put an end to Zero Wing's legend. "Crap! Everyone's coming for me?" Shurfeng, who had activated omniscient eyes to scout for ambushes, discovered countless evil demons and players around him. Moreover, these evil demons and players aimed for his life. Dealing with the 2 Grand Lords had only become easier after he had summoned Anna and Kite. If so many evil demons and players joined into the fight right now, he'd be in trouble. Seeing the evil demon army and player army inch closer, Shurfeng switched the aura of fire to the aura of time. Forbidden Domain. A silvery gray space formed in a 500-yard radius around him. The skill prevented all enemies in range from using skills or tools for 30 seconds. It also decreased enemies' movement speed and attack speed by 40% within 200 yards of him. Due to this forbidden domain, the stealth assassins were promptly exposed. The dark fog that shrouded the evil demon's claws also disappeared. The Ghost Shadow Legion panicked when they realized they had lost their ability to use skills and tools. Assassins were powerful was because of their skills' damage and control effects. If they couldn't use their skills, they were practically crippled. They wouldn't even be able to exhibit 30% of their true combat power. What are you afraid of? This silencing skill will only last a short moment. Charge. No matter what, he mustn't escape, Ghost Shadow shouted arrogantly. While not being able to use skills and tools was a disadvantage, they wouldn't get another opportunity like this to kill him again if they failed. Hearing Ghost Shadow's words, the panicked assassins calmed quickly as they tightened the encirclement around Shurfong. They might not be able to exhibit their full strength right now, but the same wasn't true for the evil demons. Even if the evil demons couldn't use their skills, it would only affect their combat power slightly. There were more than enough evil demons to whittle Shurfong down. They could leave the offense to the demons while they contained Shurfong. Escape! Shurfong formed a sinister smile as he surveyed his surroundings. That smile made the Ghost Shadow Legion members shudder involuntarily as they realized that something felt off. However, before they could react, Anna, who stood beside Shurfong, finished reciting her incantation. Immediately, a massive, golden magic array appeared in the sky, its imposing appearance visible to anyone within 500 yards, following which a golden armored Valkyrie descended from the array. The moment the level 75 Valkyrie appeared, a powerful aura washed over the battlefield like a tidal wave. The Ghost Shadow Legion felt an unprecedented pressure weigh them down. Crap! Everyone, retreat! When Ghost Shadow saw the Valkyrie, he instantly understood the meaning behind Shurfeng's sinister smile. Shurfeng hadn't used a silencing skill to escape. Rather, he had used the skill to prevent them from escaping. Even without Ghost Shadow's warning, the Ghost Shadow Legion members had already turned and fled. Unfortunately, the Valkyrie already held a spear of thunder. She then swept the spear towards her targets. Countless arcs of golden lightning streaked forward, dealing devastating damage to everything within 150 yards in a cone-shaped area. The Valkyrie used the Tier 4 skill Roaring Thunder. She also dealt double damage against dark creatures. As a result, the fragile Lord-ranked evil demons died on the spot. Only the High Lords and above barely survived. As for the players within range, not even their bodies remained after the attack. As the golden lightning dissipated, it revealed a large clearing on the road. Despite the Ghost Shadow Legion members having spread out, over 100 members had died instantly under the Valkyrie's merciless assault. As for Ghost Shadow, who hid a short distance away, he turned deathly pale upon seeing the devastation. Over 40 Lord-ranked evil demons had died. Even level 80 Tier 3 NPCs would require quite some time to kill one level 70 Lord, yet the Valkyrie had done so in one hit. Although the High Lords caught in the attack hadn't died, they weren't far from death's door. For Great Lords had also sustained severe injuries, each one with a little over a third of their HP remaining. This frightening damage and destructive power were simply unparalleled. Ghost Shadow had never witnessed such an attack. The Valkyrie's strength stupefied everyone. For a moment, many of the surviving Ghost Shadow Legion members stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Attempting to escape was meaningless. Even if they tried to run, the Valkyrie would likely kill them before they reached the Forbidden Domain's boundaries. Don't panic. Spread out. The Valkyrie won't last very long. Such a powerful skill has to have a long cooldown. Maintain your distance and buy as much time as possible, Ghost Shadow hurriedly commanded. While the Valkyrie's combat power had exceeded Ghost Shadow's expectations, he was no ordinary player. He had fought countless battles to reach his current standards. Naturally, powerful boss monsters were among his many foes. Not only could he calm himself quickly, but he could also devise a plan to deal with the Valkyrie. After all, this wasn't his first time against the summoned creature. When the Valkyrie had joined the first siege battle in Stone Forest Town, her pros and cons had been revealed. As long as they were far enough apart, she couldn't wipe them out during the short time she could remain on the battlefield. Hearing Ghost Shadow's orders, his assassins exploded into action. They maintained a certain distance from the Valkyrie and each other. They sure reacted quickly. The Ghost Shadow Legion's reaction time surprised Shifeng slightly. If the enemy players had simply scattered, running for their lives like a chaotic mob, they would have been easy to slaughter. However, by deliberately maintaining a fixed distance from the Valkyrie and attracting her attention, the summoned angel could only kill a small number of their forces. However, the development didn't worry Shifeng. Instead, he commanded Anna indifferently. The NPC then changed another incantation and summoned 10 Rock Guardians. The Rock Guardians formed a magic barrier around the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, trapping them within. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie vanished and reappeared before the 2 Grand Lords, sweeping her spear of thunder horizontally. Before the 2 evil demons could react, they were sent flying over 20 yards away, slamming into the magic barrier. Their HP bars lost another large chunk. Crap. He's aiming for the Grand Lords. Ghost Shadow's expression darkened as he watched the summons trap his 2 Grand Lords. Hurriedly, he shouted in the team chat, "Quick, everyone, attack the magic barrier." Every Grand Lord-ranked evil demon was incredibly precious. Nurturing one was highly dependent on luck. Beast Emperor had only given Heaven's Burial 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons as trump cards to deal with Zero Wing. Each Grand Lord could easily annihilate a 100-man expert team on their own. If not for Singular Burial's demand that he destroy the NPC merchant fleet, he wouldn't have mobilized the 2 Grand Lords at all. It's too late, Shifeng smiled. He then activated Phantom Kill, 9 Dragon Slash, and Divine Providence. Shifeng, his doppelganger, and the Abyssal Blade Phantoms attacked the Grand Lords together. In front of the Valkyrie, the 2 Grand Lords were utterly powerless. Hence, Shifeng could attack to his heart's content. As the Valkyrie dealt double damage to dark creatures, each of her attacks caused over -1 million damage. When she used the Tier 4 single-target skill Judgment Spear, she could eliminate over 1/3 of the Grand Lord's HP. As for Shifeng, he possessed the Sacred Sword-killing Ray, which also dealt double damage to dark creatures. Factoring in Heavenly Dragon's power, each of his strikes easily dealt over -100,000 damage. After exhausting all 9 Shadow Blade attacks, he instantly devoured over 1 million HP from one of the evil demons. Although Shifeng's doppelganger only had 80% of his basic attributes, its damage shouldn't be underestimated either. Anna and Kite also bombarded the Grand Lords. In less than 6 seconds, one of the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons collapsed as its 35 million HP fell to 0. As it fell, it dropped several items and contributed an astronomical amount of EXP, pushing Shifeng very close to level 57. Quick! Destroy the barrier! Ghost Shadow's stomach churned with anxiety as he watched one of his Grand Lords die. However, despite both players and evil demons assaulting the magic barrier unhindered, the barrier remained intact. The Rock Guardians maintaining the barrier only lost a small amount of HP. It was clear that it would take some time to bring this barrier down. As a result, Ghost Shadow and the others watched helplessly as the other Grand Lord rapidly lost its HP. Of course, as time passed, the Valkyrie's summon duration dwindled. When the duration had only 1 second left, the Valkyrie began to fade. Meanwhile, the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons still had over 17 million HP remaining. Seeing this, Ghost Shadow breathed a sigh of relief. Without the Valkyrie suppression, Shifeng would have a difficult time dealing any significant damage to the evil demon. His 2 personal guards wouldn't change that. Shifeng would need a long time to kill the Grand Lord. His subordinates should break through the barrier before that happened. Die! Suddenly, Shifeng shouted as his 2 swords released a blinding light. A similar phenomenon occurred on his doppelganger's blades as well. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger then brandished their swords at the evil demon's back. Flame burst. Every strike dealt over -800,000 damage, with some doubling that due to a critical hit. By the time Shifeng and his doppelganger landed all 30 strikes, the evil demon's remaining 17 million plus HP had fallen to 0. Impossible! Ghost Shadow was stunned. Ghost Shadow wasn't the only one shocked. Shifeng's burst damage flabbergasted everyone on the Ghost Shadow Legion. He had wiped out over 17 million of a Grand Lord's HP in the blink of an eye. This kind of explosive power was simply unheard of for a player. Upon killing the second Grand Lord, Shifeng had also risen to level 57. Although both Grand Lords had dropped plenty of valuable loot, as Shifeng was still in the midst of a battle, he swept the items into his bag without sparing them a second look. "Commander, what should we do now?" the blue-clad assassin asked worriedly as he watched Shifeng inside the magic barrier. When he saw the man's smile, he could not help but shudder. If Shifeng could instantly kill a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon with half of its HP, who could possibly stop him on this battlefield? "Retreat. This place is no longer safe for us." Ghost Shadow sighed helplessly. Although the Valkyrie was no more, they had lost their only combatants capable of contending with Shifeng. If they stayed and fought, they'd be nothing more than EXP and loot. Based on the strength the swordsman had displayed here, it was clear that attempting to kill him was futile. Hearing Ghost Shadow's order to retreat, the Ghost Shadow Legion members breathed a sigh of relief. They had lost the courage to face Shifeng. Shifeng had stood against a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon in a direct confrontation. Killing them would be child's play. It hadn't been easy for them to reach their current level, and if they died here, recovering their lost progress would be even more difficult. With Ghost Shadow's command, the evil demons and Ghost Shadow Legion fled, not daring to linger in this land of death for a second longer. "Don't even think of escaping so easily." Seeing his opponents run, Shifeng pointed the abyssal blade at the sky and activated Skywheel Sword. Suddenly, golden, divine swords descended, one after another. All assassins caught in the rain of divine swords died instantly. 3 great lords and over a dozen lords were also within range of the AoE, unable to leave the area. Meanwhile, Shifeng's personal guards and doppelganger launched an assault on the great lord-ranked evil demons. Evil demons were not easy to produce, particularly the Grand Lords and above. Evil Gods Temple players treasured every one of these high-ranking evil demons dearly. Hence, Shifeng had prioritized the strongest evil demons first. As for Shifeng, he charged at the escaping players. While inside the Forbidden Domain, all enemies would receive a movement speed penalty. With his superior attributes, Shifeng could effortlessly catch the felling players. Taking these assassins' lives, who couldn't use skills or tools, was like taking candy from a baby. Every time he swung his sword, a player died. Moreover, Shifeng had already activated Omniscient Eyes, so he knew the situation within a 100-yard radius like the back of his hand. This made it much easier to track down the players that had escaped into the dense forest. Following which, Shifeng transformed into a black shadow as he darted around the battlefield, players screaming in agony as he passed before they transformed into particles of white light and vanished. The fleeing players paled with fear when they saw the horrific scene, shuddering uncontrollably. Their opponent was nothing like a player, but a death god harvesting lives as he listened to his praise screams. Even the guard player's blood ran cold. Despite facing an evil demon army and hundreds of level 40+ assassins by himself, Shifeng had actually forced his opponents to run for their lives after such a short battle. So strong. Who is that? So, this is a true expert player? Everyone stared in shock as they watched Shifeng chase down the last Ghost Shadow Legion members. They felt as if they were looking at a whole new world. The Ghost Shadow Legion members were all level 40+ assassins and equipped with top-tier weapons and equipment. To ordinary players, they were definitely experts, yet hundreds of these experts did everything they could to flee from a single player. Black Flame, don't get too full of yourself. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Ghost Shadow, who stood in the distance, could not help but shout at Shifeng as he watched the swordsman slaughter his subordinates. The Ghost Shadow Legion members he had brought with him were the elite among elites. Nurturing each one of them had cost a lot of resources. Watching them fall, one after another, Ghost Shadow wanted nothing more than to charge in and kill Shifeng himself. However, he knew that he wasn't a match for the swordsman right now. He could only use the Lord-ranked evil demons to buy as much time as possible for his people to get away. Full of myself? Shifeng laughed. You're the ones who came to Stone Forest Town to rob our merchants. Do you really think that I'll let you leave alive? Shifeng's words echoed throughout the forest, the cold, killing intent lacing his words, causing the escaping Ghost Shadow Legion members to shiver. Shifeng stopped holding back as he switched to the aura of wind and activated Gale Domain, increasing his movement speed as he decreased enemy movement speed within 100-yard radius by 50%. Suddenly, several players in the forest transformed into light particles and disappeared. The Lord-ranked evil demons couldn't even slow Shifeng. Although the escort players were some distance away from the fight, both Shifeng and Ghost Shadow had been quite loud. When they overheard the conversation, their jaws dropped. Practically everybody in Starmoon Kingdom had heard of Black Flame, but they had never imagined that he was so powerful. They had heard that Black Flame was only slightly stronger than first-rate guild's top experts. However, he was clearly more than slightly stronger. What? That is Zero Wing's guild leader. I don't think it's a mistake. After all, he even admitted it. No wonder why he's so powerful. As expected of the Sword King, Black Flame, he sent hundreds of experts running for their lives by himself. He's too awesome. I have to join Zero Wing after this. Right, has anyone recorded the battle? I'll pay 10 silver for a copy. I recorded parts of it, but forget about the money. I'm going to upload it to the forums so you can watch it later. What a pity. I should have snuck over and watched the fight between Black Flame and the two Grand Lords. For a moment, the players escorting the merchant fleet brimmed with excitement. They had never expected to witness Starmoon Kingdom's mythical character in action personally. Moreover, they got to watch this mythical character create another legend. Graceful Moon turned to Remnant Cloud and asked, "Commander, why don't we garrison our adventurer team in Stone Forest Town?" "What? You've changed your mind already?" Remnant Cloud teased when he saw the glimmer in Graceful Moon's eyes. In truth, he had the same thought. After all, Shifeng's battle had allowed him to witness a whole new world, and as an expert, he desperately wanted to learn more. He finally understood why the experts that had recently entered the top 100 class rankings in the Black Dragon Empire fixated on Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Of course, Graceful Moon responded without a shred of shame. On the contrary, she righteously declared, "If Black Flame is this powerful, Zero Wing's other experts shouldn't be weaklings even if they're not as strong as he is. If we garrison in Stone Forest Town, we must sign a partnership contract with Zero Wing. We might even get to know those experts and get to spar with them. If we want to occupy Stone Forest Town, we'll have to prepare. I heard that the adventurer houses are not cheap." Remnant Cloud nodded, agreeing with Graceful Moon's reasoning. However, he had to consider how they would earn enough money. "Once we complete this quest, we should return to the Empire and start preparing immediately." Firecloud Fox was more than capable of affording a private house in Stone Forest Town, but it was a different story if they wanted an adventurer house. They'd likely need several times more gold than what they currently possessed. Moreover, Stone Forest Town's houses would certainly become more expensive after this battle. Fortunately, he learned about the change early. If he had only discovered this after news hit the Black Dragon Empire, it would be more difficult to prepare enough coins. News of the battle quickly spread to Starmoon Kingdom's forums, and everyone who watched the battle video was astounded. Without any backup, Black Flame had killed 2 level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Hundreds of evil demons and expert players had even fled from this terrifying player. As Shifeng's battle video spread on the forums, the news shook Starmoon Kingdom. The battle's outcome particularly affected the various major powers based in the kingdom. Zero Wing's position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild had been unshakable, but no one had expected Heaven's Burial to rise so quickly. Red Iron Town's development had exceeded everyone's expectations. Although players understood that Red Iron Town would develop quickly due to its auction house, they hadn't expected this level of speed. In just one day, the cheap fees had lured over 300,000 players to consign and purchase items in Red Iron Town's auction house. Many super rare items had even been placed on auction, attracting more independent experts and members of the various large guilds. At this point, the town's auction house was far more popular than those in ordinary NPC cities. If Red Iron Town's auction house continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it rivaled Star Moon City's auction house. Heaven's Burial's income from processing fees alone would be astronomical. Heaven's Burial's financial strength might even grow to rival, or even surpass Zero Wing. Rather than a single party ruling over the kingdom, Star Moon Kingdom's various powers would prefer two powerful forces vying for lordship. This way, weaker powers like themselves could thrive in secret. However, after witnessing Shi Feng exterminate so many powerful evil demons, they were at a loss. Not only is Black Flame powerful, but he even has a long-distance teleportation tool. This is ludicrous. Heaven's Burial will be in trouble after losing so many evil demons. I've heard that these evil demons are incredibly difficult to nurture. Since Black Flame can also teleport over long distances, Heaven's Burial will find it much more difficult to cause trouble in Stone Forest Town. That's right. Some players had given up on Stone Forest Town thanks to the evil demons. But now that Black Flame has devastated their numbers, Heaven's Burial won't attack so casually in the future. People will start visiting Stone Forest Town again to train in the battle arena. As the various major powers recovered from their shock of seeing Shi Feng's strength, Heaven's Burial's upper echelons, who were in the distant Frozen Scar, received the news. Guild leader, the Ghost Shadow Legion, has suffered grievous losses. Among the 600 members dispatched, less than 300 made it out alive. The evil demon army that Beast Emperor gave us suffered even greater losses. Of the 2 Grand Lords and dozen or so Great Lords we received, Black Flame killed them all. Daybreak Fog reported, an ugly expression on her face. The Ghost Shadow Legion was one of Heaven's Burial's trump card legions. Now that so many of its members had died, the lost weapons and equipment would burden the guild's finances. Moreover, it would take quite some time to catch up those members' levels. I really underestimated Black Flame, but he won't be able to stay complacent for much longer. As long as we take down the Frost King, so what if Stone Forest Town recovers to its peak? Moreover, Beast Emperor has nearly completed his quest. Just ignore Zero Wing for now, Singular Burial said nonchalantly. I guess you're right. It's already too late for Zero Wing to do anything. Daybreak Fog giggled as she directed her gaze towards the giant on the frozen throne inside the shrine. This giant was none other than the boss Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers vied for. The Frost King. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town. Shi Feng received a call from Melancholic Smile shortly after returning to the guild residence. Guild leader, you must be crazy. You dealt with all those evil demons by yourself. If Vice Guild leader Aqua finds out about this, she'll give me a lashing, Melancholic Smile complained, glaring at Shi Feng with resentment. Vice Guild leader Snow has even called to ask me about the matter. The guild leader had gone into such a dangerous situation by himself. On the off chance that something had happened to Shi Feng, Zero Wing's reputation would be wounded. Haven't I returned? Shi Feng asked, chuckling. They would have noticed if I mobilized a large group. We would never have achieved such results. Although Shi Feng had considered taking reinforcements with him, when he recalled the spies in the guild, he decided to go alone. He had also wanted to see how much he had improved. Melancholic Smile saw the reasoning in Shi Feng's explanation. Now that Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, it would be a lie to say that the other guilds within the kingdom had not sent spies to infiltrate their guild. In fact, even Zero Wing had sent its own spies to some of the noteworthy large guilds. Even if Zero Wing's management were secure, it was impossible to contain all information. It was also precisely because of Shi Feng's ambush that Zero Wing once more stood in the limelight, becoming a hot topic on the kingdom's official forums. Moreover, Stone Forest Town had begun to show signs of revitalizing, the tense atmosphere left over from the siege evaporating. Many of the town's players discussed the event, livening up the town. The candlelight trading firm also saw a significant increase in the number of players inquiring about Stone Forest Town's private housing. Right? How are the private houses and shops I asked you to build coming along? Shi Feng asked. Before he had left for the morning battlefield, he had tasked Melancholic Smile with managing Stone Forest Town's affairs. This way, Blackie and Aqua Rose could take care of their promotion quests without worry. They're complete. However, we've constructed them so far away from the central area. Will players really want to purchase them? Melancholic Smile asked, confused. Logically, one would construct private houses and shops near a town's business district. Yet, Shifeng had told her to build them very far away from the Candlelight Trading Firm and the Adventurers Association. To adventurer teams and merchant players, this would be inconvenient. It'll be fine. Shifeng nodded. Guild leader, regarding the surveillance you requested on Heaven's Burial, based on the information we've received, it seems that the guild is making progress in the Frozen Scar. We're not sure how far they've reached, but based on our estimates, they'll read the Frost King in the next few days. And due to their auction house, Red Iron Town has attracted many players. I've heard that quite a few top adventurer teams from neighboring kingdoms have agreed to garrison in Red Iron Town. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Red Iron Town's popularity surpasses Stone Forest Town. Melancholic Smile felt powerless as she watched Red Iron Town's development speed. Due to the town's potential, many merchant players had allied with the town. Auction house. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. He then told Melancholic Smile, "This is a good opportunity. Send me 100 architects. It's about time Heaven's Burial had a wake-up call." 100 architects. Melancholic Smile was stunned and couldn't imagine why Shifeng wanted so many. However, she did not give the matter too much thought either. She disconnected the call and began to make arrangements for the necessary architects. Architects were considered a minor class among subclasses. Only after guilds had secured their towns had players chosen to become architects. Since the architect subclass was so specialized, few large guilds possessed large reserves of architect players. Generally, each guild would only have 1 or 2 dozen architects. Even the Candlelight Trading Firm only had around 80 architects. The trading firm only has so many due to their preparation for Zero Wings' soon-to-be-constructed city. If they wanted to gather 100 architects, they would need to recruit more. Meanwhile, Shifeng entered one of the guild residence's lounges, organizing his harvest from the previous battle. Aside from the weapons and equipment from killing the Ghost Shadow Legion members, he had obtained over 200 evil energy crystals from the evil demons. He also had the loot from the 2 level 70 Grand Lords. Although the weapons and equipment that the Grand Lords dropped were only level 70 Secret Silver rank, the materials they dropped surpassed Shifeng's expectations. He had obtained 11 epic rank materials, each of which could be used to craft dark gold rank and higher weapons and equipment. In addition, several rare gemstones had dropped. What's this? Shifeng muttered as noticed the addition of an ancient, dilapidated stone tablet in his bag. The tablet had an ordinary appearance, no different than the stone slates that were normally used as street signs. There was nothing amiss or special about it. However, upon picking it up, Shifeng noticed something extraordinary. Despite the stone tablet only being the size of a wash basin, it weighed as much as the stone table in forging rooms. Following which, Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes and inspected the item. Third fragment of Evil God's tablet. Epic rank item. Created by the Evil God, this tablet can be used to form an illusory space within a 50-yard radius. The illusory space will create a bronze rank copy of any player that enters. Players can then fight their own copies. The bronze illusory creature has all skills of the copied player and can achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Duration 15 minutes, cooldown 1 hour, requires 500 evil energy crystals to upgrade. An illusory space? Excitement brightened Shifeng's expression as he read the text. This evil god's tablet fragment was undoubtedly his greatest harvest from the battle. Not even an epic weapon would be worth as much. This tablet was the equivalent of having a unique land to train in. In God's domain, even peak experts had an extremely hard time achieving a skill completion rate of 100%, not to mention weaker players. Meanwhile, the tablet fragment could create an exact copy of a player to serve as an opponent. The copy could even achieve a 100% skill completion rate. If players could spar with such an opponent long-term, their improvements would be astounding. By fighting the illusory creatures, players could learn how to better execute their skills and raise their skill completion rates. Feng had never imagined that the evil demons would drop such a precious item. The tablet fragment's only downside was its short duration. 15 minutes would pass in the blink of an eye. It can be upgraded using evil energy crystals? Feng's mood rose even higher. Feng knew that evil energy crystals could be useful when crafting weapons and equipment, but he hadn't expected the crystals to have this purpose. Although evil energy crystals only dropped from chieftain rank and above evil demons, he had accumulated quite a few from the 2 siege battles in Stone Forest Town. He hadn't used a single crystal thus far, as he hadn't wanted to waste them just to produce weapons and equipment. As a result, over 5,000 evil energy crystals sat in Zero Wing's guild warehouse. Although the Evil God's tablet's upgrade cost was a bit steep, upgrading the illusory space would be a worthwhile trade. Following which, Feng retrieved all of the evil energy crystals from the guild warehouse. Upon returning, he let the Evil God's tablet devour 500 evil energy crystals. Immediately, the tablet started transformed, the originally blurry images on the tablet becoming clearer. At the same time, the tablet's weight tripled. If not for his frighteningly high strength, carrying this tablet would have been a taxing endeavor. The tablet's introduction had also changed slightly. Initially, it would only create a bronze illusory creature. Now, it would manifest a mysterious iron illusory creature. Most importantly, the duration and cooldown had changed considerably. The illusory space's duration had risen from 15 minutes to 20 minutes, and the cooldown had decreased to 55 minutes. If he wanted to upgrade the tablet fragment further, he would need to feed it another 1,000 evil energy crystals. That's quite an improvement. After giving the matter some thought, he decided to upgrade the Evil God's tablet again. There wasn't much use for evil energy crystals at the moment. Upgrading the illusory space was much wiser than letting the crystals collect dust in the guild warehouse. After spending another 1,000 crystals to upgrade the tablet a second time, Feng proceeded to spend 3,000 more crystals to upgrade yet again. Unfortunately, the fourth upgrade cost 10,000 crystals. Even if Feng wanted to, he didn't have enough of the resource. After upgrading the tablet 2 more times, the illusory space could generate fine gold illusory creatures. The illusory space's duration had also increased to 30 minutes, while its cooldown had decreased to 45 minutes. 30 minutes was neither too long nor too short of a time for players. Moreover, players would only have to wait 15 minutes after one session before beginning the next. Once Feng finished upgrading the Evil God's tablet, he left the guild residence and headed to the battle arena. Although Stone Forest Town's battle arena had been popular among players thus far, it still struggled to attract experts. The more powerful an expert was, the less inclined they were to visit the battle arena. After all, experts of such high caliber were generally quite rare, which made it practically impossible to find these experts proper opponents that could help them improve in the battle arena. However, now that the battle arena had the illusory space, Feng had solved this problem. Noobs and experts alike all desired a method to raise their skill completion rates. This was especially true for expert players. After achieving an 80% skill completion rate, every 1% increase required a lot of time and effort, let alone after reaching 100%. Stone Forest Town Battle Arena. Nowadays, the battle arena was the heart of Stone Forest Town. Almost every player that visited the town visited the arena. As soon as Feng entered the central hall, he was greeted by the sight of over 400 players in the rest area, waiting for their turn in the combat rooms. Several times more players lined up for the payment counters. Although the traffic in the battle arena was no match for the number of players that had visited during its peak, it still raked in over 1,000 gold of pure profit per day. It was enough to cause even first-rate guilds to feel envious. Of course, first-rate guilds earned more than just 1,000 gold each day. However, the larger a guild was and the more members it had, the greater its expenditure would be. This was especially true after a guild obtained a town of its own. Developing a guild town was not unlike throwing money into a bottomless pit. Normally, first-rate guilds had to invest a large majority of their funds to develop a town properly. There was very little left each day. Moreover, this was only possible because of first-rate guilds' firm backgrounds and financial support from major corporations. Otherwise, supporting the initial cost of managing a town would be impossible. In Stone Forest Town's case, however, the battle arena's earnings largely made up for the town's development costs. Hence, the other large guilds had begun to construct their own battle arenas. It was thanks to this income, and the income from both the Candlelight Trading Firm and the Teleportation House, that Zero Wing dared to develop multiple fronts, investing in both Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire and Immortal Light. However, once Zero Wing's city was complete, the guild would have another bottomless pit to fill. If they did not prepare, Zero Wing's funds would quickly dry up, and funds were already quite tight. After observing the situation in the battle arena for a short moment, Shifeng made his way to the top floor. "Guild leader, you've come." As soon as Shifeng arrived, a charming woman in a light blue dress greeted him. This woman's name was Judy, and she was one of the 10 advanced NPC managers Shifeng had hired. She had 76 points in wisdom, even higher than an ordinary Tier 3 magical class NPC. In God's domain, she was an extremely rare NPC manager. The battle arena's smooth operation, despite how large it had grown, was all due to advanced NPCs like Judy. No player would have been able to produce the same results. "Help me retrieve the blueprint for the 7th floor. I want to reorganize the layout," Shifeng said and nodded a greeting. Although he wore a black cloak, he had personally contracted the arena's 10 advanced managers. They could recognize him even under the cloak. "Understood." Judy bowed and left. NPCs were incredibly efficient. After just a short moment, Shifeng, who had waited in a VIP reception room, obtained the blueprint for the battle arena's 7th floor. A portion of the 7th floor was allocated for tournament grounds, while another portion had been allocated for private rooms. However, after Stone Forest Town's upgrade to intermediate rank, the battle arena had grown. As a result, there were quite a few vacant private rooms. It just so happened that he could modify these rooms, creating advanced combat rooms. Originally, the Evil God's tablet had only covered a 50-yard radius area. However, after its upgrades, it now covered a 100-yard radius area. As long as he remodeled the 7th floor's layout, he could easily fit multiple combat rooms within the Evil God's tablet's coverage and allow players to train against the illusory creatures. "Guild leader, if you wish to remodel the 7th floor in such a way, not only will it involve a lot of work, but it will also waste a lot of space. The remodel will cost 1,000 gold. Are you sure you want to do this?" Judy asked upon seeing Shifeng's new layout. Minor modifications to large buildings in God's domain didn't cost extra. A large-scale modification, however, required the appropriate modification fees. "It's fine. Just get someone to see to the necessary changes." The high reconstruction cost didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Although he would be wasting a lot of space by trying to maximize the Evil God's tablet's efficiency, he could squeeze in 9 combat rooms around the tablet by doing so. Overall, it was a worthwhile trade. With this, he could maximize the number of players who could train against the illusory creatures. When Shifeng had observed the first-floor hall, he had noticed that the majority of experts there were only level 41 or 42, and they mainly wore secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. There were very few expert players in level 40 dark gold equipment. This was due to the limited benefits for experts of that caliber, yet those were the players with a lot of resources to spend. Now that he had the Evil God's tablet's illusory space, this was a good opportunity to lure more top experts to the battle arena. Although Shifeng had thought of limiting the illusory space to guild members, a guild needed more than just experts to develop. If he could lure to experts to the battle arena and secure the resources in their possession, he could push the guild's development speed to a whole new level. Shortly after Shifeng started the 7th floor's remodel, news of the matter spread throughout Stone Forest Town. "Huh? They're not letting people on the 7th floor? What's going on?" "No idea. I've heard that some of the experts resting on that floor were requested to leave for a while. It seems that Zero Wing is remodeling the area." "Remodeling the 7th floor? Are they constructing more combat rooms?" "That might be possible. Members hadn't needed to line up for combat rooms in the past, but that had changed. If Zero Wing constructed more member-only combat rooms, it could reduce the time members have to wait in line." The players waiting in the battle arena began to discuss the new changes. While everyone chatted about the situation, the the 7th floor remodel completed. Remodeling too far less time than constructing a building as the task was completed by NPCs. Altogether, only 10 minutes had passed since Shurfeng had paid the fees. Curious players rushed to the 7th floor to inspect the changes. Upon taking a look, however, they were shocked. While it was true that Zero Wing had constructed more combat rooms, the number had surprised everyone. The guild had only constructed 9 combat rooms. Moreover, these 9 rooms occupied as much space as 20+ combat rooms on the 6th floor. In addition, players could choose a new type of combat room at the 1st floor counters, the advanced combat room. Moreover, only Battle Arena members had access, and the rental price was ridiculously high. Renting one advanced combat room for 30 minutes cost 2 magic crystals. Players had already griped about the 4 silver per hour rental fees for ordinary combat rooms. Yet Zero Wing had created a room that cost 2 magic crystals for a single half hour. Currently, each magic crystal cost 25 silver on the market. However, players normally had to spend 26 or more silver to purchase one. Is Zero Wing trying to rob players? Crap. This is fraud. Only an idiot would rent such a combat room. Zero Wing is insane. If I had that kind of money, I'd rather spend it in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. Players in the main hall of Stone Forest Town's Battle Arena voiced their dissent. Many complained about the advanced combat room's price. They all felt that Zero Wing was asking for too much, and only a fool would willingly rent these rooms. Independent players weren't the only ones upset. Even Zero Wing's members gasped when they saw the price. 2 magic crystals could only get them 30 minutes inside the advanced combat room. Even Zero Wing's core members were reluctant to pay such a price, much less the elite and normal members. Everyone thought that this price was simply outrageous and no one wanted to rent the rooms. While PvP and training combat techniques in a high mana density environment was beneficial, there was a limit to how much one could actually gain. When Shurfeng heard the conversations in the guild chat, he simply chuckled. He then took a return scroll from his bag and activated it, intending to return to White River City for now. While his asking price of 2 magic crystals was astonishingly high, and even he thought it was expensive, the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower only charged 1 magic crystal. However, his illusory space offered a stronger training ground than the Trial Tower. Not only was the mana density much higher, but players could also spar with an illusory creature that possessed the same skill set. The illusory creature could also execute said skills with a 100% completion rate. No matter how he looked at it, the illusory space was far better than the Trial Tower. He planned to take the gamble. If no one wanted to rent the advanced combat rooms after realizing the benefits, he could lower the price to 1 magic crystal. He had left the Evil God's tablet and advanced combat rooms management to Judy. She would automatically activate the illusory space when players entered the combat rooms. 30 seconds later, Shurfeng transformed into a streak of white light and left the battle arena. A man and woman entered the battle arena's lively first-floor hall. Both were exquisitely dressed, level 43 players. As they entered the hall, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. HM? Aren't they Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon, the commander and vice-commander of Firecloud Fox? A level 41 shield warrior in silver armor immediately recognized the 2 people that just entered the building. What's an adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire doing here? It shouldn't be so surprising. After all, several experts from the Black Dragon Empire have trained in the battle arena before. Those experts are pretty high ranked in the Empire, some even ranking among the top 100. Those 2 are probably here to prepare for the Empire's ranking battle tomorrow. A level 42 elementalist wearing purple robes said, "I see." Realization dawned on the shield warrior. If I remember correctly, Firecloud Fox barely got into the top 50 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire's last ranking battle. It's a pity that the team wasn't quite strong enough. If Remnant Cloud could rank among the top 50 of his own class, he might be able to push Firecloud Fox into the top 50 this time. That's highly unlikely. Various superpowers recently debuted newcomers that they've been nurturing internally to contest for the top 10 newcomers in God's domain. First-rate guilds will also dispatch some of their geniuses for the competition. Since the ranking battles are such a good opportunity to gain combat experience, why would these new talents pass it by? the purple-robed elementalist said, shaking his head. Just keeping their spot among the top 100 will already be impressive, let alone the top 50. Developing in an empire is awesome. The secret pavilion only holds these battles from time to time in the empires. Players residing in these empires get to watch the battles, too. On the other hand, the secret pavilion hasn't once hosted such a competition in Starmoon Kingdom, the silver-armored shield warrior said, sighing. It can't be helped. God's domain is just too big. Keeping up with the various empire statistics is already challenging. Moreover, hosting such competitions costs a lot of resources. Even the secret pavilion can't afford to keep track of experts in the various kingdoms. Though that might not be the case in the future. While the purple-robed elementalist sighed in dejection as well, he also held a hint of hope. Generally, only local players got to watch the secret pavilion's ranking competitions. After all, the competition venue could only hold a limited number of people. The secret pavilion usually only invite active, well-known players, adventurer teams, and large guilds within the hosting empire. Adventurer teams and players from other countries weren't invited. The advanced combat room's rent is so expensive, and only one person can use it at a time. Commander, let's just settle for the ordinary combat rooms, Graceful Moon exclaimed when she saw the prices. Although she could afford the room, 2 magic crystals for 30 minutes of training was ridiculous no matter how she looked at it. Let's give the advanced combat rooms a try. In any case, we're just here to test out the effects of the town's mana density. If we go for the ordinary combat rooms, I'm afraid we'll have to wait a long time before our turn. We don't have that much time to waste right now, Remnant Cloud said, shaking his head. He turned to the NPC behind the counter and said, I'll rent 2 advanced combat rooms. All right. The total cost is 4 magic crystals. The NPC beauty responded with a smile, following which, Remnant Cloud paid 4 magic crystals and received 2 purple crystals in return. The purple crystals were keys to the corresponding combat rooms. After receiving the keys, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon approached the staircase. Unlike other players, they didn't need to wait in the rest area for their turn, and many players looked on with envy. Only when these players remembered the 2 magic crystal cost, they shook their heads and gave up on the notion of renting an advanced combat room. Meanwhile, Shurfeng had arrived in White River City. After leaving the teleportation hall, he made his way to the library. Due to an unexpected situation, he had been forced to delay his plan of asking Charlene about the pitch-black ring. Now that the evil demon problem plaguing Stone Forest Town had been dealt with, he had to visit the woman. After all, if not even omniscient eyes could appraise the pitch-black ring, the ring's origin must be extraordinary. After riding an advanced horse carriage for 10 minutes or so, Shurfeng reached White River City's library. However, the scene before the library had changed drastically. Due to White River City's promotion, the library's appearance had become far more majestic. The guards standing by the main entrance had also been upgraded, now level 180 Tier 2 knights. Upon entering the library, Shurfeng felt a distinct change to the building's mana density. It would now be far easier to learn and train spells here than outside. Hence, far more magical class players occupied the building. Shurfeng did not waste too much time in the first-floor hall, quickly making his way to the library's top floor. Upon reaching the top floor, like his previous visit, Shurfeng felt as if he had just sunk into a muddy swamp. He wasn't comfortable. When he entered the Starmoon Hall, Charlene sat at a table, quietly reading an ancient book as she usually did. She gave off an indescribable sense of intimacy and tranquility. It seems your promotion has gone smoothly. You've made it back so quickly. When Charlene saw Shurfeng enter the hall, she scrutinized him. A moment later, she smiled and said, Well, out with it. Why have you come this time? Lady Charlene, I'd like your help in appraising an item. Shurfeng answered straightforwardly. This item is very special, and I cannot even inspect it with my omniscient eyes. Even your omniscient eyes appraise it? Charlene was slightly astonished. Setting her book on the table, she continued, That is interesting. Let me have a look. Following which, Feng revealed the pitch-black ring he had obtained from the ancient treasure chest. The pitch-black ring was simple and unadorned. Even if a player picked it up, it wouldn't be surprising if they sold it to an NPC as trash. However, when Feng took out the ring, Charlene was stunned for a moment, while Feng felt the previously calm mana in the hall rampage. Very quickly, however, peace returned to Starmoon Hall. This was the first time Feng had seen Charlene lose her composure. "Where did you get this?" Charlene asked, her joy and excitement lighting up her eyes as she stared at the pitch-black ring in Feng's hand. "A secret room in the Orc Palace," Feng answered truthfully. Seeing Charlene's reaction, he could tell that she recognized the item, and he could not help his growing excitement. If even Charlene hadn't known the ring's identity, it would have likely collected dust in his warehouse for a very long time. After all, unless he obtained an identification skill that was even more powerful than omniscient eyes, he wouldn't learn more about the ring. Such a skill wasn't easily obtained. However, if an NPC recognized the item, he could learn about it even if he couldn't analyze it. So that's the case. That old bastard really did have it. Charlene smiled. With a wave of her hand, the pitch-black ring flew out of Feng's palm and to Charlene's. Slowly, she said, "This is the Ring of Eternity. It had originally belonged to the Godslayer, but looking at it now, it seems to be damaged beyond repair." Damaged beyond repair? Feng's heart sank. He had hoped that this ring was something amazing, yet it turned out to be beyond salvation. It was no wonder why omniscient eyes couldn't analyze it. After all, it was only natural that he couldn't appraise a worthless item. "Don't be too disappointed. Although it is useless now, the ring's materials are quite special," Charlene said. She couldn't help but giggle when she saw the dejected expression on Feng's face. After all, this ring used to be a godly relic. The heart of the world had been its core material. "I believe many people will be interested in this ring if you can get a craftsman forger to make a new one." When Feng heard the words "heart of the world," his breathing quickened slightly. The heart of the world was the foundation of a world. Many of God's domain's otherworlds, for example, had evolved from a heart of the world. "If you don't have a use for this ring, I'd be willing to buy it. I can offer you 200 units of 7 Luminaries crystals or the Eternium mine that's near White River City," Charlene said, smiling as she toyed around with the Ring of Eternity in her hand. Charlene's offer was sorely tempting. He had never expected the woman to be so generous and wealthy. 200 units of 7 Luminaries crystal was no small amount. It would take a first-rate guild months, if not years, to gather so much. Meanwhile, the Eternium mine close to White River City was also quite famous. Feng hadn't thought that the mine actually belonged to Charlene. Eternium ore was a very rare supportive ore. It was also used to forge magisteel ingots, which could increase one's success rate when forging weapons and equipment. Many guilds had thought of claiming the mine for themselves in the past. Unfortunately, the mine was under the kingdom's supervision. The NPCs guarding it were all level 180 and above. It was impossible to claim. If he could obtain the Eternium mine, the Candlelight trading firm's forgers would have a much easier time when crafting weapons and equipment above level 50. "Lady Charlene, if I wish to make a new ring, must I get the help of a craftsman forger?" Feng asked. Although Charlene's offer was tempting, the heart of the world was similarly precious. Encountering the material again in the future would be nearly impossible. It doesn't have to be a craftsman, but craftsman forgers are the only ones who can use the material to its fullest potential. If you asked a master or grandmaster forger to craft the new ring, the final product will be very low quality. It might not even be worth 50 units of 7 Luminaries crystals, Charlene said, smiling at Feng. "You need to think this through. How about I make you another offer? The power of darkness in your body has already become considerably dense. In exchange for this ring, I'll help you partially restore the Bible of Darkness. It'll become a little easier to retrain Moloch's ring's devouring effect." "Help me repair the Bible of Darkness?" Feng was slightly astonished. He had never imagined that Charlene would be so interested in the Ring of Eternity, so much so that she'd offer to help him repair the Bible of Darkness, albeit partially. Immediately, he answered, "All right, I'll have to trouble you to help me repair the Bible of Darkness." Then, he had rushed to complete his Tier 2 promotion precisely because he was worried about Moloch's ring's devouring effect. Now that a solution to this problem had presented itself, he had to take advantage of it. After all, he still had other matters to deal with. He didn't have the spare time to quest and repair the Bible of Darkness. Meanwhile, he had other methods of obtaining 7 luminaries crystals. As for the mine, manatite veins were far more valuable than eternium veins. After all, manatite ore could be used to produce the elementium ingot, another item that could increase forging success rates. Moreover, manatite veins produced magic crystals. As for forging a new ring, there were only a few craftsman-ranked forgers throughout God's domain. Finding one and convincing them to help was simply impossible for a player of his level. Even if he got the chance, it wouldn't happen for a long time. Rather than letting the heart of the world collect dust in his warehouse, he might as well benefit from it now. It would also save him the trouble of completing a quest that was at least epic rank. "You've made a wise decision. Otherwise, you'd have to travel to the Broken Canyon," Charlene said, chuckling as she stored the Ring of Eternity. She then said, "Follow me." Hearing Charlene mention the Broken Canyon, Shi Feng shuddered. He hadn't realized that he'd have to go to such a dangerous map to repair the Bible of Darkness. The Broken Canyon was a rank 2 forbidden land for humans, only second to the Ruined Mountain Range. In the Ruined Mountain Range, players were guaranteed to die, while in the Broken Canyon, they might survive 1 out of 10 visits. Moreover, they'd only have such hope after reaching Tier 3. Countless peak experts had visited the Broken Canyon in the past. While some had grown stronger, the majority of these peak experts had returned with their characters crippled. Just being able to walk out of the Broken Canyon alive made them experts among experts. As for obtaining something from inside the Broken Canyon, only peak experts had any hope of achieving such a feat under Charlene's lead. Shi Feng quickly arrived before a teleportation magic array inside the Star Moon Hall. When the teleportation array activated, Shi Feng's vision blurred. In the next moment, he found himself inside a hall that resembled the night sky. The beautiful view was mesmerizing. "This is the Stargazing Tower?" Shi Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected White River City's library to have a teleportation array connected to the Stargazing Tower. The Stargazing Tower was in Blackwing City. Without an entry pass, entering the city was impossible. Under Charlene's lead, Shi Feng returned to the Weeping Moon Pavilion once again. He suddenly felt far more limber. The Weeping Moon Pavilion has a powerful suppression effect on the power of darkness. If we repair the Bible of Darkness here, the Demon Kings won't discover the change, Charlene explained. "All right, take out the Bible of Darkness and place it on the magic array below the water mirror." Nodding, Shi Feng retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and set it on the carved magic array beneath the water mirror on the ceiling. The magic array in the center of the Weeping Moon Pavilion looked ancient. Despite the being inactive, Shi Feng could feel its archaic aura. As Charlene walked up to the magic array, a dazzling staff suddenly appeared in her hand. She pointed the staff at the magic array and commanded, "Space-time source, activate." Suddenly, the mana density in the Weeping Moon Pavilion began to grow restless. The magic array then lit up, and horrific amounts of mana surged towards the array, stealing the strength from Shi Feng's legs as he fell on his rear. How is this possible? Shi Feng was stupefied as he stared up at the 7-fold magic array that formed beneath the water mirror. This magic array was many times more powerful than any Tier 6 God-rank spell he had seen before. Abruptly, the Bible of Darkness started to flip around as layer upon layer of pitch-black chains appeared around the book, binding it. However, as if time had begun to rewind, the chains began to vanish. When only 5 chains remained, the magic array froze as a violent surge of mana exploded in a shockwave. Not daring to be careless, Shi Feng activated Absolute Domain, becoming immune to all damage. When the shockwave struck Shi Feng, although he did not receive any damage, he grew faint for a moment. Meanwhile, in the center of the magic array, the originally tattered Bible of Darkness seemed newer as it hovered in the air. The surrounding mana density pulled a shudder from Shurfeng. What powerful mana! Shurfeng was astonished as he stared at the floating Bible of Darkness. Although the Bible of Darkness had previously exuded a powerful pressure, there was a world of difference when compared to the pressure it radiated now. Moreover, a layer of thick, black fog shrouded the book. The power of darkness was now so dense that he could see it with the naked eye. Meanwhile, Charlene, who was very pale, lightly waved her hand. In the blink of an eye, the floating Bible of Darkness appeared in Shurfeng's hands. All right, I can only repair it to this extent. Whether or not you can repair the Bible of Darkness to its peak will depend on your luck and tenacity. As for Moloch's ring, try not to use it unless absolutely necessary, as it will only accumulate more power of darkness. After saying so, Charlene waved her staff. Suddenly, Shurfeng's world spun. Before he knew it, he had appeared in the plaza outside of the stargazing tower. His abrupt appearance attracted a lot of attention. Isn't she too quick to chase people away? Shurfeng smiled bitterly as he surveyed his surroundings and noticed hundreds of people staring at him greedily. Fortunately, he was wearing a black cloak, so his identity remained a secret, following which Shurfeng stored the Bible of Darkness and took out a guild transfer scroll. In Blackwing City's plaza, the players watching Shurfeng easily recognized the Bible of Darkness as an extraordinary item. However, when they saw Shurfeng's transfer scroll, they ground their teeth in anger. Since attacking a player in Blackwing City would result in extremely severe punishment, they could only watch as this mysterious player departed from Blackwing City. Stone Forest Town, Zero Wings residence. As soon as Shurfeng returned, he found an empty room to inspect the Bible of Darkness. Bible of Darkness. Fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the Bible contains an extreme amount of power of darkness. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. Skill 1, Demon Summoning. Summons the demon gate with the power of darkness, calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 15 levels than the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed tier 5. Holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 6 hours. Cooldown, 2 hours 30 minutes. Skill 2, Gate of Darkness. Allows teleportation to the Dark Denver. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 20 people at a single time. Cooldown 1 day. Skill 3, Light of Darkness. Strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 1,200 people. Every player strengthened provides one source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4, Power of Darkness. Fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 100%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to number of source of darkness * 0.5 seconds. Power of darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of tier 5 classes. Cooldown 6 hours. Skill 6, Demon Ruler. Passive effect. Increases the attributes of demonic creatures under user's control by 30%. Forcibly decreases the attributes of all enemy demon creatures within a 1,000-yard radius by 30%. Active effect. When activated, there is a 10% chance to control a demon creature that is no higher than 2 tiers and 30 levels than the user for 2 hours. Can control up to tier 5 creatures. Can control up to a maximum of 3 creatures at a time. Cooldown 5 minutes. This book can truly give its user the power to rule over demons. Shurfeng was ecstatic as he read the tome's attribute panel. With these attributes, the Bible of Darkness was on par with a legendary item, yet it was only fragmented legendary rank. With the shortened cooldown for demon summoning, it was now possible to summon 3 demons at a time. This would be of great help on his future quests. Meanwhile, with the Demon Ruler skill, he could potentially control up to 6 demons at a time. If he could restore the Bible of Darkness to its peak, he could form a powerful demon army. His army would be no weaker than Beast Emperor's evil demon forces. Moreover, he'd still be an ally of the human race. Now that the maximum number of people I can grant power of darkness to has increased from 600 to 1,200, I can use this opportunity to expand the Dark God's Legion. Shi Feng thought as he read the Light of Darkness skill. As Zero Wing continued to expand, its number of experts continued to increase. However, due to the previous limit of Light of Darkness, he couldn't have more than 500 people in the Dark God's Legion. Now, however, he could have a true 1,000-man legion. Moreover, the Bible of Darkness's repair had also upgraded the Berserk skill Power of Darkness's effects. When he thought about arming a 1,000-man legion with Berserk skills, he could not help but shiver with excitement. Even 10 years after God's Domain's launch, Berserk skills had been incredibly rare. Not every expert would have a chance to learn one. It'd be impressive enough if a first-rate guild had a 100-man Berserk team. Not even super guilds could form a 1,000-man Berserk Legion. As Shi Feng was about to select new members for the Dark God's Legion, he received a call from Gentle Snow. Guild Leader, I've just received an invitation from the Secret Pavilion. The Secret Pavilion has requested that you and several core upper echelons spectate tomorrow's ranking competition in the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, the Pavilion has given Zero Wing 5 participation slots. We can join the official competition without going through the qualifiers. Gentle Snow reported before forwarding the invitation to Shi Feng. They've invited Zero Wing to participate in the ranking competition as well? Shi Feng was slightly astonished. The Secret Pavilion's ranking competitions had been the most famous competitions throughout God's Domain in the past. They were one of the few major competitions that players had access to and could watch. However, the organization wouldn't invite just any guild to participate. The Secret Pavilion only invited large, local guilds. Moreover, due to the venue's capacity, a limited number of guilds were invited to spectate. Usually, the Secret Pavilion only prepared slots for 100 guilds. Among the guilds invited, the weakest were second-rate guilds. Other local guilds would then contest for the leftover slots. As this ranking competition was the best opportunity for a guild to increase their renown in an empire, an intense competition among the local third-rate guilds would break out before every event. Unfortunately, as both God's Domain's size and player population were too massive, it was unrealistic to hold the ranking competitions in every country. Hence, during the game's early stages, the Secret Pavilion only limited the ranking competitions to the various empires. However, as the Secret Pavilion continued to develop and grow stronger, it would host a few events in some of the more powerful kingdoms. These ranking competitions were also why Shi Feng knew about various experts in Starmoon Kingdom and the various empires. Shi Feng had never thought that his guild would be invited as well. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Zero Wing already had a branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. In addition, Zero Wing was Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. It wasn't unusual for the guild to receive an invitation. Guild Leader, this is a good chance for Zero Wing to increase its fame in the Black Dragon Empire. As this is our first invitation and you're our guild leader, you have to attend, Gentle Snow said seriously. There were too many large guilds in the Black Dragon Empire, and quite a few first-rate guilds would be participating in the competition. The first-rate guild, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, would also attend. Developing in the Black Dragon Empire wasn't easy for Zero Wing. Now that the various top-ranking guilds in the Empire would gather in one location, this was a good opportunity to display Zero Wing's strength. Although the guild leader couldn't participate, he was still the symbol of strength for a guild. It would be a huge waste if Shi Feng missed the event. Got it. I'll definitely be there. Shi Feng chuckled before disconnecting the call. While Zero Wing might be famous in Starmoon Kingdom, in the Black Dragon Empire and other countries, only large guilds would have a clear understanding of it. Ordinary players and the like would at most have only heard Zero Wing's name. After all, God's Domain was very large with many guilds in it. There were guilds rising to and falling from prominence every day. Just keeping up with the latest news within one's own country was already a difficult task, not to mention news in other kingdoms and empires. One could only do so by devoting all of their time to researching the various kingdoms and empires and nothing else. However, the consequence of doing something like this was a halt in their progress in the game. something unacceptable to most players. If one spoke about Zero Wing's popularity among the players of the Black Dragon Empire, it might not even be comparable to that of a second-rate guild in the Empire. After all, the majority of the players in God's domain would not leave the country they belong to at this stage of the game. Moreover, the official forums were also region-based. One could access only the forums of the country they were in. Hence, the only way one could access the forums of another country was by personally traveling to said country. As a result, the knowledge that ordinary players and a large majority of elite players had regarding other kingdoms and empires was limited to the various ranking lists created by the Secret Pavilion. In fact, before becoming the guild leader of Shadow, Shurfeng had also been in a similar situation. If not for the Secret Pavilion hosting ranking competitions in the various countries, he wouldn't have been able to find out about the experts of the many kingdoms and empires or the well-known guilds and adventurer teams. Following which, Shurfeng pulled up the relevant data for guild members and began choosing the new members for the Dark Gods Legion. Previously, as there were too few slots available in the Dark Gods Legion, he had set in place an elimination system to replace underperforming members. Now that the power of darkness slots had doubled in number, he needed to select new members for the Dark Gods Legion properly. After all, becoming a member of the Dark Gods Legion was already equivalent to becoming one of Zero Wing's core members. The benefits they enjoyed were second only to what the main force members received. Fortunately, Aqua Rose had already compiled a list of reserve members for the Dark Gods Legion and would frequently update it. The members on this list normally had excellent performances in the guild and displayed rapid improvement. Their individual strength ranked near the top among elite members as well. Moreover, Aqua Rose had also carried out a detailed investigation into their backgrounds. Hence, the likelihood of them being spies from other guilds was very low. These people have actually joined Zero Wing too. As Shurfeng was going through the reserve member list, he suddenly discovered the names of a few players that had been peak experts in Starmoon Kingdom in the past. The elementalist Carefree Wind, nicknamed the Magic Breaker. He was once an independent expert ranked within the top 30 of Starmoon Kingdom's elementalist rankings. Carefree Wind always operated solo. Despite many large guilds' attempts to recruit him, none of them had ever succeeded in doing so. The assassin Cool Breeze. He was similarly an expert on Starmoon Kingdom's assassin rankings. At his peak, he had managed to get within the top 15. Shurfeng could not help but sigh ruefully when he noticed that various peak experts of Starmoon Kingdom in his previous life had actually joined Zero Wing. It was no wonder people often said that Zero Wing was rife with experts. When he looked at this list now, those words really were true. Given enough time and opportunities, these people would definitely become peerless experts in the future. At that time, nobody would dare say that Zero Wing was lacking in peak experts. Just as Shurfeng was going through the reserve member list, he suddenly received a call from Melancholic Smile. Guild Leader, I've already gathered the 100 architects you've asked for at the guild residence's first-floor reception room. They can start working at any time, Melancholic Smile said. The architect class was originally a very unpopular subclass. Even though the Candlelight trading firm had already recruited quite a number before, trying to gather 100 architects was not an easy task. With so many architects, they could already reconstruct Stone Forest Town all over again. Okay, I'll head over right away. Shurfeng nodded. Inside the first-floor reception room, 100 architects had gathered. Currently, some of them wore nervous expressions, while others looked excited. After all, this was the first time their guild leader, Black Flame, had asked to meet with them directly. Black Flame was someone everybody in Starmoon Kingdom knew about. He was a living legend. Just before this, he had even single-handedly defeated a small army of evil demons as well as sent Heaven's Burial's experts running for their lives. I wonder what the guild leader has called so many of us here for? I suspect that the guild might be planning on nurturing a few architects. I heard that some time ago, the guild decided to nurture some alchemists. As a result, during this period, those alchemists in the trading firm have been practicing like crazy. They've all locked themselves up in their workshops and have declared they would get within the top 10 of some competition. I also heard about that, Moreover, I heard that it triggered a frenzy among the alchemists in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Right now, many capable alchemists are trying to join the Candlelight trading firm to compete for the top 10 rankings for that competition. I'm not asking for much. As long as I can become a core member, I will be able to rely on God's domain to earn a stable income in the future. Stop dreaming. It's very difficult for lifestyle players to become core members in Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's core members all receive a considerably high fixed monthly salary. Hehe. I've just managed to get promoted to Advanced Architect. There are only a few Advanced Architects in the entire Candlelight trading firm. Even if I can't become a core member, as long as I work hard enough, I should still have a great chance to become an internal member. Unlike the forgers, alchemists, and engineers of the trading firm, I don't have to break my back to become an internal member. Even after reaching the advanced rank, those guys can become only official members of the trading firm. I knew I should have become an architect sooner. If I did, I would have also become an advanced architect by now. While everyone was chatting, Shifeng entered the reception room. Immediately, the architects inside the room rose to attention. The room also fell dead silent as everyone looked speechlessly at Shifeng, anxiety apparent on their faces. They had reacted this way not because they wanted to. Rather, their bodies had responded instinctively to Shifeng entering the room. After Shifeng upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring, his basic attributes soared significantly, so much so that he had yet to adapt to the change fully. Hence, if he wasn't paying attention, his aura would flow out freely. Moreover, now that the Bible of Darkness was partially repaired, the book added a layer of darkness and coldness to his aura. As a result, when everyone looked at Shifeng, they felt as if they were going up against a great lord-ranked demon. Even elite players who were fond of combat would feel a significant amount of pressure from Shifeng's aura. What more low-leveled lifestyle players like themselves? So strong. So this person is our guild leader? Why do I feel my legs going soft? Previously, everyone had only ever seen Shifeng through videos. Now that they were looking at him up close, the reverence they felt towards Shifeng grew even greater. Sit, Shifeng said nonchalantly. Immediately, like well-trained soldiers, everyone sat down in unison with serious expressions. Seeing this scene, Shifeng could not help but smile bitterly. Was he really that frightening? The reason why I've gathered you all here today is to build a large structure. However, before I tell you the exact details, you'll need to sign an agreement. By signing this contract, basic and intermediate architects will directly become official members of the Candlelight trading firm, while advanced architects will become internal members, Shifeng explained. Crap. Even basic architects get to become official members. Ha ha ha. My decision to become an architect was the right one after all. Hearing Shifeng's words, nearly everyone in the room cried out in shock. The Candlelight trading firm was Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. It was also a holy land for lifestyle players. The benefits it offered was at the top of the industry. Hence, countless lifestyle players wanted to join the trading firm. However, because of this popularity, becoming an official member of the trading firm was extremely difficult. Normally, when an advanced lifestyle player joined another guild, they would almost always receive the treatment of a core member. In Candlelight, however, advanced lifestyle players would only qualify as official members. One could just imagine how difficult it was to become an official member of the Candlelight trading firm. Meanwhile, if an advanced lifestyle player wished to become an internal member of Candlelight, they would have to top all sorts of competitions. Yet now, they could become internal members just by being advanced architects. It was simply inconceivable. Immediately, everyone signed the agreement without hesitation. With the contracts dealt with, Shifeng nodded and said, "Since no one has any problems, let's move to today's main topic." Saying so, he took out a very large construction design from his bag. Compared to ordinary construction designs, this one was nearly 3 times bigger. Moreover, the design consisted of a thick stack of papers. When everyone read the words written on the construction design, they gasped. The Advanced Auction House Design. Melancholic Smile, who was also in the reception room, could not help but rub her eyes as she looked at the design placed on the table in astonishment. The auction house design was one of the items the various large guilds were all searching for right now. Just from looking at Red Iron Town's current situation, one could tell how much of a help an auction house could be to a guild town. Many superpowers had even begun offering astronomical prices to purchase the auction house design, as it was something that could only be obtained through luck and not effort. However, even now, nobody had gotten any information regarding the auction house design. Guild leader, are you some kind of treasure box? You actually managed to take out an auction house design as well. If Heaven's Burial were to find out about this, they would definitely faint from anger, Melancholic Smile said as she looked at Shi Feng excitedly. Currently, the various major powers and players in Starmoon Kingdom were all optimistic about Heaven's Burial's Red Iron Town. They all believed that it was only a matter of time before Red Iron Town surpassed Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, one of the main contributing factors for their rosy outlook was the presence of the auction house. Now, however, Zero Wing also possessed an auction house design. If Heaven's Burial's upper echelon were to find out about this matter, their reactions would no doubt be priceless. At this moment, Melancholic Smile finally understood why Shi Feng had said that it was about time to give Heaven's Burial a wake-up call. As soon as Stone Forest Town's auction house was constructed, all hopes for Red Iron Town surpassing Stone Forest Town would be dashed. After all, aside from the auction house, Stone Forest Town still possessed many other attractions. It held an absolute advantage over Red Iron Town. Shi Feng simply chuckled in response to Melancholic Smile's question. He then started assigning tasks to everyone for the construction of the advanced auction house. Once the advanced auction house was constructed, let alone Red Iron Town's auction house, even Starmoon City's auction house might not be a match for it. However, the construction of the advanced auction house was very difficult and required a lot of rare materials. Just the construction cost alone was over 5,000 gold. In addition, the construction procedures were extremely complex, needing some special secret runes to complete the building. Hence, the design itself included a complete set of foundational secret runes for players to learn. Each player could inherit this kind of technique only once, and only a maximum of 100 players could inherit this set of foundational secret runes. To architects, this was a massive opportunity to improve themselves. How much they could learn would depend on their individual standards. However, even if they managed to learn only half of the technique, it would be a great help in their pursuit of mastery in the future. If one could fully grasp the foundational secret runes, they would have no problems becoming master architects. Although Shi Feng did not know how much the 100 architects present could grasp, at the very least, he would increase their chances at becoming master architects. Even if only 1 out of 100 of these people managed to become a master architect, it would be a matter worth celebrating for Zero Wing. At this stage of the game, not much importance was placed on architects. However, as God's domain continued developing and the number of guild towns and cities in the game increased, the status of architects in the game would also rise rapidly. Particularly at the later stages of the game, the treatment master architects received from guilds would not be the slightest bit inferior when compared to master forgers, master alchemists, and master engineers. After all, advanced construction designs were extremely rare. However, master architects had a chance at creating an advanced construction design of their own. Moreover, every advanced construction design was worth much more than the advanced designs of alchemy, forging, and engineering, because buildings constructed using advanced construction designs possessed distinctive abilities. Take the advanced auction house design, for example. In the case of an ordinary auction house, it was only capable of letting players consign and purchase items through it. There was not much difference between it and NPC auction houses. However, it was a different story for advanced auction houses. An advanced auction house possessed 2 more features than an ordinary auction house. The first feature was the bartering function. This bartering function did not require any intervention from players. The system would automatically complete the transaction of items for players. It was an extremely convenient system for independent players and adventurer teams. After all, a large portion of God's Domain's player base consisted of independent players and adventurer teams. There were bound to be some people that would be lucky enough to obtain items that the various large guilds could not. Just this bartering function alone allowed the advanced auction house to surpass ordinary auction houses by far. The second feature was a weekly NPC auction, which was similar to the auctions held at Blackwing City. At this NPC auction, NPCs would put their own items up for bids. Naturally, players would be allowed to purchase these items so long as the bids they placed were sufficiently high. This feature definitely could not be found in an ordinary auction house. Due to these two features, the advanced auction house Ouroboros operated in the past became the #1 auction house in Starmoon Kingdom as well as neighboring kingdoms. Back then, even superpowers were envious of Ouroboros. Inside the reception room, under Shurfeng's guidance, all 100 architect players managed to inherit the foundational secret runes. Crap! There's actually such a construction method as well. These foundational secret runes are simply amazing. If my friends were to find out that I've joined Zero Wing and have even learned a set of foundational secret runes, they would definitely die of envy. Amazing! If I manage to learn these secret runes, I feel that I'll have a greater chance of becoming a master architect. Everyone could not help but exclaim when they obtained the foundational secret runes. The loyalty and reverence they felt towards Zero Wing also strengthened even more. Recently, there were all sorts of rumors flying about stating that Heaven's Burial would surpass Zero Wing sooner or later. From the situation now, however, not to mention surpassing Zero Wing, Heaven's Burial would be fortunate if it could touch Zero Wing's shadow. While Shurfeng was watching everyone learning the foundational secret runes quietly, Melancholic Smile's expression suddenly sank. "What's wrong?" Shurfeng asked curiously. "I just received news from an informant inside Heaven's Burial. It seems that Heaven's Burial has already begun raiding the Frost King," Melancholic Smile explained. "However, something seems to have gone wrong with the Frost King. It displayed a strength that was completely different from our investigations. Even Heaven's Burial was caught off guard. After losing some men, the Legion Heaven's Burial dispatched promptly retreated. Now, in order to deal with the Frost King, Heaven's Burial has formed a 20,000-man elite legion to deal with the Frost King. Currently, the legion has already set out for the Frozen Scar. Its strength is different from previous investigations?" Shurfeng also felt somewhat surprised at this situation. The NPCs of Evernight City had long since mentioned the Frost King's strength. No mistakes should have occurred. "Do you know how strong the Frost King currently is?" Exactly how strong the Frost King is, that person does not know. However, he heard that the boss's name had an additional mutant label. When fighting, the boss exhibited combat standards that are slightly superior to even ordinary experts. It was as if a player was wearing the skin of a boss, Melancholic Smile reported. Currently, the Frost King has left his original habitat. Many large guilds have also found out about this situation already, and are currently dispatching their own elite armies to hunt down the Frost King. A mutant. Shurfeng was surprised when he heard about the Frost King turning into a mutant. A moment later, however, a smile appeared on his face. "They've all gone to compete for it? This is interesting." Mutants were no different from natural disasters. The last mutant he encountered in Starmoon Kingdom was a level 50 High Lord. If not for the immaturity of that mutant's intellect, to the point where it actually dared to barge into White River City, it definitely would have grown into a disaster for Starmoon Kingdom. Had Weissman not taken action, it would have been utterly impossible to stop the Mechanical Slayer with just the level 150 Tier 1 and Tier 2 NPC guards in the city. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer back then was only a High Lord. On the other hand, the Frost King was a Grand Lord. However, the precondition for mutants becoming a disaster was that they managed to grow up. Currently, the Frost King had just transformed into a mutant. Now was definitely an excellent time to kill it. In God's domain, risks and opportunities came hand in hand. It was very obvious that the various large guilds were also aware of this principle. Moreover, the fact that the Frost King had left its original habitat was good news for players. After all, the greatest hindrance preventing players from raiding the Frost King was not its strength but the boss's environment. Melancholic, notify the main force members and Dark God's Legion members as well as the people on this list here. Have everyone gather at the guild residence. It's about time we let these guilds know about Zero Wing's strength. After Feng gave his command, Melancholic Smile promptly began contacting the relevant players. When everyone heard that they were being called upon by Feng, they immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed back to the guild residence. Meanwhile, Feng also took out a return scroll and traveled back to Zero Wing's residence in White River City. If it were simply an ordinary mutant, Feng would not have bothered gathering so many players. After all, a newly born mutant would only receive a small boost to their intellect and combat power. Given the minor level difference this time, he would only require a little effort to kill it. However, the Frost King was a slightly special boss. As the final boss of the Frozen Scar, the Frost King possessed the innate skill Frozen World that no other monster possessed. Although Frozen World was only a Tier 3 domain skill, due to it being the innate skill of a final boss, it possessed effects rivaling that of a Tier 4 domain skill. The skill covered a 1,500-yard radius, and players caught within range of Frozen World would have not only their basic attributes but also their skills and stamina forcibly weakened. Moreover, the more players there were fighting against the Frost King, the greater the boss's strength would become. Due to these reasons, despite being only a Grand Lord, the Frost King's raid difficulty was not one bit lower than a Tier 4 mythic monster's. After factoring in the severe environment, the Frost King might even be more difficult to raid than a mythic monster. Players who did not possess the appropriate countermeasures would definitely get annihilated by the Frost King. After returning to the guild residence in White River City, Feng quickly made his way to the guild's warehouse. Without hesitation, he retrieved 1,000+ bottles of Sea God's Blessing as well as the ancient weather book. With these items, he would have the qualifications to raid the Frost King. Right then, Melancholic Smile contacted Feng and said, "Guild leader, everyone's already assembled at the residence. They are ready to move out at any moment." Okay. Feng immediately left the warehouse. Currently, Zero Wing's main force, the Dark God's Legion, and the selected reserve members were gathered inside Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Even the lowest-leveled player among them was level 43, while the majority were level 45. Meanwhile, even the most inferior piece of equipment found on these players was at the level 40 fine gold standard. As for the main force members, practically every one of them was fully equipped in level 40 dark gold equipment. To ordinary players, this could already be considered a set of divine equipment. As the 1,000+ players waited before the guild hall, the intense aura they radiated stupefied the prospective applicants lined up outside the residence as well as the passers-by on the street. When Zero Wing's members saw Feng walking over, they immediately dropped their conversations and stood at attention, looking at Feng with eyes filled with excitement. Although they had yet to hear the reason why Feng had called them here, they could mostly guess that it had something to do with the suddenly mutated Frost King. By this time, information about the Frost King was no longer a secret, as many large guilds had already organized their own armies and were hurrying over to the Frozen Scar. "All of you, come collect your Sea God's Blessing from me. Each person gets 1 bottle," Feng said as he sent a glance at everyone. "Also, send your personal data to me." The combat method of a 1,000-man team was different from that of a 100-man team. Hence, before starting an operation, one needed to reorganize the team's formations. Otherwise, it would be very easy for chaos to ensue in battle. Following which, Feng spent roughly 20 minutes assigning specific roles to everyone in the team. As for the newly minted Dark Gods members, he also granted them the Berserk skill Power of Darkness. Now, Power of Darkness had already become much stronger than an ordinary Berserk skill. "Alright, everyone move out. Our destination is the Frozen Scar," Feng said after seeing everyone already ready to go. Following which, everyone got on their mounts and followed Feng's demonic flame tiger to the teleportation hall. When the players on the street saw this lineup, they promptly stepped aside to give way to Zero Wing's members. Meanwhile, when the members of other guilds looked at the majestic Thunder Wolves Zero Wing's members rode on, they could not help growing envious. At an open plain at the Frozen Scar, a horde of players was currently gathered, their numbers easily exceeding 100,000. These players were all members of various large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom. As for independent players, They could only look at these guild players from the Frozen Scars entrance. They did not dare to approach these guilds at all, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire of the competition between these guilds. After all, among the guilds present, even the guild that dispatched the fewest members to this place had over 2,000 members, while some of the more powerful guilds had sent over 6,000 members. In front of these guilds, the 100-man teams formed by independent players like themselves were like specks of dust. Is there a need to mobilize such a force just to take down one boss? Many independent players were perplexed as they watched the constant stream of guilds entering the Frozen Scar. Previously, the various large guilds had not been particularly enthusiastic about raiding the Frost King. Only a few powerful guilds had been seen actually trying to reach the Frost King. Yet now, after word spread that the Frost King had become stronger, rather than decrease, the number of guilds aiming for the king's head had increased instead. Don't you know? The various large guilds did not try to raid the Frost King before because the boss lived at the central area of the Frozen Scar. You need very high ice resistance if you want to survive there. However, the Frost King has already left the central area. Based on what I've heard, it seems that the Frost King is currently headed in our direction. Now that the raid difficulty has decreased significantly, the various large guilds naturally won't let go of this opportunity. A player knowledgeable about the situation explained. Just as everyone was having a hushed discussion among themselves, another large group of players arrived at the Frozen Scar's entrance. The players numbered so many that they very nearly clogged up the entire entrance. Quick, look! The Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial have arrived. They've brought along so many members. They must have dispatched at least 10,000 members. 10,000? What a lowball. From what I heard from one of Heaven's Burial's internal members, it seems that Heaven's Burial has dispatched 20,000 members to take down the Frost King this time. As for the Star Alliance, they've dispatched 24,000 members. I really wonder which guild will get the Frost King in the end. Guild Leader Galaxy. What a rare opportunity to meet you here. I never thought that you would take charge of the legion sent to raid the Frost King this time, Singular Burial said, feeling slightly surprised as he looked at Galaxy Past, who rode on a large war bear. At this moment, Galaxy Past was geared in silver armor engraved with golden, divine runes, and carried a purple, lightning-clad greatsword on his back. He also did not bother hiding the epic glow effects of his breastplate and greatsword. As for Galaxy Past himself, he had already reached level 45, and his body radiated a chilling aura. Compared to the Galaxy Past Singular Burial knew before, the current Galaxy Past was like a completely different person. Previously, as Singular Burial had been entirely focused on surpassing Zero Wing, he had neglected to pay attention to the Star Alliance. In addition, the Star Alliance had kept a low profile for quite a long time, only developing itself peacefully and not participating in any guild battles. Singular Burial never expected that after not seeing Galaxy Past for some time, the latter would actually become so powerful that even Singular Burial himself felt threatened by him. Moreover, Galaxy Past wasn't the only person that had changed. The Elementalist Red Feather, the Ranger Flourishing Willow, and the Elementalist Purple Eye had all become a lot stronger. Like Galaxy Past, they were also level 45, and every one of them gave off a very dangerous feeling. Haven't you personally come here as well, in order to gain Evernight City's reputation and status? Guild Leader Burial? Galaxy Past countered, chuckling as he glanced askance at Singular Burial. Why don't our two guilds join hands and clear out the other guilds present? Afterwards, we'll rely on our own capabilities to compete for the Frost King. How about it? Singular Burial suggested as he looked at the other guilds in the distance that were currently getting ready to tackle the Frost King. Guild Leader Burial, while your suggestion indeed sounds good, allow me to refuse on behalf of the Star Alliance. In my opinion, the more, the merrier. Galaxy Past immediately turned down Singular Burial's offer. If Guild Leader Burial doesn't have anything else to say, we'll go ahead to start making our own preparations. Saying so, Galaxy Past led the Star Alliance's members towards the plains. Guild Leader, what's up with Galaxy Past? Why do I feel as if he has transformed into a completely different person? Daybreak Fog asked, surprise coloring her face as she watched Galaxy Past and the other members of the Star Alliance walk away. I don't know. However, we'd best pay more attention to the Star Alliance in the future, Singular Burial said, shaking his head. Although the Star Alliance had transformed remarkably, Singular Burial was still confident of claiming the kill on the Frost King. His previous offer to clear out the other guilds was simply an attempt to probe the Star Alliance's strength. In reality, it did not matter to him whether the other guilds took part in the competition or not. All right, let's go get ready ourselves. Daybreak Fog nodded in response and commanded the army forward. Just as the various large guilds were quietly waiting for the Frost King's arrival, another batch of white lights appeared at the entrance of the regional dungeon, signifying the arrival of yet another group of players. The moment these players appeared, the many independent players crowding the entrance could not help but turn around to take a look at these newcomers. The reason for such a reaction was the powerful aura they felt coming from these players. Every one of these players exuded an aura that made the onlookers shudder. Meanwhile, the exquisiteness of these players' equipment was also off the charts. Moreover, every one of these players sat on mounts, and they moved like a well-trained army. Compared to them, the previous guild armies seemed more like a bunch of rabble. It's Zero Wing. Zero Wing has come as well. Upon Zero Wing's arrival, the guild attracted a lot of attention from the independent players crowding the entrance. One team after another appeared, surprising the spectating players more with each arrival. Level 45. How are Zero Wing's members so high-leveled? The top 10 players on the ranking list are only level 45. By the looks of it, Zero Wing should have at least 400 level 45 members. Crap! Zero Wing has so many members in level 40 dark gold equipment. Zero Wing's appearance was truly eye-catching. The Thunder Wolf guild mount and six-winged emblem had become famous as Zero Wing symbols. As the crowd watched the massive Thunder Wolves, they could not help but drool. At the moment of purchase, the Thunder Wolves' attributes rivaled that of bronze mounts despite their common rank. Although nurturing guild mounts was very difficult, it was obvious that the Thunder Wolf's growth potential was very high, which would make it easier to nurture. Meanwhile, players could obtain items from the Eclipse Gate that could accelerate their guild mount's growth. Zero Wing's members were practically guaranteed to nurture their Thunder Wolves to bronze rank. Even for elite players, a bronze mount was a luxury. They'd have to be lucky to find one. What's that mount? Its aura is so powerful. How can such a powerful mount exist? As Zero Wing's members continued to arrive, everyone quickly noticed a ferocious, 3-meter-tall beast. A pitch-black horn protruded from its head as arcs of white electricity danced around its body, and black flames surrounded its four paws. It was distinctively different from the Thunder Wolf mounts. Players could even feel this beast's aura from over 100 yards away. A single glance from this creature made them shudder. This ferocious beast was like a king among mounts. The moment it appeared, every other mount submitted as it stepped aside. Wait! Look at the rider. The player on that mount seems to be Black Flame. It really is Black Flame. I never thought he would lead an army here personally. The competition for the Frost King is about to become more interesting. Crap! As expected of the Sword King. He even managed to get his hands on such a mount. I wonder what rank it is. Since it's so powerful, could it be an epic mount? Black Flame's capabilities are ridiculous. With such a powerful mount, he won't even need to take action to kill an expert player. He can simply let his mount take care of it. Everyone stared at Feng in shock. A dark gold mount could, at most, rival a chieftain of the same level. Although chieftains were powerful, they were not insurmountable to the players here. However, Feng's one-horned mount was clearly more powerful than a lord-ranked monster. At this point, the only explanation was that this demonic flame tiger was an epic mount. An epic mount. Even super guilds dreamed of obtaining such a creature. Unfortunately, the highest rank they had managed to secure was a dark gold mount. These players' awe for Feng continued to reach new heights. Of course, these players didn't know that Feng's demonic flame tiger had only become this terrifying after he had fed it a ferocious beast's bloodline essence. Although Feng had only brought around 1,000 members to the Frozen Scar, The army's aura was even more imposing than the Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial's forces. Zero Wing's appearance had also caused a commotion among the various large guilds waiting in the plains. Guild leader, what should we do? Zero Wing has dispatched so many experts. On the off chance that they decide to move against us. The various large guilds' upper echelons and players began to panic as Shurfeng and Zero Wing's army approached. The guild leaders were also on edges. None of them had expected Zero Wing to join this competition. After all, the guild hadn't shown any interest in the Frost King before. Hence, they had come to try their luck and compete for the Frost King's kill. None of them were concerned with encountering Heaven's Burial and the Star Alliance. But it was a different story if Black Flame showed up. He had fought in one major war after another, always emerging alive. He was even strong enough to instill fear in experts and an evil demon army as both had fled for their lives. For this man, taking a particular player's life while surrounded by an army of tens of thousands of players was a piece of cake. Furthermore, 1,000 experts accompanied Black Flame. Against such a force, an army of 10,000 elite players was little more than cannon fodder. Don't panic. We have dozens of large guilds here right now. Zero Wing wouldn't dare attack any of us if we join hands. That's right. After all is said and done, a boss is a public resource. Moreover, we were here first. We should do this on a first-come, first-served basis. Although Zero Wing is Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, I don't think it will interfere. As Zero Wing approached, the various guilds began to form temporary alliances. In reality, though, they understood that such an alliance wouldn't pose any threat to Zero Wing. This was especially true after witnessing Black Flame single-handedly defeat the evil demon army. They all knew that attempting to deter Black Flame with numbers was a futile effort. Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am the Assassins Alliance's Guild Leader, Cruel Sword. I am a friend of Zero Wing's elder, Yifeng, Cruel Sword said as he took the initiative to greet Shurfeng, anxiety and respect filling his voice. Honestly, Cruel Sword did not want to greet the man. Although he was the guild leader of the Assassins Alliance, a second-rate guild, it was nothing compared to Zero Wing. Moreover, the Assassins Alliance mainly operated around White River City. If Zero Wing wished to do so, it could annihilate the Assassins Alliance at a moment's notice. However, as Cruel Sword had formed a connection with Zero Wing's Yifeng some time ago, the various large guilds had pushed him forward as their representative in any negotiations with the monstrous guild. Cruel Sword didn't know whether he wanted to laugh or cry. Relax. I won't do anything to you guys. If you want to compete for the Frost King, do it. Everyone will rely on their own abilities to secure the kill. Seeing Cruel Sword's tension, Shurfeng understood why the man had approached him. In this situation, he didn't mind what the various large guilds decided to do. After all, getting the Frost King's first kill was much easier said than done. However, Shurfeng couldn't help a rueful sigh when he saw Cruel Sword at level 43 with a set of silvery armor. The Assassins Alliance had been a towering existence to him in the past, but the tables had turned. Shurfeng found the situation reasonable after giving it some thought. After all, Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Its elite member count alone was over 100,000. The guild also had more than 1,000 expert players. Their members wore the best weapons and equipment throughout Star Moon Kingdom. A second-rate guild simply couldn't compare. Many thanks to Guild Leader Black Flame. Cruel Sword thanked the man. If Zero Wing intended to chase these guilds away, they'd have no choice but to leave obediently. Hearing Shurfeng's reply, the many upper echelons released a sigh of relief. However, I'd like to ask you all to step aside as Zero Wing has a debt to settle with Heaven's Burial. Shurfeng added indifferently as he glanced at the guild's distant army. As soon as Shurfeng finished speaking, silence descended upon the snowy plains. Madness! This is madness. Are they really going to start a fight right now? This can't be, right? Does Zero Wing intend to take out all of Heaven's Burial's members? Zero Wing isn't aiming for mutual destruction, right? For a moment, these players wondered if they had heard wrong. None of them dared to believe that Zero Wing would actually try to deal with Heaven's Burial right now. The guild only had 1,000 or so members here. Although Zero Wings members possessed extraordinary combat power, Heaven's Burial had plenty of experts as well. A large number of the guild's elite members had also tagged along. Fighting in such an open field was very disadvantageous for the smaller army. If it really came down to a fight, even Zero Wing would suffer grievous losses. Guild leader, what is Black Flame thinking? Is he actually planning to take on Heaven's Burial here? Purple Eye, wearing a set of luxurious mage robes, revealed a confused expression as she looked at the distant Sherfong. He's not joking, right? Although the Zero Wing was very powerful, she did not think that the guild could defeat Heaven's Burial's 20,000 members with only 1,000 experts. Not everyone was as powerful as Black Flame. There was a limit to their strength. I don't know, but Singular Burial must be pretty frustrated right now, Galaxy Pass said, smiling faintly as he glanced at the guild leader. Of course, we'll benefit most from their mutual destruction. Warn our members to stay away when they start fighting. Do not let us get dragged into this. Understood. I'll notify them right away. A smile similarly appeared on Purple Eye's face. If Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial started to fight, regardless of who won or lost, neither would be able to compete for the Frost King. As everyone quietly discussed the situation, Sherfong turned towards Heaven's Burial and loudly announced, "Everyone, charge! Leave none of those Heaven's Burial bastards alive." As Sherfong gave the command, he activated a guild war order, locking down the frozen scar and preventing anyone from using a return scroll. If one wanted to leave the regional dungeon, they'd have to walk out with their own power. Wonderful! We finally get the chance to teach those Heaven's Burial punks a lesson. Hearing Sherfeng's words, Zero Wings members shifted their gazes towards Heaven's Burial, excitement flashing in their eyes. Like ferocious beasts released from their cages, they ushered their mounts forward in unison. Has Black Flame lost his mind? Singular Burial's expression turned ugly as he watched Zero Wing's members charge towards his own. He had never expected Zero Wing to start a fight like this. All 1,000 plus of these Zero Wing members were experts. Their overall combat power was most likely superior to a 10,000-man elite army. He had expected some friction between their guilds before he had arrived in the Frozen Scar. As a preventive measure, he had led an army of 20,000 elites. However, he hadn't expected Zero Wing to be so reckless to pick a fight at the risk of mutual destruction. Daybreak Fog frowned as well as she turned to Singular Burial and asked, "Guild leader, what should we do?" "Prepare for battle. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing can take us out with only 1,000 members." Singular Burial was enraged. Now that Zero Wing had made the first move, the guild would become a laughingstock in the kingdom if Heaven's Burial fled despite its overwhelming numbers. Upon Singular Burial's command, Heaven's Burial's members prepared for battle. Shield warriors and guardian knights quickly moved to the front and formed a human wall. As for the ranged classes in the back, they had also readied themselves to attack at a moment's notice. The assassins instantly entered stealth, circling to the enemy army's sides. The distance between the armies rapidly vanished. 300 yards, 200 yards, 100 yards. Begin! Sherfong shouted in the team chat. Suddenly, Zero Wings members retrieved bottles of Sea God's Blessing from their bags, downing the potions and increasing their basic attributes and resistances. They then activated Power of Darkness, increasing their basic attributes by another 100%. Zero Wings main force members and Dark God's Legion members' attributes were already impressively high. Now that every one of them had activated a Berserk skill, their auras resembled those of Lord-ranked monsters. How is this possible? What? All of these people have Berserk skills? The distant spectating players gasped. Berserk skills were extremely rare in God's domain. A large guild would be fortunate if they secured a few dozen skill books. Even first-rate guilds generally had around 200 or 300 Berserk skill books. These players would be shocked to see Zero Wing have 400 or 500 members with Berserk skills, but all 1,000 plus members had activated these rare buffs. Moreover, it was obvious that these Berserk skills were extraordinary based on the guild members' auras. While everyone stared in shock, Shifeng used space movement to appear among Heaven's Burial's rear line. He then switched the aura of space to the aura of fire before turning flame domain on Heaven's Burial's healers. Suddenly, a crimson ripple devoured the healers. A towering pillar of fire rose from the ground, flames enveloping a large portion of the enemy's healing force. Even from the frozen scar's entrance, everyone could see the burning pillar. The instant the fiery pillar appeared, Heaven's Burial's healers turned to ash. They hadn't even had a chance to flee. In the blink of an eye, over half of Heaven's Burial's healers had died. Black flame, wrathful flames burned in Singular Burial's eyes as he glared at Shifeng. With uncontrolled rage, he shouted, "Everyone, kill him!" In just one move, the army had lost 1,000 healers. Singular Burial's heart bled at the sight. As soon as Flame Domain ended, Shifeng executed Lightning Edge with his killing ray, aiming for the dazed magical class core. Immediately, countless arcs of lightning left the sacred sword, devouring hundreds of magical class players. Only a few expert players reacted quickly enough to activate their life-saving skills, keeping themselves alive. In just 2 moves, Shifeng had killed over 1,500 players. This is insane. So, this is Black Flame? The jaws of the distant spectating independent players hung as they watched, none of them able to believe their eyes. The battle had just begun. Yet Shifeng had devastated Heaven's Burial's army. As for the various guild players, cold sweat drenched their foreheads as they watched the slaughter. They inwardly celebrated the fact that they hadn't made an enemy of Zero Wing. Black Flame alone would be more than enough to annihilate their guilds. "Kill him quickly!" Singular Burial bellowed as he retrieved the longbow and arrows from his back. Reacting to Singular Burial's words, the other members recovered their senses and peppered Shifeng with a rain of arrows and spells. In response, Shifeng executed void steps, vanishing instantly. In the end, none of the attacks had even scratched the man's cloak. Shifeng then reappeared beside the healers that had survived the previous AoE attacks. Even without a berserk skill, Shifeng's strength was as high as a great lord of the same level. As a result, every swing of his blade claimed the life of another healer. Due to Shifeng's interference, Zero Wing's 1,000-man army reached Heaven's Burials unhindered. These experts proceeded to massacre the other guild's members. Despite Heaven's Burial's MTs activating their life-saving skills, they only survived 2 or 3 hits before transforming into light particles and disappearing. Like a meat grinder, Zero Wing's army devoured Heaven's Burial's people. Not even the enemy healers could keep up with their damage. The other guilds were stupefied. How was this even a battle? This was no more than a one-sided massacre. So, this is the strength of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild? Just how high are their attributes? They killed MTs with over 40,000 HP in just 2 or 3 moves. The spectating independent players and those from the various guilds had goosebumps as they watched equipment litter the battlefield. In their eyes, the Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial were only second to Zero Wing in Star Moon Kingdom, and both were only slightly weaker than Zero Wing. However, it seemed that those assumptions had been a joke. Although Heaven's Burial's 20,000 members were quite strong and were experts in the eyes of ordinary players, Zero Wing's 1,000 members shredded these players as easily as paper dolls. Guild leader, at this rate, Zero Wing will annihilate our men very quickly. Daybreak Fog, who had taken command of the battle, reported. Her expression darkened as she watched the slaughter. Heaven's Burial had suffered over 4,000 casualties since the battle had begun. Even when 5 or 6 berserkers had changed at Zero Wing's MTs, they had failed to block the MT's advance and lost over 10,000 HP in the attempt. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's MTs only lost around 3 or 4,000 HP as the enemy bombarded them with spells and arrows. The majority of these MTs had blocked the attacks, further reducing the damage they received. The guild's healers easily kept up with the small amounts of damage. Zero Wing, you asked for this. Fury burned in Singular Burial's eyes as he watched Shifeng take out his healers. Gnashing his teeth, he growled, "Send in Lightning Blade and Broken Flow. At worst, we'll give up on the Frost King for now." You want to use that now? Daybreak Fog was momentarily stunned. She had never imagined that they would use their trump card to deal with Zero Wing. That's right. I want to see if Black Flame can keep his composure as we murder his experts. Singular Burial sneered. He had to admit that Zero Wing's army was indeed frightening. Even Heaven's Burial had only collected 200+ Berserk skill books thus far. There was no competing with Zero Wing's 1,000+ members. Anyone without a Berserk skill in this battle was nothing but cannon fodder. At most, they could slow the enemy's advance. They'd be lucky to kill 100 Zero Wing members before they were eliminated. However, Heaven's Burial had not been sitting on its hands. I'll notify them immediately. Daybreak Fog understood Singular Burial's reasoning. If they could deal a heavy blow to Zero Wing's expert army, they could deal a blow to Zero Wing itself. After all, it was not easy to nurture experts. If those experts lost their weapons and equipment, it would take a long time to find suitable replacements. Blade orders from the guild leader. We're to take action, Broken Flow said. He wetted his lips in anticipation as he watched Zero Wing's members approach. We're actually using it against Zero Wing? The Guardian Knight Lightning Blade frowned. Suddenly, every member of Broken Flow and Lightning Blade's 100-man expert team pulled a purplish gold potion from their bag and drank it. As the potion took effect, these players' eyes became bloodshot, and their muscles bulged. Their auras also intensified. A vicious bloodlust overtook every player. These players promptly activated their Berserk skills, increasing their attributes further. Kill him. Teach Black Flame the meaning of despair. Singular Burial grinned wickedly as he watched the expert team rush to meet Zero Wing's army. After their previous fight with the Frost King, they had realized how powerful the Mutant Grand Lord really was. There was a reason that they had dared to return and challenge the Frost King once more. The secret potential potion Broken Flow and his team had just consumed was precisely that reason. This potion had been crafted from an ancient recipe they had found in an ancient ruin. Unfortunately, as the recipe required extremely rare and valuable materials, with each attempt to brew the potion costing over 20 gold, they had only produced a little over 100 bottles. When consumed, the secret potential potion increased the user's strength by 120% and other basic attributes by 60% for 5 minutes. Although the duration was short, the potion had no side effects. Moreover, its effects would stack with Berserk skills. When combining the secret potential potion with a Berserk skill, the results rivaled Peak Class's twofold Berserk state. Although Broken Flow's team had only 100 members, every one of their attributes was nearly on par with a Great Lord of the same level. This was why Singular Burial had dared to challenge the Frost King again. Unfortunately, he had been forced to use this trump card to teach Zero Wing a lesson. Die! The level 44 Berserker, Broken Flow, used charge and arrived in the midst of Zero Wing's army. Tightening his grip on his greatsword, he executed Whirlwind Slash. Immediately, a storm brewed within a 12-yard radius, sending 8 Zero Wing members flying. One shield warrior that failed to defend himself in time instantly lost over 30,000 HP. The other experts from Heaven's Burial joined the charge, penetrating Zero Wing's army like a sharp blade. As the two forces met, these players forced the enemy assault to a halt, pushing back and kill Zero Wing's shield warriors and guardian knights leading the army. Crap! Are these players from Heaven's Burial monsters? They've dealt over -30,000 damage in a single attack. Even a level 40 MT couldn't survive such a hit. It's no wonder why Heaven's Burial dared to provoke Zero Wing. If Zero Wing's members don't have anything else in store, Heaven's Burial's 100-man expert team may take them down. The spectating players stared in shock as Heaven's Burial's expert team stopped Zero Wing's progress. Zero Wing's members had displayed astonishing attributes, yet Heaven's Burial's experts were stronger. In a single exchange, Zero Wing had suffered dozens of casualties. The difference between the forces was clear. Guild leader, I'm fairly sure that the potion Broken Flow and his men just used is the secret potential potion the Secret Pavilion's report mentioned. Based on the report, Heaven's Burial had only gotten its hands on a little over 100 bottles after a lot of effort. Now that they've used this potion against Zero Wing, They must intend to give up on raiding the Frost King. Purple Eye commented when she saw Heaven's Burial turn the tides of battle. Smiling faintly, she said, Zero Wing is in trouble. If this battle were in a jungle, they could buy some time until the potion's duration ends, but they don't have that option here. Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial's mutual destruction would be the best possible outcome for the Star Alliance. Although that wasn't likely, Heaven's Burial had dropped from the contest for the Frost King's first kill. Black Flame has underestimated Heaven's Burial. After all is said and done, Heaven's Burial rose to its position in such a short amount of time. Why wouldn't it have a few trump cards? However, we'll have to thank Zero Wing for this. If not for Zero Wing, we wouldn't have seen this trump card. Galaxy Pass chuckled. Purple, tell Red Feather and the others to prepare. Once Heaven's Burial's berserk skills run out, send them into the fight. Guild leader, rest assured. We'll collect the weapons and equipment they drop, Purple Eye said, giggling. Back in the battlefield, the tables had turned on Zero Wing, and they began to retreat to buy as much time as possible. After all, Power of Darkness had a very long duration. Ordinary berserk skills were no match for it. If they could endure until Heaven's Burial's berserk skills ended, they could reclaim the fight. Suddenly, Shifeng turned his attention towards the enemy's 100-man expert team. Heaven's Burial's trump card had surprised him. If not dealt with properly, Zero Wing could lose this fight. Black Flame, you dare face me? I'll take your head. After killing a level 45 berserker, Broken Flow shifted his gaze towards Shifeng as the man charged for him. Grinning, he led a dozen or so players to surround Shifeng. As Broken Flow took action, several elementalists close to him began to chant their incantations, using ice spears and ice walls to hinder Shifeng and allow Broken Flow and the other melee experts could surround the swordsman. At the end of the day, Shifeng was still Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. Even if their attributes rivaled that of a great lord of the same level, they weren't certain that they could kill Shifeng with brute force alone. Good. Surround him. Do not let him escape. Singular Burial had also activated his berserk skill, a silvery glow wrapping around his body. He then unfurled the magic scroll in his hands. Suddenly, one silver arrow after another manifested in his hand, flying towards Shifeng as he dodged the incoming ice spears. Dozens of silver arrows formed silvery streaks of light as they shot towards their target. Not only were they astonishingly fast, but they cut off Shifeng's escape path. The guild leader must be really angry. He's even using his precious Tier 3 curse. Even if Black Flame survives the attack, he'll be severely injured. Broken Flow was slightly astonished as he watched the arrows bombard Shifeng. The magic scroll Singular Burial had just used contained the Tier 3 curse, Light's Guidance. When activated, it would allow the user to fire 30 arrows per second, each arrow containing the might of a Tier 3 spell. Not only could these arrows repulse a great lord, but they also dealt divine damage. All damage reduction effects were useless against this attack. Even mythic monsters would receive significant damage if the arrows hit, not to mention players. Meanwhile, Light's Guidance had a duration of 10 seconds. In other words, Singular Burial could launch a total of 300 arrows. With damage reduction effects nullified, a Tier 3 spell could kill current players instantly. Of course, dodging all 300 arrows was impossible. Even if Shifeng had an invulnerability skill, it wouldn't last him through all 10 seconds. To make matters worse, when Rangers used this magic scroll, the arrows would receive a 30% speed boost. The arrows would move so fast that even great lords of the same level would not be able to react in time. As the arrows were about to hit their target, Shifeng adjusted his footwork and executed Sword's orbit. Immediately, a galaxy of stars danced around his body, striking down one arrow after another and causing a series of explosions. The resulting shockwaves were so powerful that even Broken Flow, who stood over 20 yards away, nearly lost his footing. The resulting white flashes blinded those watching, but even after a few seconds of this attack, not a single arrow had struck Shifeng. The most these silver arrows did was push Shifeng back. The ground shattered with each retreating step Shifeng took. By the time Light's Guidance's 10-second duration ended, Craters pocked the ground where the arrows had landed. When the dust settled, Shifeng was still in one piece, with silver arrows decorating the ground around him. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Heaven's Burial's experts were stupefied. Even Broken Flow, the expert team's leader, was speechless. While Broken Flow had considered the minute possibility of Shifeng successfully blocking Light's guidance, he had never expected the man to do so without using a single skill. Shifeng had negated the Tier 3 curse relying solely on his swordsmanship. It was truly inconceivable. The silver arrows even packed enough power to knock back a Tier 3 Great Lord. If Broken Flow had to face 30 of those arrows per second, even with the secret potential potion and a berserk skill, he was only confident in blocking a dozen or so. The arrows were simply too fast. Yet, out of the 300 arrows Singular Burial had launched, not a single one had struck Shifeng. They hadn't even torn the swordsman's cloak. No matter how Broken Flow thought about it, the feat should have been impossible, yet he had just witnessed it. Sure enough, using Sword's orbit to block that attack really pushed the envelope, Shifeng thought to himself as he looked at his own HP. Currently, he only had a little over 30,000 HP remaining. He had lost over half of his HP from countering the attack. Those silver arrows' power could rival even that of a Grand Lord. Despite blocking them successfully, he still received damage. Had the assault continued for several more seconds, he would have been forced to use Absolute Domain. He's not dead. Singular Burial was dazed when he saw Shifeng standing. He was more familiar with Light's guidance's power than anyone. Most players only knew that the attack was powerful. They didn't realize that the arrow's strongest aspect was their speed. Keeping up with the arrow's speed visually was already a challenging feat, not to mention keeping up with them physically. Just how fast are his reflexes? Daybreak Fog's eyes widened. She hadn't even been able to follow the arrows with her eyes. Yet Shifeng had casually deflected everyone. If she allowed this player to get too close, the consequences would be unimaginable. If this battle had taken place before Shifeng had upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring, he would have failed to block all of the arrows. He had only dodged and countered the fast, powerful attacks thanks to the physique bonus he had received from the fragmented legendary ring's hidden effect and the Abyssal Blade's passive skill. He's a monster. Is this the Sword King's true strength? The spectating crowd was flabbergasted. Shifeng had countered such a devastating spell with only his weapons. This was simply unheard of. Quick! Kill him. He doesn't have much HP left. Don't give him a chance to recover. Singular Burial hurriedly shouted after regaining his composure. Although his Tier 3 curse had failed to kill Shifeng, the latter had less than half of his HP remaining. As Singular Burial gave the order, he retrieved another Tier 3 magic scroll from his bag and activated it. Suddenly, multiple small magic arrays formed around Singular Burial. Meanwhile, Broken Flow and the other experts of Heaven's Burial recovered their senses as well and charged at Shifeng, not giving him an opportunity to move closer to Zero Wings healers. In the blink of an eye, 36 spears of dark fog appeared behind Singular Burial, each spear radiating a deathly aura. Die! Singular Burial sneered at Shifeng. This spell was called Soul Sanction. Although it was not as powerful as Light's guidance, the 36 spears were not physical. They could not be blocked, only dodged. Soul Sanction? Shifeng's expression darkened when he noticed the soul spears appear behind Singular Burial. An unstoppable spell was far more dangerous than a powerful one. Immediately, he executed void steps and disappeared. Don't even think of running away. Broken Flow reacted quickly and used charge, aiming for Shifeng's previous location. Upon arriving, he stomped the ground powerfully. Tier 1 skill, Thunderclap. When activated, the skill dealt 20% physical damage to all enemies within a 20-yard radius and inflicted a numbing effect for 5 seconds. As Void Steps was a combat technique, not a skill, the slightest interference could easily disrupt the technique. Suddenly, Shifeng's appeared a short distance away from Broken Flow. Meanwhile, Singular Burial had locked onto Shifeng the moment latter reappeared. He then controlled the 36 soul spears, sending them flying towards the swordsman. In the blink of an eye, the spears appeared before Shifeng, giving him no time to react. The split second before the attack landed, however, Shifeng activated divine steps and switched positions with one of his doppelgangers. He dodged the spears and appeared beside Broken Flow. Reacting quickly, Broken Flow used Beheaded, his greatsword splitting into 3 identical copies as it slashed towards Shifeng. Elusive Strike. In response, Shifeng ignored the 3 incoming attacks as he swung Killing Ray at an empty space. Dang! Suddenly, a great sword appeared out of thin air, Shifeng's sacred sword forcing the massive blade to a halt. Impossible! Confusion twisted Broken Flow's expression as Shifeng blocked his attack. Although the 3 greatswords appeared real, all 3 were fakes. The true attack was hidden in a corner. Broken Flow had created this technique personally and had yet to use it in battle, yet Shifeng had stopped the attack without hesitation. However, Broken Flow didn't know that Shifeng had seen Elusive Strike hundreds of times. He had long since familiarized himself with the technique. "You've made your move. Now it's my turn." The moment Shifeng spoke, 3 assassins emerged from behind him. The assassins had appeared swiftly and without a sound. Immediately, they thrust their daggers at Shifeng's back from 3 different directions with excellent coordination. "You won't have the chance." Seeing his companions, Broken Flow grinned. His biceps bulged as he swung his greatsword towards Shifeng's throat. Tier 1 Taboo Skill, Mountain Splitter. The Taboo Skill instantly increased Broken Flow's strength by 120% and attack speed by 100% for 3 seconds. With attacks from both sides, Shifeng had nowhere to flee, and due to the close proximity, he had no time to dodge. As the 4 players' weapons were about to bite into their target, Shifeng emitted a dark aura. For sword lights then bloomed around him. Power of Darkness. For Moon Lotus. Dang, dang, dang. A series of clangs rang out, and dazzling sparks appeared around Shifeng's body. Among the 4 that had attacked him, the 3 assassins had been thrown backward, slamming into the ground. Broken Flow had fared somewhat better, only forced to take 3 steps back. The difference between their strengths was clear. "You?" Broken Flow glared at Shifeng, who remained standing, in astonishment. He couldn't figure out how Shifeng had blocked those attacks. Mountain Splitter had increased his strength by 120%. With his current attributes, he could even contend with a great lord of the same level for a short time, yet this player before him had blocked all 4 attacks and pushed him back. Even now, Broken Flow's arms were numb from encountering Shifeng's defense. As Broken Flow stared at Shifeng, his mind still trying to come up with a way to defeat the Swordsman, vanished. Crap! Broken Flow was taken aback when Shifeng disappeared. Hurriedly, he executed Whirlwind Slash. However, Shifeng had appeared behind him before he knew it, and fresh blood poured from his body. The magic weapon, Abyssal Blade, had stopped his Whirlwind Slash. Before Broken Flow could react, 2 more sword lights, 1 blue and 1 white, cut across his body, devouring his remaining HP. Although Broken Flow tried to say something, his vision had already begun to darken. As his body collapsed, he dropped a pair of combat boots. From the moment that fight had begun to its ending, Broken Flow's nearby companions hadn't been able to offer their leader any support. They only saw Shifeng vanish and reappear beside Broken Flow, following which 1 sword light after another cut through the berserker, and before they even realized it, Broken Flow fell. The fight had ended so quickly that even the nearby healers had not managed to cast Truth Shield on the berserker in time. Damn it! Singular Burial paled at this scene. Broken Flow was the strongest berserker in Heaven's Burial. Not even Ghost Shadow or Singular Burial himself were a match for the berserker's techniques. Yet even after the man had consumed the secret potential potion, Shifeng had effortlessly taken his life. Meanwhile, the spectators watching from a distance were dumbfounded. "This is a trick, right? Broken Flow died. Just like that? Can someone tell me what just happened?" The distant spectators were confused to see Broken Flow fall. After a single exchange, Broken Flow had died. Silence reigned over the battlefield. Shifeng's swordsmanship had astonished every player watching. Before anyone could react, Shifeng disappeared again and emerged before the 3 assassins that had attacked him as they stood up. He then swung Killing Ray lightly at the three assassins. Shadow Blade, one streak of blue light, accompanied by 9 streaks of black light, flashed around the 3 players. The 3 assassins were experts, so they instinctively activated Vanish to block Shurfeng's attack. However, when they tried to do so, they suddenly discovered that their skills were unusable. They then noticed that the light around them had dimmed. This was the aura of Time's forbidden domain. For 30 seconds, all enemies within a 500-yard radius couldn't use any of their skills or tools. The 3 assassins could only watch as the numerous sword lights descended. Without time to defend themselves, all 3 assassins died instantly, their bodies transforming into particles of light and disappearing. At the same time, they dropped 3 pieces of equipment. After killing the 3 assassins, Shurfeng set his sights on Heaven's Burial's melee experts a short distance away. These several melee experts, who had brimmed with confidence previously, felt chills crawl down their spines. They turned and fled as if they had just seen the devil himself. Run. A single word etched itself into their minds. Even Heaven's Burial's #1 berserker could not stop Shurfeng. And now that they couldn't use any of their skills, even if they worked together, they'd be throwing away their lives if they tried to face that monstrous player. Everyone, retreat. Get out of the silencing domain's range. Singular Burial shouted in the guild chat. Although the guild leader had given the command, Forbidden Domain covered a 500-yard radius area. It would take quite some time to escape. Zero Wing's members excitedly chased after the fleeing Heaven's Burial experts. Now, they only needed a little effort to kill an opponent. In seconds, the battle had turned to Zero Wing's favor. Guild leader, what should we do? Purple Eye frowned as she watched Heaven's Burial's members hit the ground, one after another. She had originally thought that, once Zero Wing was wounded and Heaven's Burial had used up its trump cards, the Star Alliance could sweep in to harvest the top-tier equipment. Now, however, Zero Wing dominated over Heaven's Burial. The Star Alliance had no hope of reaping the rewards from the 2 guilds' destruction. Forget it. Recall the others. Galaxy Past could not help but sigh as he watched Heaven's Burial's members run for their lives. If Zero Wing had suffered some grievous losses, the Star Alliance would have had an opportunity to take action once Heaven's Burial's berserk skills ended. Not only would Zero Wing owe them a favor, but they'd also deal a heavy blow to Heaven's Burial. The Star Alliance could also pocket some of the weapons and equipment the 2 guilds had dropped. It had been a perfect plan, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. And yet, Black Flame alone had disrupted that perfect plan. Until now, it had been unheard of for a single player to turn the tide of battle, but Black Flame had done just that. Only now did Galaxy Past understand why the Secret Pavilion had warned him not to provoke Zero Wing. Not even the Secret Pavilion could guarantee the Star Alliance's survival in Starmoon Kingdom. He now realized that in God's domain, quality was vastly more important than quantity. This was no longer a virtual reality game that one could rule over with a large enough army. After killing a few more melee experts, Shurfeng shifted his attention to Singular Burial, his gaze containing a chilling killing intent. Even though Shurfeng hadn't said a word, Singular Burial could sense the swordman's intent. You wish to kill me? How arrogant! Singular Burial's expression darkened. He was less than 100 yards away from Forbidden Domain's edge, and Shurfeng was over 200 yards away from him. After consuming the secret potential potion and activating a berserk skill, his movement speed was higher than an ordinary Great Lord's. Shurfeng could never catch him. Once he was outside of the Forbidden Domain, he had plenty of escape routes. The spectators in the distance could also feel Shurfeng's intentions. This can't be, right? He's trying to kill Singular Burial? He's insane. Everyone's excitement grew as they watched. Over 10,000 surviving Heaven's Burial members protected their guild leader. A few experts even stood by his side. Including the fact that Singular Burial himself was a skilled player, Shurfeng was just too far away to kill the man. Boldly, Shurfeng advanced towards Singular Burial. Stop him, Daybreak Fog commanded. Losing this battle was a huge hit to Heaven's Burial's reputation. If their guild leader died, standing among an army of over 10,000 players, the guild would suffer even greater embarrassment. They would become the laughingstock of Star Moon Kingdom. The other guild members understood the severity of the situation as well. The fleeing members stopped and turned to face Shifeng. Although they could not do any damage to him, they could buy some time. Despite the tidal wave of players surging towards him, Shifeng showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his speed and damage significantly. He then activated Dragon Breath. Shifeng then fired a beam of white light from his mouth. The beam devoured the approaching players, creating a wide, open path for Shifeng before he charged into the crowd. Heaven's Burial's members disregarded their own safety as they attacked the swordsman desperately. Only before they got close to Shifeng, their bodies transformed into particles of light and disappeared. As Shifeng passed by players, sparks of light danced in the air. The distant players were stupefied. However, the swarm of players had slowed Shifeng's approach. When Shifeng was 50 yards away from Singular Burial, the latter finally left the Forbidden Domain and could use skills and tools again. Black Flame, you are 10 years too early if you think you can kill me. Singular Burial sneered at Shifeng, who was surrounded by a sea of players. He then took out a Tier 1 instantaneous movement scroll from his bag, intending to leave the battlefield. Once he left, Shifeng wouldn't be able to reach him. Is that so? However, as soon as Singular Burial finished speaking, a deep voice reached his ears. Before Singular Burial could turn around to see the voice's owner, a streak of blue light cut across his body. Everyone was stunned. Like magic, Shifeng had appeared behind Singular Burial, dragging his blade across the man's body. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Instant Strike. Despite the secret potential potion and an active Berserk skill, Singular Burial couldn't keep up with the enemy guild leader, whose attack speed had increased by 500%. Before Singular Burial could even activate his instantaneous movement scroll, several streaks of light had blossomed across his body, devouring his HP. When Singular Burial collapsed, everyone on the battlefield was dazed. He died. How is this possible? They can't even escape? Everyone's gaze shifted to Shifeng. As they looked at the cloaked figure standing among thousands of enemies with one blue and one white sword in hand, they were filled with a sudden reverence. Shifeng had charged into the enemy ranks by himself, yet his advance never faltered. Moreover, everywhere he passed, life ceased to exist. Even when he took the life of Heaven's Burial's guild leader, Heaven's Burial's members could only watch, powerless. Now this was a real expert. He even killed Singular Burial in such a predicament? Galaxy Past could not help his astonishment as he watched Singular Burial's body hit the ground, still holding the instantaneous movement scroll. Unlike return scrolls, instantaneous movement scrolls could be used without an activation process. Yet, not even Singular Burial had reacted in time to save his own life. One could just imagine how fast Shifeng was. If Galaxy Past had been in that position, he had no doubt that he would have suffered a similar fate. Kill him, Daybreak Fog bellowed. Now that quite a few people had already escaped the Forbidden Domain, they could naturally use skills and tools against Shifeng. Moreover, Shifeng stood in the heart of Heaven's Burial's army. He had also just used several skills consecutively, so they should be on cooldown. They still had a chance to kill this man. Moreover, Shifeng had less than half of his HP remaining, which increased their chances of killing him. Hearing Daybreak Fog's command, many of Heaven's Burial's experts recovered their senses. Some immediately launched powerful skills and spells, while some used magic scrolls. Watching these attacks rain down on him, Shifeng activated Void Shield before dashing towards the nearby experts. Shifeng was already fast enough to dodge the majority of the spells and skills. Even when targeted by some rare, unavoidable attack, he could rely on his extraordinary senses to block them. Meanwhile, Void Shield created a shield that had 10 times its user's maximum HP. After activating Power of Darkness, Shifeng's HP had broken past the 160,000 threshold. In other words, the shield could absorb over 1,600,000 damage in addition to increasing Shifeng's HP recovery rate by 500% and movement speed by 100%. Shifeng bobbed and weaved, avoiding the ranged attacks. Not only hadn't his HP decreased, but it had begun to recover at a visible rate. As Shifeng passed, the players in his path promptly faded in a shower of sparkles. None of these players could survive his hits. Even the expert players died by the time Shifeng was within melee range if they didn't activate a life-saving skill in time. After a brief moment, hundreds of weapons and equipment joined the battlefield, dropping from Heaven's Burial's elites and experts that Shifeng had killed. The bloodlust Shifeng radiated was many times stronger than that of Heaven's Burial's experts after they had consumed the secret potential potion. His bloodlust was so intense that Heaven's Burial's members shuddered, unconsciously backing away. They now realized that they hadn't trapped Shifeng. Rather, they had jumped into the tiger's den as an offering. Impossible! Is he the incarnation of a god? The distant spectating players were stupefied. As Shifeng took a step forward, Heaven's Burial's members took a step back. They maintained a distance of over 20 yards away from Zero Wing's leader, not daring to move an inch forward. Heaven's Burial's army consisted of over 10,000 elite members, yet not one of these players dared to charge at Shifeng. Seeing this, the various large guilds in the distance inwardly celebrated. They were thankful that they had never provoked Zero Wing. Big Sis Fog, what should we do now? A core member from Heaven's Burial asked Daybreak Fog, who currently wore a grim expression. Do we continue fighting? Fight! When Daybreak Fog watched Shifeng walk through Heaven's Burial's army, as if he were strolling through his own backyard, she could not help but shake her head and order, "Have everyone retreat." Shifeng's horrific combat power had long since frightened these players. They had lost any will to fight. If Heaven's Burial continued this battle, it would only result in more casualties. When Daybreak Fog gave the command to retreat, Heaven's Burial's members breathed a sigh of relief as they fled from the battlefield. However, Shifeng had no intention of letting Heaven's Burial go. He led his guildmates in the continued slaughter. He only gave up the chase after the enemy players left the frozen scar. Meanwhile, recordings of this battle were instantly uploaded to the official forums, the outcome causing an uproar throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Crap! Zero Wing is too strong. It exterminated over half of Heaven's Burial's 20,000-man army with just a team of 1,000 players. Who would dare doubt Zero Wing's strength after this? Now, that is what I call a swordsman, as expected of the man nicknamed the Sword King by the secret pavilion. This won't do. I must join Zero Wing right away. For a time, the names Black Flame and Zero Wing became the focal point of Star Moon Kingdom once again. Black Flame's newfound fame inspired many independent players to join Zero Wing, eager to learn some of these combat techniques. One player had repelled an entire guild by himself. No one had ever thought it was possible. Without a doubt, the Sword King Black Flame was the perfect role model for independent experts. Why wouldn't they want to join Zero Wing? After the battle in the Frozen Scar ended, all kinds of weapons and equipment decorated the spacious battlefield. Every one of these items was enough to drive an ordinary player mad. These items would even tempt guild elites, yet despite so many precious items laying on the ground, not a single player dared to approach them. They stood by quietly as Zero Wing's members looted the battlefield. Zero Wing struck gold this time. Those are all items from over 10,000 elite players. Purple Eye watched Zero Wing's members jealously as they collected the weapons and equipment. Weapons and equipment were vital to a large guild's development. Due to the lack of available weapons and equipment in a large guild, ordinary members were sometimes forced to stay that way despite having combat standards of an elite member. Now that Zero Wing had received so many weapons and equipment from Heaven's Burial, it could nurture another large batch of elites, growing even stronger as a guild. Heaven's Burial's members sure are wealthy. Shifeng couldn't help his astonishment as he read the item list his subordinates had compiled. Guild leader, we've struck gold. Why are Heaven's Burial's weapons and equipment such high quality? The several core members tasked with compiling the list of the harvested weapons and equipment could not help but gasp when they saw the final numbers, excitement flashing in their eyes. In this battle, Heaven's Burial had suffered over 10,000 casualties, and Zero Wing had lost over 300 experts. Fortunately, they had won the battle, so they could retrieve the majority of the weapons and equipment their companions had dropped. The lost levels were the only real loss. Of course, after considering the 10,000 plus weapons and equipment Heaven's Burial had dropped, Zero Wing had come out making a profit. But they hadn't expected so much profit. Even Shifeng was surprised by how wealthy Heaven's Burial's members were as he read the item list. Overall, the quality of Heaven's Burial's equipment nearly rivaled Zero Wing's. Some of Heaven's Burial's core experts had even better equipment than Zero Wing's main force members. The 4 epic weapons and equipment pieces Heaven's Burial's experts had dropped was the proof of this. They had also dropped over 400 level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment. Normally, players only dropped 1 item upon death. Hence, the likelihood of a player dropping their best weapon or piece of equipment was very low, likely less than 10%. I really underestimated Heaven's Burial's foundations. Shifeng was inwardly astonished as he gazed at the 4 epic weapons and equipment. The various large guilds had been enthusiastically collecting epic weapons and equipment, but they weren't easy to obtain. Even Grand Lord ranked field bosses had very low chances of dropping them. Normally, players could only obtain an epic item from high-rank quests or opening dark gold treasure chests. Hence, most large guilds had very few epic items at this stage of the game. Even first-rate guilds were lucky if they had 5 or 6, yet Heaven's Burial had dropped for such items. One could just imagine how many epic items the guild actually had. What Shifeng didn't know was that the majority of Heaven's Burial's epic items had come from Beast Emperor, who had gone to great lengths to obtain these items for the guild. He wanted to help Heaven's Burial's main force grow stronger. Unfortunately, he had only benefited Shifeng. Among the 4 epic items were a single weapon and 3 pieces of equipment. The weapon was a greatsword meant for berserkers called Thunder Blade. The greatsword's attributes were superior to Fire Dance's epic-ranked Petrified Thorn. The other epic items included 2 cloth armor pieces and a piece of plate armor. One of the cloth pieces was a headpiece called the Eye of Arnos, while the other was a set of robes named the Fluctuation Robe. Both pieces of equipment focused on increasing the user's basic attributes. As for the plate piece, it was a breastplate for shield warriors and berserkers called the Indestructible Breastplate. With these 4 epic items, his top-tier experts would have an easier time with their Tier 2 promotion quests. Quick, look! The Frost King is coming! While Zero Wing had rested after the battle, a commotion shook the forest some distance away from the snowy plain. Agonizing cries filled the chilly air, startling the guild and independent players as they shuddered. A moment later, a 5-meter-tall figure burst through the trees. The figure was a frost giant in crystalline armor and wielding 2 frost sabers. This monster was none other than the king of the Frozen Scar, the Frost King. Frost King, elemental creature, mutant grandlord, level 54, HP 260, 000, 000/260, 000, Everyone's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they saw the Frost King's stats. How is this possible? The Frost King has leveled. Crap. He has 260 million HP. How can a Grand Lord have so much? He's even tankier than a mythic monster of the same level. Why does it feel like the temperature has dropped? Can a team of 1,000 players really defeat a monster like that? Once they saw the Frost King's stats, fear tore through the crowd. Even the various large guilds that had come to raid this monster panicked as the Frost King's stats were far beyond their expectations. As the Frost King approached the massive crowd of players, some guild experts felt an invisible pressure weigh down their bodies. Some guilds began to hesitate, reconsidering the raid. Based on their reports, they could only raid the Frost King using 1,000-man teams. If more than 1,000 players were within 1,500 yards of the Frost King, the boss's stats would increase substantially. The more players there were nearby, the greater the Frost King's self-buff would be. He would very quickly grow beyond players' capabilities. Staring at the Frost King's current information, however, many of these players didn't know if it was even possible to take the monster down with only a 1,000-man team. The pressure radiating from the Frost King was just too strong. This boss might even be able to suppress mythic monsters. This pressure would significantly hinder players' combat power in a fight. What a powerful pressure! No wonder why Heaven's Burial planned to use Zerg tactics against him. Purple Eye also felt the Frost King's pressure bear down on her as it approached. However, rather than worry, excitement and anticipation made her eyes sparkle. Based on the prior reports, they knew that the Frost King was very powerful. As a preventive measure, the Star Alliance had dispatched over 20,000 members and intended to use the most common strategy to deal with field bosses, Zerg tactic. Only, the Star Alliance intended to use a tactic that was slightly different from those in other virtual reality games. Since God's Domain's field bosses grew stronger when a certain number of players was within range, it wouldn't be wise to dispatch all of one's forces during the raid. Instead, they would send in a limited number of players, keeping the remaining forces on standby. When someone died, they'd send in another player to the fallen player's place. This way, a team could continue the raid with the optimum number of players, slowly whittling the boss down. As one of the most common strategies the various large guilds used to raid field bosses, it was the reason that these guilds preferred to kill field bosses over dungeon bosses. If they lacked quality, they could make up for it with quantity. Furthermore, the more powerful a monster was, the better loot it would drop. For a horrifically powerful monster like the Frost King, needless to say, his loot would be awe-inspiring. The Frost King's first kill would also grant access to Evernight City. It seems that the Frost King belongs to us this time. When Galaxy Pass saw how powerful the Frost King was, he began to laugh. He had worried that Zero Wing would be a powerful opponent for the Star Alliance. But the guild didn't seem capable of raiding the Frost King at this point. Zero Wing had only sent a little over 1,000 members to the Frozen Scar. The guild's few reinforcements weren't enough to take down the Frost King. Even if Zero Wing called for more reinforcements now, the Star Alliance would have long since defeated the Frost King by the time those players arrived. Suddenly, the Frost King, who was 2,000 yards away from the nearest group of players, released a low, wordless shout, and a human-like sneer appeared on his face as he stared at the players from the various guilds. Then he vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was less than 500 yards away from the guilds. Since well over 1,500 players were now within range, the Frost King's basic attributes instantly skyrocketed. The Frost King raised his sabers and swept them at the players before him. 2 energy beams shot forth from the sabers, devouring the army of players. Everything in the beam's path froze instantly. In the blink of an eye, Frost covered the world in a 1,000-yard cone before the boss. Every player caught in the attack had transformed into an ice sculpture. Even MTs who had activated their life-saving skills had lost their lives. Only a few players with quick reactions and invulnerability skills had survived. In just one move, the various large guilds had suffered over 2,000 casualties. Impossible! How is the Frost King's perception range so wide? How are we supposed to withstand such destructive power? Everyone was astonished. The guilds that had intended to defeat the Frost King with Zerg tactics, in particular, felt faint. Abruptly, the Frost King charged into the nearest crowd, massacring the players. Despite so many players desperately trying to hinder and attack the boss, the Frost King's movement speed was simply too high. Not only did the mutant easily dodge the incoming attacks, but he also dealt horrific damage. With a single stroke of his saber, the Frost King could create a groove in the ground that extended for over 50 yards, killing dozens of players instantly. Even when the occasional player's attack struck the Frost King, they couldn't deal more than -500 damage. The Frost King's defense was almost more powerful than mythic monsters of the same level. In contrast, the Frost King's HP had increased to 500 million. Now, its battle recovery alone could heal 5 million HP every 5 seconds. After a short moment, the various large guilds had been wiped out, suffering extreme losses. Only a small number of lucky players had escaped the Frost King's wrath. "Guild leader, are we still going to raid it?" Purple Eye asked, her expression darkening as she watched the various large guilds fall. "Damn it! Why did things end up like this?" Galaxy Past frowned as he watched the Frost King's unstoppable rampage. The boss had actually taken advantage of the guild's plans to use Zerg tactics to strengthen itself. That was simply unheard of. Retreat. Pull away from the boss. Immediately, the Star Alliance's members fled from the battlefield, not daring to linger. After a few more moments, only a small number of players occupied the previously crowded plains as most had fled to the Frozen Scars entrance. Everyone's gone? Shurfeng muttered as he glanced at the crowd by the dungeon's entrance. He then swept his glance towards the Frost King, who had calmed. Smiling, he then said in the team chat, "All right, let's move out." He had guessed that this would happen. After all, even he had only dared to come this far after thorough preparation. It was only natural that the various large guilds, which had very little understanding of mutants, would end up like this. Hearing Shurfeng's words, his guildmates' excitement grew. They followed after Shurfeng and slowly approached the Frost King. The guilds and independent players at the entrance noticed the movement. What's Zero Wing trying to do? They're insane. They're going to fight that thing? The players near the Frozen Scars entrance were confused as they watched Zero Wing's members approach the Frost King. Every one of these players had seen for themselves how powerful the Frost King was. Not only did the boss have a domain that could suppress his enemies' attributes, but he also possessed frightening, destructive power. Current players had no hope against this monster. Not even the most common Zerg tactics had any effect on the Frost King, much less a measly army of 1,000 players. Even level 44 shield warriors with over 40,000 HP had died instantly after activating Shield Wall. If none of their MTs could tank the Frost King, how were they supposed to raid this boss? Although Zero Wing's 1,000-man team was incredibly powerful, that strength was nothing more than a joke before the Frost King. Guild leader. They're not really trying to raid that thing, are they? Curiosity overtook Purple Eye as she watched Zero Wing's army inch closer to the Frost King. I don't know, but Black Flame should be fully aware of the Frost King's might. He shouldn't be foolish enough to challenge that boss. Perhaps he's trying to gather some intel to prepare for a future raid attempt, Galaxy Pass said, shaking his head. He didn't understand Zero Wing's actions, either. In his opinion, they'd likely need a 1,000-man team of Tier 2 players to kill the Frost King. Trying to raid the boss with anything less would be futile. Players simply couldn't fill the gap in strength with numbers. As everyone's attention shifted towards Zero Wing, Shurfeng waved his hand. Suddenly, miniature ballistas began to appear within the guild's army. In the blink of an eye, 50 miniature ballistas were organized into 5 rows. Following which, Zero Wing's members began to assemble the war weapons. Crap! Zero Wing's using siege weapons to deal with the Frost King. That's way too extravagant. Madness. This is madness. Are they not afraid that the Frost King will destroy the miniature ballistas? The spectating players could not help but gasp as they saw the rows of miniature ballistas, unable to believe their eyes. The various large guilds' upper echelons were particularly dumbfounded. Zero Wing was using siege weapons to raid a field boss. Not even super guilds would dare to be so wasteful. It was just too much of a risk. Even if they killed the boss with the siege weapons, the losses would far exceed their gains. Every siege weapon was extremely valuable. Moreover, since these weapons posed a greater threat, monsters almost always targeted them first. Yet, not only had Zero Wing brung siege weapons to a field boss raid, but they had brought 50 miniature ballistas in total. Just what does Zero Wing intend to do? They're mobilizing their guild's foundations to raid a boss. Aren't they worried that other powers will take advantage of the fight and try to rob them? Purple Eye gaped when she saw the miniature ballistas. While the potential profit of killing the Frost King was quite valuable, it was likely less valuable than 50 miniature ballistas. If Zero Wing lost those weapons in battle, it would severely impact the guild's overall combat power. Do you think that any power remaining in Starmoon Kingdom would dare steal or destroy those weapons? Galaxy Past asked, smiling bitterly. In reality, Zero Wing's revelation of their siege weapons in this raid was a declaration that it wasn't afraid of a theft attempt. It was proof of the guild's strength. They had already witnessed Zero Wing's power, particularly Black Flame's strength. Black Flame had killed Heaven's Burial's guild leader amidst an army of thousands of elites. The other members from Heaven's Burial had only been able to watch helplessly as he took their guild leader's life. With such strength, who would possibly dare pick a fight with Zero Wing? To put it bluntly, doing so was suicidal. It was much different from the attitude Zero Wing had adopted when the weapons and equipment Heaven's Burial had dropped littered the battlefield. Despite so much precious loot before them, none of the various large guilds or independent players had dared to claim them. Along with the miniature ballistas, Shifeng had used demon summoning and called forth a level 72 Tier 3 Inferno Demon. Due to Demon Ruler's effect, the Inferno Demon's attributes received a 30% buff, becoming significantly stronger than a normal Tier 3 demon. Inferno Demon, Dark Creature, Demon, level 72, HP 33, 800, 000/33, 800, 000. Shifeng also summoned Anna. As a Grand Lord ranked mutant, the Frost King was even stronger than a mythic monster of the same level. As a mutant, its intellect was also quite high. Zerg tactics wouldn't be effective against this boss. If they were, the various large guilds of the past wouldn't have suffered so many losses to deal with a single mutant, even going as far as mobilizing siege weapons to exterminate the creature. Not even an army of hundreds of thousands of players could defeat it. Of course, the mutants back then had grown over a considerable amount of time. They weren't like the Frost King, who had just become a mutant and hadn't had much time to increase his strength. However, as the Frost King's initial tier was high, it could even annihilate a 1,000-man team of Tier 2 players if not dealt with properly. Guild Leader, the boss is coming, a Ranger Scout announced. Good. Main force, prepare to move. Dark God's Legion, protect the miniature ballistas. Exterminate anyone that dares to approach. Shifeng instructed. Guild Leader, rest assured. If any guild or player tries to pull something, we'll wipe them off the map. The Dark God's Legion members guaranteed as they patted their chests. Saying so, the Dark God's Legion members spread out around the miniature ballistas. A few members took out magic array scrolls for the double protection barrier, constructing a magic barrier around the siege weapons. Meanwhile, the main force members spread out and charged towards the Frost King. Due to the Frost King's domain, the main force members' attributes fell significantly upon entering the boss's sphere of influence. Upon sensing the approaching players, the Frost King swung one of his sabers at the crowd. A streak of blue light swept towards Zero Wing's MTs. Just before the blue light struck, a shadow descended from the sky and stood before the MTs, holding its flaming spear before it. The Inferno Demon blocked the streak of light. Boom! The impact immediately threw the level 72 Inferno Demon over 30 yards, its HP decreasing by over 100,000. The distant spectators gasped when they saw the Frost King's display of strength. What strength? Shifeng was similarly astonished. Despite blocking the attack, the Inferno Demon had still received so much damage from one casual attack. If not for the Bible of Darkness's buff, it wouldn't have lasted long against the Frost King. Noticing the boss prepare to launch his second attack, Shifeng took out the ancient weather book and used weather control. Suddenly, the chilling atmosphere began to warm rapidly as a scorchingly hot sun dominated the sky. While the ancient weather book didn't seem to have any practical effect against monsters, the exact opposite was true. In God's domain, players weren't the only ones affected by their environment. The same was true for monsters. If a monster fought in an environment that ran counter to its nature, the monster's combat power at least would decrease by half. This was also why the various large guilds had searched for any skills or spells that could affect weather in the past. However, skills and spells of this type were even rarer than curses and taboo skills of the same tier. Generally, only superpowers could get their hands on one. Suddenly, the snowy plains transformed into a burning hellscape. Although players didn't prefer this fiery environment either, Zero Wing's members had consumed the Sea God's blessing. They could adapt to hot or cold adequately. In contrast, the Frost King, an ice elemental, was exceedingly uncomfortable. Disregarding Zero Wing's members, the Frost King turned and attempted to flee the hellscape. Stop him! Don't let him get away! All ballistas, attack! Upon Shifeng's command, the assembled miniature ballistas launched exploding arrows simultaneously. Shio! 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 A rain of fire descended upon the Frost King, the scene far more spectacular than normal boss raids. The 50 exploding arrows rained down on the Frost King like meteors. Roar! Noticing the incoming attacks, the Frost King roared. It then brandished its twin sabers, cutting down the exploding arrows before they could land. The boss knocked the majority of the exploding arrows off course. As for the remaining arrows, the Frost King simply took a step forward and dodged most of them, while blocking a small portion with his sabers. In the end, only 3 exploding arrows had connected with their target. Minus 32,964. Minus 33,157. Minus 32,849. Such high defense. Zero Wings members could not help their surprise. On its own, an exploding arrow was as powerful as a Tier 2 spell, but with the miniature ballista's damage modifier, these arrows could compete with the strongest Tier 2 spells. Overall, a single exploding arrow could deal over minus 100,000 damage against a Great Lord of the same level, yet the few that had struck the Grand Lord ranked Frost King had only dealt a little over minus 30,000 damage. One could imagine how pitiful their damage would be if players relied on Tier 1 skills and spells to take down this boss. Everyone finally understood why Shurfeng wanted to utilize the miniature ballistas. With the minute damage players' attacks would deal, even a 1,000-man team was unlikely to overcome the Frost King's battle recovery. If more than 1,000 players fought the Frost King at the same time, the boss would become even stronger, his strength and defense reaching new heights. The Grand Lord would be unstoppable, as expected of a mutant. Despite such an uncomfortable environment, its reaction speed is still so fast, Shurfeng commented, smiling slightly as he watched the Frost King, who still attempted to flee the hellscape. In truth, Shurfeng hadn't expected 3 of the 50 arrows to hit the Frost King. After all, he was very familiar with how terrifying a mutant was. Tier 2 attacks would have a limited effect on this creature. Finally, Anna finished her incantation. With a wave of her staff, a level 75, Tier 3 Golden Giant and 10 level 75, Tier 2 Rock Guardians appeared before her. The Rock Guardians immediately formed a magic barrier to trap the Frost King. However, the Frost King was simply too powerful. Despite the barrier, his basic attributes remained unaffected. Fortunately, the Rock Guardians' barrier created an opportunity for the 50 miniature ballistas to bombard the boss, following which the miniature ballistas launched another volley at the Frost King. This time, due to the limited space the Frost King had to maneuver, he dodged and blocked significantly fewer arrows. In the end, over a dozen exploding arrows found their mark, damages over minus 30,000 appearing above the boss's head, one after another. Suddenly, the Inferno Demon descended from the sky and activated the Tier 3 skill, Macropyre. Ice elementals like the Frost King feared fire-type attacks over all else. With a single attack, the Frost King lost over 1 million HP instantly. Upon receiving such a significant amount of damage, the Frost King retaliated, swinging one of his sabers at the Inferno Demon with lightning speed. Although the Inferno Demon had used its flame spear to block the attack, it still lost over 100,000 HP. Fortunately, Zero Wings healers supported the summoned demon from a safe distance, granting the creature the ability to fight the Frost King for a long time. With the Inferno Demon and Golden Giant tanking the Frost King, Zero Wings members could freely attack the boss from the sides. Although their damage was insignificant at best, they could, more or less, hinder the Frost King's movements by attacking his joints. For a time, the Frost King engaged in a fierce battle against the Inferno Demon and the Golden Giant, the sounds of weapons clashing echoing throughout the plains. At the same time, the miniature ballistas continued to fire one exploding arrow volley after another, whittling down the Frost King's HP. Meanwhile, Shurfeng switched to the aura of fire and circled to the Frost King's back before activating Flame Burst. The Frost King released an agonizing cry as he received Shurfeng's 15 consecutive strikes. Minus 61,574. Minus 123,487. Minus 61,746. In total, Shurfeng's 15 attacks dealt over minus 1 million damage. Is he a monster? The watching upper echelons from the various large guilds were stupefied. Even their guild's top-tier experts had only dealt several hundred damage to the Grand Lord with their skills. Yet Shurfeng's normal attacks dealt over -5,000 damage, while his skills dealt over -10,000. Aside from Shurfeng's individual performance, these upper echelons winced as they watched Zero Wings members waste the precious exploding arrows. This situation showed them how truly powerful Zero Wings' foundations were. Throughout Starmoon Kingdom, only Zero Wing would dare to raid a measly field boss with such an extravagant method. Following which, the Frost King's HP rapidly decreased under Zero Wing's combined assault. 99%, 95%, 89%. As time passed, the originally peerless Frost King's maneuverability suffered as his HP decreased. When the Frost King had only 30% HP remaining, he finally seemed to realize that his life was in danger. Suddenly, the Frost King stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to sink slightly. Following which, pillars of ice rose from the dirt, surrounding the Grand Lord. The cage of ice rendered the miniature ballistas and players' attacks ineffective. After another 5 seconds, the Frost King split into two identical clones. However, both Frost Kings only had 15% of their total HPs. Is this a joke? The distant spectating players gaped when they saw two Frost Kings. One Frost King was frightening enough, yet now Zero Wing had to face two of them. Just how were players supposed to defeat such a boss? The large guild's members weren't the only ones horrified. Zero Wing's members' hearts sank at the sight. For a moment they were at a loss. The Inferno Demon and the Golden Giant had already struggled to tank the mutant. Moreover, after such a long fight, the healer's mana was close to depletion. The healers couldn't possibly keep up with the damage if they had to face two Frost Kings simultaneously. After all, not even the Tier 3 Inferno Demon and the Golden Giant could defend themselves and the players against two Grand Lord mutants' attacks properly. Any attack they failed to block would instantly deal over -1 million damage, while skills would deal 2 to 3 million damage. At this rate, the Inferno Demon and Golden Giant would die very quickly. Without these two summoned monsters in the way, the Frost Kings wouldn't need long to annihilate Zero Wing's team. Suddenly, one of the Frost Kings threw the Golden Giant from the magic barrier, leaving the Inferno Demon alone to deal with the two bosses' pincer attack. Both Frost Kings revealed sinister smiles, their sabers releasing a frosty aura that dropped the surrounding temperature sharply. They then swung their sabers down at the Inferno Demon. All living creatures must die, the two Frost Kings bellowed as one as they sent 4 arcs of blue light at the Inferno Demon. When struck, the Inferno Demon's HP, which had been at 50%, plummeted to 0, its body transforming into particles of light and disappearing. How is that possible? Everyone was stunned. The two Frost Kings had killed a Tier 3 Inferno Demon instantly. It's over. Zero Wing's loss is inevitable. Galaxy Past was indescribably shocked as he watched the Inferno Demon vanish from the battlefield. He hadn't dreamed that the Frost King was this powerful. However, after using this powerful skill to execute the Inferno Demon, each of the Frost Kings had lost 5% of their HPs. Now they only had 10% HP remaining. After dealing with the Inferno Demon, one of the Frost Kings moved to deal with the Golden Giant, while the other attacked the Rock Guardians. Before they could, however, a figure appeared before the Frost King that targeted the Rock Guardians. This figure was none other than Shurfeng. Despite noticing the Swordsman, the Frost King didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he swatted at Shurfeng as if he were a fly. Despite such a casual attack, a black spatial tear ripped along the saber's trajectory. Guild leader. Zero Wing's members panicked. The attack could even send a Tier 3 Great Lord flying. No player could possibly avoid it. But as they watched, the spectating players were astonished yet again. Activating Heavenly Dragon's power, a golden glow swallowed Shurfeng. He also activated Blade Liberation. Immediately, he swung Killing Ray to meet the Frost King's saber. The instant the two weapons collided, the saber was thrown back as if it had been struck by a cannonball. Impossible! He repelled the boss? The various large guilds in the distance could not believe their eyes. While they had considered the possibility that Shurfeng might use a life-saving skill to block the attack, they had never expected the man to repel the Frost King's attack with one of his own. My strength is already on par with a mythic monster of the same level. Shi Feng glanced at the sacred sword in his hand in confusion. This was the first time he had activated twofold Berserk since upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring to the fragmented legendary rank. He blocked the attack by himself? An indescribable shock filled the watching players when they saw Shi Feng emerge from the clash unharmed. They had experienced the Frost King's strength personally. The Grand Lord had killed players with activated Berserk skills as if they were a joke. Yet, Shi Feng had repulsed the Frost King with a single blow. Although the Frost King had weakened slightly after finishing off the Inferno Demon with that powerful skill, players had no hope against its strength. I wonder what Heaven's Burial's reaction will be if Zero Wing takes down the Frost King? Purple Eye mused, smiling bitterly at the repulsed Frost King. She had hoped that the Star Alliance could use the Frost King to elevate its status in Starmoon Kingdom. Unfortunately, that plan was no longer feasible. However, the setbacks the Star Alliance suffered were nothing compared to those of Heaven's Burial. After overcoming so many challenges to gain an advantage over Zero Wing, not only had Heaven's Burial failed to hurt the guild, but it would also lose the advantage of its link between Red Iron Town and Evernight City. We can't underestimate Heaven's Burial. Although they've suffered a miserable defeat here, based on the Secret Pavilion's report, the guild has Beast Emperor's backing. That Beast Emperor fellow has already taken control of several large guilds, including the top first-rate guild Overlord Dynasty, and is the Purple Thorns Kingdom's undisputed ruler. It won't be so easy for Zero Wing to defeat Heaven's Burial, Galaxy Pass said, shaking his head. Before the Secret Pavilion had secured ownership of the Star Alliance, his ambitions had been great. He had dreamed of becoming an overlord in God's domain one day. However, after joining the Secret Pavilion, he had come to understand one thing. God's domain was unlike any other virtual reality game that had ever existed. Without the foundations of a super first-rate guild or super guild, ruling over a kingdom was easier said than done. The opponents on the surface were far from the only ones vying for dominance. Many powers lurked in the darkness, developing in secret. If these powers decided to take action, even a first-rate guild might not withstand their might. However, the fact that Zero Wing managed to become the ostensible overlord of Starmoon Kingdom was already plenty amazing. The guild leader is so awesome. He even blocked that kind of attack? Shi Feng's performance had rekindled hope in Zero Wing's guild members whose confidence had begun to waver. They immediately resumed their bombardment, using the miniature ballistas to attack the Frost Kings madly. Although the Golden Giant was having great difficulty in dealing with one of the two Frost Kings, now that the Frost Kings had weakened slightly, the level 75 Great Lord ranked Golden Giant would not fall that easily either. Not to mention, the Frost King Shi Feng was dealing with had very little HP remaining. Zero Wing definitely had a chance to emerge victorious in this raid. We don't have much time left. Everyone, prioritize attacking my Frost King. Shi Feng instructed hurriedly after repulsing the Frost King before him. While he indeed possessed the strength of a Tier 4 player right now, he could maintain twofold Berserk for only 24 seconds. If they did not finish this battle within that time, annihilation would be inevitable. Shi Feng dashed at his Frost King, who was forced to retreat 4 steps. Abyssal Bind. Phantom Kill. 9 Dragon Slash. At this moment, Shi Feng no longer dared to hold anything back. Suddenly, 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound the Frost King. Although Abyssal Bind had little effect on the Frost King, the skill had still managed to freeze the Frost King's movements momentarily, allowing Shi Feng and his doppelganger to arrive before the Frost King in tandem. Flame Burst. The swords carried by both Shi Feng and his doppelganger transformed into dazzling, miniature suns that assailed the Frost King's body. Among the 30 consecutive strikes that landed on the Grand Lord, each one dealt over -300,000 damage. Critical hits dealt over -600,000 damage. In addition to Shi Feng and his doppelganger, the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms also danced around the Frost King's body, cutting at it. Not to forget, there were still the exploding arrows coming from a distance. Although the Frost King managed to block most of the attacks sent at him, the Grand Lord's HP still plunged to 8%. Shi Feng's explosive power thoroughly stupefied everyone once more. Sure enough, A Grand Lord ranked mutant really is tough to deal with. Shi Feng's head ached when he looked at the Frost King, maintaining its defense against the attacks sent at him. The difference in physique was simply too massive. If Shi Feng were up against an ordinary Grand Lord, he could easily overwhelm the monster's defenses with his combat techniques and strike directly at its body, dealing substantial amounts of damage to it. However, despite the highly disadvantageous environment, the Frost King's reaction speed and attack speed remained terrifying. It was just too difficult for Shi Feng to land an actual blow on the Grand Lord. Even when Shi Feng and his doppelganger struck simultaneously, the Frost King was still able to cope with both of their attacks. If the situation dragged on, even after twofold Berserk's duration ended, they still wouldn't be able to kill one Frost King, much less both of them. A futile struggle. At this time, the Frost King suddenly changed the trajectory of one of his sabers, switching from defense to offense and striking at Shi Feng from an angle. Dang! Fortunately, Shi Feng managed to protect his side abdomen in the nick of time using Killing Ray. In return, however, he had to take 2 sidesteps before he could stabilize his body. He's starting to recover his strength already? Shi Feng's complexion darkened as he looked at the vibrating sacred sword. Although he was aware that the Frost King would recover from his weakened state very quickly, he never thought that it would happen this quickly. However, the Frost King had no intentions of giving Shi Feng any opportunities to react. The boss promptly brandished his sabers and forced Shi Feng into a defensive state. Now, even Shi Feng's doppelganger had difficulty finding an opportunity to land an attack. This situation panicked Zero Wings members. They were all aware that Shi Feng was currently using twofold Berserk, and that the combination Berserk skill only had a short duration. However, the exploding arrow's power was simply too mediocre. Each arrow dealt only a little over minus 30,000 damage. Even if they landed 20 arrows per volley, they would deal just over minus 600,000 damage to the Frost King. With that kind of damage, it was simply impossible to defeat the Grand Lord within a short period. As Shi Feng was starting to get pushed back, he abruptly stabbed Killing Ray into the ground. Suddenly, a blue pulse of energy spread out into his surroundings. Chilling field. In the next moment, 9 frost spears appeared around Shi Feng and stabbed madly at the Frost King. Although each frost spear carried only 90% of the skill user's strength, Shi Feng was able to superimpose the strength of 3 spears, the current limit of his capabilities. His technique might not be as refined as Sirius's, but by combining 3 spears into one, he could still roughly double the strength of each attack. Meanwhile, 180% of his current strength was more than enough to suppress the Frost King. Following which, each time the frost spears clashed with the Frost King's sabers, the resulting impact would create an opening for Shi Feng's doppelganger to land a few attacks. This situation chopped chunk after chunk from the Frost King's HP. When the Frost King only had 3% of his HP remaining, he became thoroughly enraged. Suddenly, his snowy white body turned pitch black, and the aura he gave off was replete with an indescribable sense of evil. Despicable living beings! You all have truly angered me now. The enraged Frost King's HP abruptly fell by a sizable portion, following which the Frost King suddenly abandoned the sabers he held. He then raised one hand into the air and began chanting an incantation that was absolutely foreign to the players on the battlefield. A moment later, a massive, 3-fold magic array covering a 500-yard radius appeared in the sky. This is Heaven Splitter? Shi Feng's complexion darkened as he looked at the dense and violent mana gathering overhead. From time to time, he could also see blue arcs of lightning flashing across. Heaven Splitter was a Tier 4 super large-scale destruction spell. Its result was complete and utter destruction. At this moment, Shi Feng went into a frenzy as he controlled Chilling Field to execute Sword's Orbit, launching a relentless stream of attacks at the Frost King. As the mana in the skies grew increasingly violent, the Frost King's HP likewise declined. 2%, 1%, die! Shi Feng bellowed as he activated Divine Providence and Dragon Breath. Immediately, a white beam of light devoured the Frost King, reaping the final strand of his HP. When the HP of one of the Frost Kings reached 0, both Frost Kings suddenly turned into ice and shattered. At the same time, the heavy pressure on Zero Wings members lifted, and they collapsed wearily to sit down on the ground. That was so close. Everyone from Zero Wing breathed out a sigh of relief when they noticed the magic array in the sky disappearing gradually. Had the magic array been allowed to gather mana for even a moment longer, this battle would definitely have ended in their annihilation. After the Frost King's death, everyone received a generous amount of EXP. Although not everybody managed to level up, their experience bars still increased by a sizable portion, equivalent to 1 day's worth of grinding. However, compared to the EXP they received, everyone paid much more attention to the loot of the Frost King. The reason for this was the loot's abundance. The Frost King actually dropped over 100 items when it died. Even the final bosses of leveling maps would not drop such a large number of items. Usually, one would be fortunate to get 1 or 2 dozen items. Yet now, there were actually over 100 items dropped. Just looking at the loot made everyone's heart race. What? So many items actually dropped. Envy suddenly filled the eyes of the distant spectating large guilds and independent players, many of them wishing they could charge forward and steal some of the items for themselves right now. However, the onlookers simply left their fantasies as fantasies. Setting aside how much time they would need to cross the long distance separating themselves and the loot, just getting through Zero Wing's experts to reach the loot would already be a near impossible feat. Crap. I bet there are going to be plenty of dark gold weapons and equipment among the loot. Dark gold rank? Aren't you underestimating the mutated Frost King a little too much? I recall that the last mutant that appeared in White River City had dropped epic items after it died. Since the Frost King was much more powerful than that previous mutant, most likely, there are going to be many epic items among the loot. Even until now, our guild has only managed to obtain 1 epic item. Moreover, it was even taken by the guild leader. If I could have one as well, I'd definitely be willing to leave my guild and join Zero Wing. Everyone speculated on the Frost King's loot. What frightening loot! With merely a glance at the items dropped, Shurfeng already spotted more than 10 weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, the majority of the loot consisted of various attribute gemstones and magic crystal treasure chests. Attribute gemstones were one of the hard currencies in God's domain. No matter what level players reached, attribute gemstones would not become obsolete. Meanwhile, the magic crystal treasure chest was something only Grand Lord ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping, starting from level 50. Depending on the magic crystal treasure chest's quality, the number of magic crystals it rewarded would also vary. This could be considered a relatively good way for expert teams to obtain magic crystals. Common magic crystal treasure chests gave between 5 to 20 magic crystals, and on the market they sold for roughly 3 gold each. Bronze magic crystal treasure chests gave between 30 to 50 magic crystals and sold for roughly 12 gold each. Mysterious iron magic crystal treasure chests gave between 100 to 150 magic crystals and sold for roughly 37 gold each. Secret silver magic crystal treasure chests gave between 300 to 500 magic crystals and sold for roughly 120 gold each. Fine gold magic crystal treasure chests gave between 1,000 to 2,000 magic crystals and sold for roughly 450 gold each. Dark gold magic crystal treasure chests gave between 3,000 to 5,000 magic crystals and sold for roughly 1,200 gold each. Meanwhile, the Frost King had dropped a total of 5 magic crystal treasure chests, 3 secret silver rank, 1 fine gold rank, and 1 dark gold rank. After another 10 minutes or so, Shurfeng was finally done organizing the Frost King's loot. As he was doing so, he could not help but grow ecstatic. Among the loot there were 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls. These things were extremely valuable treasures in God's domain. Not to mention, one of these 2 scrolls was even a summoning scroll. The value of this scroll was simply incalculable. Aside from those, there were also various advanced recipes and designs for the various lifestyle classes. The one Shurfeng loved the most was the Titan device design, which ranked near the top even among advanced designs. Or to put it in another way, the Titan device was one of the consumable items all players dreamed of obtaining. Like the strengthening device, the Titan device was similarly a consumable item. Only, unlike the strengthening device, which was used to extend the durability of equipment, the Titan device was used to increase the mana density around players. It allowed players to exert even more of their own strength. Of course, the increase in mana density provided by the Titan device was not as significant as that of the fragmented legendary ranked 7 Luminaries ring. It was roughly at the level of a town or city with 5 magic towers, higher than the mana density currently available in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. However, the duration of the Titan device was considerably short, lasting only 3 hours. Even so, it was still exceedingly popular among the players of God's Domain in the past. As long as Titan devices appeared in an auction house, the various large guilds and adventurer teams would immediately buy them out. Unfortunately, the Titan device design was extremely rare. Even after 10 years had passed, very few guilds had managed to get their hands on one. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds had several of the designs, while first-rate guilds would have been fortunate to have even 3 or 4 pieces. As a result, the Titan devices these guilds produced were rarely ever sold to the public and were generally kept for internal consumption. Aside from the Titan device design, the Frost King had also dropped 2 epic items and 1 fragmented legendary item. The quality of the loot dumbfounded even Shurfeng. Of the 2 epic items, one was a necklace called Magic Devouring Charm. The necklace's level range was between 45 and 100. Unfortunately, the necklace's basic attributes were average at best. Moreover, the necklace had only 1 passive skill. In Shurfeng's opinion, though, this necklace was definitely a top-tier necklace for magical classes. The reason for this was the passive skill Mana Body. Mana Body increased the wearer's spell completion rate by 3% and spell effectiveness by 30% while decreasing spellcasting time by 20%. This could be considered a godly skill for magical class players. Aside from the Magic Devouring Charm, the other epic item was a spatial bag. The value of this item exceeded even the Magic Devouring Charms. Although the spatial bag did not provide any attributes or skills to players, it could be stored inside a player's bag space and be used to store 12,000 slots worth of items, nearly double the available slots in Shurfeng's current bag space. Meanwhile, the most amazing aspect of this spatial bag was its built-in warehouse. Players could store non-bag space items such as diamond wood and 7 luminaries crystals inside this warehouse. Moreover, the spatial bag could store up to 300 non-bag space items, triple the amount the hurricane sailboat could carry. If put up for auction, it could easily sell for over 50,000 gold. With this, transporting diamond wood will become much more convenient. As Shurfeng looked at the spatial bag, he quickly thought of many more ways of making money. Non-bag space items were generally very precious in God's Domain. Due to the trouble of transporting them, these items generally sold for very high prices. Hence, maritime adventurer teams were able to make a fortune by transporting items. As long as one transported some popular non-bag space items to a location that did not produce them, one would be able to sell the items for astronomical prices. Now that Shurfeng had the spatial bag, he could travel to various countries to purchase their local non-bag space items for a low price and resell these in other countries. After he was done looking at the 2 epic items, he could not help but shift his sights to a dazzling staff. Despite the 2 epic items earlier being worth tens of thousands of gold, the total value of these 2 items was not even worth 1/10 of this staff. The reason being, this staff was a fragmented legendary weapon.